Monkey Sequence Remix.
してくミッションいけるあと少しの辛抱理想よりもディフィコでも変わらずフィラの絡めるビジョンファッダヘイラあいつだと勝ってねえなだってかぐら半端ねえじゃんバスケで発明のバスデイラカンパネラ歌って踊ってる暇ねえ Yeah I'm a loser バーテンが光ってなったプーサー今日の負けが明日またクルーワース俺はビーチだつけようかブーラI'm a loser バーテンが光ってなったプーサー今日の負けが明日またクルーワース過去の俺が今の俺をフーワー夢なら最高味がしない飯もうまいよそろそろ覚えたべサマスの名前知らない方チャンスには感謝しかねえけどアンダープレッシャーファンな結果め何度だって戦っていいから立ち上がって早くせまだまだ Yeah I'm a loser バーテンが光ってなったブーザー負けた後の俺はまたスーダンあがたレボと新たなプーラン Yeah I'm a loser バーテンが光ってなったブーザーバカにされたままで終われねえ笑いたけれ笑えよビーチ I'm a loser
Welcome to day 4 of our playoffs dito sa Masters Tokyo PH broadcast. Tuloy ang mga kwento dito sa ating upper bracket. My name is Mika Fabs. I will be your host at kasama ko ngayon sa aming munting coffee table, si Asaray at si Raf. Yes, sir, gusto ko ng isang chai tea latte with blended with
pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice
chai,
latte.
right? It's just chai.
Ay, oo nga. Issue yan, di ba? Parang hindi siya chai tea. Chai tea. Thank
Don't
you.
say it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know.
Oh. Wow, okay. So si Asray na ang next. Meron lang kaming tea ceremony dito to kick
I don't even
things
think
off
like I'm holding this
for
properly.
day 4.
People are probably
You're
like,
probably being very crude.
It's supposed to be like that, diba? Like you have
Yung
yeah, but it's
ganun.
okay. It's okay.
No,
Right,
because the
tip
thing
mo
is,
dito.
we don't even have a.
Kampai.
Yeah.
It's not what you actually.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
To
Kampai.
day 4 dito sa Masters Tokyo. And looking back at what happened yesterday, syempre, masakit and bittersweet ang outcome ng first series, diba? Between Loud and EDG. Unfortunately, very unexpected yung nangyari, diba? We also had DRX and NRG as well. And we didn't expect to say goodbye to Loud, ang ating defending champions, this early in the tournament.
Yun nga eh, pero syempre, we've been saying this since the first day. Palagi na lang may surprise. Araw-araw na lang, di ba, na, I didn't expect this. This shouldn't have happened. But again, Loud just, in all honesty, didn't show up. Yung mga issues nila didn't really come from a macro scale. Yung mga spacing nila, yung speed of trades, it really comes down to all those refinement things. Pero that's where it becomes weird kasi Loud is typically the team na, again, hyper refined. You normally don't see those very small mistakes.
In all, in like the most base of it talaga, sobrang sure of themselves lang sa plays nila ang Edward Gaming. And you really see that nga with how they maneuver across the map. Kung Kang, even if he loses a certain fight, pag hindi siya pinrest on that certain spot of the map, pupush niya pa rin yun, giving so much visible information dito para sa teammates niya to get that and work with it. And it happens so many times na again, hindi ma-overtake to ng Loud eh.
And nakita natin yung moment, di ba? After EDG won that, di ba? Si Kang head in his hands and akala ng mga tao na parang natalo ba yung EDG? But no, even he couldn't believe what he just did. Nasabi nga niya na parang scrim partners actually nila yung Loud. And Aspas
Kaya
has
pala.
been haunting him every single day. And the fact na natalo niya yung Loud versus Aspas, who he called a demon in his nightmares, apparently, does not conquer niya. So even he couldn't believe. Grabe talaga yung emotion ng moment na yan. Also equally emotional, of course, yung second series na NRG versus DRX. And unfortunately, yung DRX were also eliminated. And this was very painful, no? Kasi we were always criticizing DRX na parang hindi sila yung dating DRX. And inamin to ni Buzz actually in an interview that unfortunately, a lot of his teammates are suffering from burnout. And yes, it is unfortunately very true. It's also apparent in yung nakikita natin from DRX, 'di ba? Yung parang yung sinasabi natin na this isn't the DRX that we know from Reykjavik, from Istanbul. Totoo siya. DRX is going through something.
It's the brutality ng ng
format natin.
talaga for 2023, di ba? Pero sinabi na natin ng right, I think in like a statement or something na aayusin nila yan coming into 2024. A lot of pros in every single region have voiced their concerns na nga dito na there's no time para makapag-recuperate ng mga players and such. So hopefully when that time comes, mas yung mga teams that are struggling with the tuloy-tuloy na tournaments makabawi din.
Pero syempre, may mga naysayers pa din. Sabi nila, di ba, ang ganda ng buhay ng pro player kasi laro ng laro. Pero you guys don't realize, right, that they have, I don't know, 8-hour scrim block sometimes. They have to VOD review. Obviously, they have to take care of their health also.
It's a full-time job.
It is a full-time job. And again, I just kind of really hate when people don't understand what pro players have to go through. Obviously, since most of you will never go pro anyway. So, you know what I mean?
It's true. It's true.
That's
like,
that's
I
the
would never
harrowing
go
beauty
pro.
of
I probably can't
playing
anymore.
the same game that the pros play, pero they play it at the extremely high level talaga.
Of course.
Yun lang talaga yung difference nun. So
Exactly.
they just have to realize, or the fans just have to realize that.
Exactly. And there will be more actually very high tier games coming up, especially since nasa upper bracket muli tayo. And looking at the updated bracket after yesterday, we do have two very exciting matches for you guys today. We will be starting with Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, and then we will have PRX versus Fnatic. Sobrang hirap nito because I think like these were my 4 favorite teams coming into Masters Tokyo. So parang ano na yun. Tapos may dalawa na bababa sa lower bracket, closer and closer to elimination.
Totoo. So, kahit sino yung mag-LB dito, parang sakit pa din. Kasi, okay, so one of our favorite teams are obviously gonna move on kasi that's the nature of competition. So, now we have to potentially say goodbye to either them, Energy, or EDG. And obviously, EDG's had such a great run. I think Energy is on a way to redemption kasi parang nakita din natin kung gaano kalakas yung Fnatic sa series nila. Kasi sobrang linis din ng laro ng Energy on against DRX. Like, I think the caster said it yesterday na Energy out DRX. So, you know, that's a big thing that they have to consider.
True, pero at least from the later or from that old standing pa rin na Fnatic did win over NRG. Fnatic look like this is the best form. Like honestly, the bestest of forms that we've seen from them in the longest time din. Sobrang coordinated nila. They're so sure of how they played and grabe ang performance na pinapakita ng every single one of their players. The clutch potential is so high from either one of the 5 rosters ng players na meron ng Fnatic dito.
The bestest Fnatic will be going up against the sole representative ng Pacific. Pero mamaya po yan, our first series of the day will be Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Gusto ko lang din sabihin na after seeing the bracket, yung TL, di ba, they started off playing EG, tapos naging EDG. Tapos if they lose this, maging EG na naman. Hindi sila makakatakas sa EG kahit pa paano. But looking at the Team Liquid lineup, no, this is a roster, of course, that has proven their worth, especially sa VCT EMEA, taking the championship from Fnatic at a very, very crucial time, diba? There's been a lot of talk about, tama ba yung synergy ng team na to? And it looks like they really are getting there.
I think yung tanong din dati, or very recently actually, especially in that series against Fnatic was, is TL just overperforming? Because parang may times din na makita natin yung mga chemistry issue, yung displacement sa mga plays nila, but it hasn't really hurt their success so far. I have to say, Safe has been maybe hit and miss for me kasi may games talaga nagpa-pop off siya mag-30 bomb. Pero minsan sobrang tahimik niya. Hindi mo ma-feel yung impact. Kahit yung space taking niya medyo, I guess, kulang in a way. So everybody on TL have to kind of pick it up. But then again, our sole marker for that is also just EDG, who's an incredibly suffocating team.
Yeah, true. So as long as you have that forward player na kayang i-counter out si Kangkang, which Team Liquid was able to do at a certain point. Nakita mo, it was only on split na nag-struggle dito ang Team Liquid. It's definitely possible to beat a team such as yung Edward Gaming. But that being said then, Team Liquid again, I think it was on the interview ata or something, or I think it's a tweet ata from Yampy na saying na, you know, he's happy to deny or prove wrong yung mga non-believers.
And if you look at how these two teams are, nakita natin sa parang entrances ng teams into the venue, di ba? They're feeling very, very good. Di ba? Yun, nakita natin
looks like
yung EG, sumasayaw with their mother duckling. The mother duck pala, with Potter. And looking at EG's lineup, they are running on such momentum ngayon. And nasabi din ni Potter na EG actually gains more confidence the more wins they gather. So, I think she's saying that parang tuloy-tuloy na yung momentum ng EG here, especially since na parang it's their Cinderella run here. And the question will be, will Team Liquid be the one to make the clock strike 12, diba, for midnight and say, Cinderella, go home?
That is a very, very interesting question too, because you could say TL is also on a bit of a Cinderella run. Kasi remember at the start, you mentioned it, sobrang obvious ng chemistry problems nila. Now they're still off that momentum. And I would say, again, just to refocus on EG, are they really that momentum-based? Kasi yung sa isip ko, kung momentum-based, yung mga straight gunfight, yung mga legit super, super flashy plays, EG, not a boring team by any measure, pero sobrang calculated pa din ang approach nila.
At least para sa akin naman, EG kasi at least they don't live and die by the hype of some of the players that they've have, diba? Kasi ang dami nagsabi about kay Demon and such, pero and we've seen this in the matches that they've played then na sobrang capable ng backline nila. I kept mentioning si Jogemo saka si or Jojimo saka si Bustio, and they're able to perform to such an extreme degree to allow EG to win these matches.
Speaking of Bustio, he actually holds the current record for the most kills in a single series for Masters Tokyo. So currently, yes. So it is a very interesting stat, diba? And looking at, some of the players that we have to highlight sa series na ito, it is gonna boil down to Redgar for Team Liquid. Nasabi din ni Potter actually na parang they prefer going up against Team Liquid kasi compared to like EDG, maraming unpredictable parts pagdating sa EDG. Pagdating sa Team Liquid, sabi niya that they can predict them more. But it will boil down to Redgar to be able to bring that X factor because if unpredictability is what EG cannot anti-strat for, ano kaya ang pwedeng gawin ni Redgar? How can he lead his team into being a little bit more out of the box for this series?
That is true. I can't help but really agree with Pato in that sentiment because, again, yung nakita natin yung performance nila against Loud, was it? To predict Loud, again, is, I would say, not the hardest thing, but to actually stop Loud is the daunting task there. And EG did such a fantastic, once again, execution of what they had in mind. But I feel like TL, what TL has over Loud, I suppose, is the ability to still swap roles because Yampi has been more of an initiator now. I would honestly like to see him back on that operator. So there's still some surprises that siguro hindi bago, pero it's still in the playbook.
Wala, na-nerf si Chamber.
Yeah.
Stop!
Well, again,
Stop attacking
coming the next, or pag biniring in nila yung patch na yon with the chamber buffs and the changes to, the weapons, we could be seeing something different naman. Just a quick gander lang, or look at the Redgar versus Jojimo na matchup dito ngayon. I still don't know how far Liquid can go through. Kasi at least looking at it from a perspective na I just watched some of the games ng Liquid dito and Evil Geniuses, it feels like EG looks a lot more sure than how TL plays. At least para sa akin.
I have to agree with you there, especially since yung may mga I don't know kasi kung dahil lang katapat nila yung EDG and EDG is quite erratic. Na may mga plays sa recent match with Team Liquid na parang napapaisip din na parang what went on there, diba? I'm not sure then kung nag-a-adjust lang sila to EDG, which is just like such a wild card.
Para sa akin yung EDG talaga outlier. Like, I think this is still going to be a true measure of where their power levels are at because I feel like Loud just really did not perform very well, in all honesty. So, syempre, EG is gonna look really good. Well, of course, credit where credit is due. They anti-stratted so beautifully. They got off so many rotations. And again, for TL, they played with a team that has very, very little data on the international stage. They have absolutely zero tell. So siguro yung perception medyo skewed. But again, I'm just really curious how this dynamic is because if you really asked me what my prediction was, which we're gonna get to later anyway, guys, I'm really not sure if this is gonna go one way or the other.
Honestly, wala rin ako masabi ito kasi anyway, I wasn't really expecting to be looking at this matchup ngayon. I was really expecting for something different, and I thought that EDG was going to win that. Akala ko makakita tayo ng EDG versus Evil Geniuses, which could be a great butting of heads of just explosive players. Pero when I just look at Team Liquid, it feels like there's a lot more concentration on how they play their strats. They're a lot more, I like to say, para masabihin to, they're very execute heavy then from what I've seen dun sa mga videos nila.
If anything, mas obvious yung Team Liquid actually. Now that I think
tell
about
how
it.
they strat.
Kasi sobrang bagal ng laro ng Team Liquid eh. Like in this specific matchup, EG's been definitely more explosive and a little more certain as you guys mentioned. Pero yung mga strats sa TL often hinges on, let's see if Nats can get off a proper lurk threat. Let's see if he can open up a site. Let's see if he can throw tempo off and then adjust off of that. But you play against a team na medyo compact like EG, then maybe they could have problems. Lalo na yung sentinel nila si Bustio pa. So Bustio is so good at reading that.
That's a valid concern, no? Especially as an EMEA fan. Kasi yung EMEA, syempre, wow, nahahalata na yung yung prediction ko. EMEA is a region na are very notorious for playing very,
Oh, that
very,
is true.
very slow.
The word is methodical.
Methodical.
Pushing
Yun pala
with
yung
like 20 seconds remaining. Right?
Yun pala yung more diplomatic na
Ah, yes.
na term, 'di ba? But I worry actually that EG is wonderful at anti-stratting. I worry that Team Liquid is a team that might be too easy to anti-strat, especially since they're shifting things around, and I think that for example Redgar is taking on the more of the lurking role, 'di ba? And then you do have Nats as more of the anchor on the side these days. So it seems like it's a team that might be really easy to read. So I do agree that that I think Redgar really does have to, do or lead his team into something that might be a little bit uncharacteristic for them, at least for the series.
Actually, may napansin ako sa TL. I noticed with the rounds that look like they're not gonna go their way. And this is just a hyper focus on Nats. Nats tends to abandon the anchoring post. I noticed he tries to go for smaller skirmishes para yun nga, gusto niya off-tempo, gusto niya to be unpredictable. Pero kung ma-scout sa EG yung, again, player tendencies, I think it'd be a bit of a problem. I still feel like Nats is a better lurk than Redgar because Redgar just has inherent stability. Yung napansin ko din sa, again, the way this roster is constructed. And maybe that's where the initial concerns came from, right? Especially with chemistry-wise. Because, why isn't X player doing Y position, so on and so forth?
Yeah, true enough. So, with that being said na din, this is going to really stress yung, I guess, importance then of how the map veto is going to work out para sa Team Liquid. I think EG has a broader perspective on that regard.
And with that, let's head over to our predictions. Obvious na yung sa akin. It's peeking out from behind this thing. So, Raf, over to you.
I really want to say Potter and the rest of the EG gang are going to win, but obviously the championship tenure of TL should carry the day. So, Team Liquid. That is so disgusting.
ASMR.
You are
Evil
disgusting.
geniuses.
ASMR, we apologize for that. Alam namin na na hindi yun na that was not expected. Yun pala yung unpredictable factor natin for this panel.
See, I'm bringing in the NAS. NAS. There you go.
NAS. Okay.
Yeah.
Yung NADNA mo.
Yeah.
Ganon. Okay. Pero I guess that means that I'm for Team Liquid, Raf for Team Liquid, and Azuray for EG. Oh, okay. Very, very interesting ang mga predictions natin today. And we'll see kung sino. I always like it pag may nag-iiba dito sa panel. Lalang. Para may magkamali. Uy, wag.
Mine is bigger.
It's okay. Mine sharper.
Nako guys, yung mga bata dito, may mga bato na dito. Please, do not leave the props alone. Do not throw stones at each other just yet. Kasi I know that TL versus EG is such a hot matchup, and ito
true.
din yung mga matchups, di ba, paulit-ulit din na parang hindi natin na-expect yung matchup na ito, especially since yung mga teams natin dito sa Masters actually like are the best in the region, di ba? That makes every series super exciting. So with regards to TL and EG, it's another NA versus EMEA matchup, di ba? The age-old rivalry na nakikita natin dito in every single international VCT event, di ba? So, and being current champions of the EMEA region, there's a lot of pressure. I would say there's more pressure on Team Liquid and EG. Nakikita din natin sa mga interviews nila. They're just along for the ride. Parang si Ethan na nga, how do you feel about this series? Oh, I don't care. We're just here. Yun palagi yung mga
That's a
sagot nila.
very EG thing to say then. That's true. Basta pag may EG talaga Just like, enjoy lang kami talaga dito.
Yeah, we're just here. We're
Pero
okay.
kung napansin din natin yung panalo yung mas relaxed team. So,
No, pareho sila. They look very, very relaxed. They were
Kulang
both
na lang matulog
dancing
yung
way to the venue, di ba? Pero makikita nga natin kung sino yung mas relaxed in the sense na kalmado sila pagpasok sa series na ito after this very, very quick break.
I think we both did pretty well. Yeah, obviously it's hard going up against him because he has a very unique playstyle that we don't have back at home in Europe. I felt like sometimes we were brute forcing some calls due to time and due to other factors that we were not taking into account. The most important thing is that I do the job that's been given to me, the tasks that I have, kind of checking off the list. Do I need to push? Do I need to take this space? What can I do to help my team? And that's pretty much the only thing I think about.
One up close here, still strip in the face as well. Updraft dash forward, through the platform! It's so perfect! Oh my goodness! And a flash and a repeat. Way to the side, he brought down two of them.
I think momentum's not the only thing making EG good. I do think they're in very good form. They play very well together. They're very prepared for the event. Everything they've done and how things have led up to where they are now just seems in sync. So yeah, Demon 1, I think he's a very good player. I think I'm really happy for him because obviously I know how it feels like when people doubt you or say different things or doubt your team and things like that, and you step up to a big plate, you take the MVP role, however you want to call it, and you perform to your absolute best. So I'm really happy for him, and I enjoy playing against good players. I think he's insane. I think he's going to challenge me, so super excited.
first night I can't sleep at all. So I'm really like nervous. When I'm walking on the stage, I feel like overwhelmed. Like, oh, I'm here.
Sometimes things happen out of our control that can hit our mental. Finals at lock-in, my game wasn't going good. I felt like I'm not speaking as much as I did in previous games, and I just felt the same feeling as I did 2 years ago.
But everyone in Paperlex never give up. It's like 5 people, like 1 heart. So that's why I'm gonna try my best.
I need to do my best as a teammate. I need to start communicating, and I think that brought me back to the game. We lost to them in Copenhagen, and so did Leo when he was in Guild, so really looking forward to the rematch.
ผมรักในการแข่งขันมากแล้วก็ดีใจที่ได้อยู่ตรงนี้แล้วก็ได้พิสูจน์บางอย่างออกไปแล้วก็อยากให้ทุกคนได้แบบมีความสุขที่ได้ดู We have to take the GL.
Some people say it's the easiest role in the game. I'd say that's the complete opposite. You're the front man, you're the spearhead. You're going in first. When people doubt you or doubt your team, you need to be able to do things that you've never seen anyone do.
I've only been here for like 2 months. I'm learning everything. I'm just trying everyone with like 0 experience. Just wait until I get that experience.
I do think they're in very good form. They play very well together. It just seems in sync.
Of a scale of like 1 through 10, how of my peak I am right now in Valorant, maybe like a 7.
I have no doubt or anxiety about what other people think. The most important thing is that I do the job that's been given to me.
People put a lot of words to compare me, but to be honest, I'm just Demon 1.
Magsisimula na ang first series of the day, Team Liquid versus EG. And I think now we've highlighted all of the possible things that Team Liquid could do to counter EG, diba? Wow, tayo coach. Tayo coach. Pero I feel like, you know, Team Liquid...
When you're sporting the jacket, so parang ano eh.
Fun! Fun!
Well, fans can be coaches, but coaches that you don't listen to.
Yes.
Coaches that you don't
I
listen
coach
to.
Okay,
through
guys,
the comment
listen,
section.
Do not give the comment section any ideas. I'm looking at you, comment section. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, you can zoom in on his face, so parang ano, you know, it's a little bit more intimate.
Okay.
Yeah, pag ganun na, pag ganun na.
I'm waiting.
But diba? I hate it.
TL, you are higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So EG, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first band.
Okay, we will ban
Bind, your band.
We are banning Pro.
Pearl. EG, map number 1.
we pick Fracture.
Side on Fracture.
We have certain fashion. Crucials.
Defense, okay.
Alright.
Map number 2.
We're gonna pick Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven.
Unexpected.
Countered.
Oh, what about defense, Hayden?
Defense. Okay, so we're going to start with the next set of bands. Starting with EG, you have Ascent, Lotus, and Split.
Pick out Lotus.
You have Lotus. Okay. You have Ascent and Split.
We remove this and it's okay. We ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 3 is Split. EG, side on Split.
Defense, please.
Defense. Okay, so we're gonna go through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have EG with Bind, TL with Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with TL on Defense. Map number 2 is Haven with EG on Defense. Next set of bands are Lotus and Ascent. Decider number 3 is Split with EG on Defense.
Yeah.
Good? Go, Tivo.
Good luck.
Guys.
Good luck.
Okay, yan ang in-expect ko na maps talaga na gustong Actually, I think EG steered this heavily in their favor. Fracture and Split, very strong. I also saw na, again, Team Liquid not really wanting to touch the hot potato that is... What was their map? Busy sobrang ano eh.
Pearl.
And... Was it the
Ascent.
Ascent, thank you. Kasi yun yung mga maps talaga nung nag-struggle sila when they were playing against the other teams.
And I feel like Pearl is probably the most banned map ngayon sa Masters Tokyo. Daming teams na ayaw talaga lumapit sa Pearl. Not even a little bit.
Totoo. Kasi when it comes to Pearl, when you default towards Bilong, ang daming kailangan i-invest mo as a team just to get a sense of safety, trying to cross, not even going into the site. I feel like everybody's kind of avoiding that now. Parang na-feel nila medyo suboptimal yung approach sa Pearl. Total may ano naman din eh. Reaver coming in soon. I'm very excited about that. And I do have to agree with your sentiment that this is very EG, this whole veto. Lalo na yung split. Kasi yun nga, yung pinakamalaking problema sa split, lalo na sa side ng TL, they cannot lurk the way they would want to lurk.
Yeah. Actually, I give that to Fracture din. Kasi ang lakas ng map control ng EG when they had any of their Fracture maps, it looked incredibly refined. And kahit mo sinasabi nyo na kanina, diba, that Redgar or maybe even Nats can go for that lurk role, how can they really lurk against EG's I feel like just stronger dueling players at this point.
I do agree na mas pabor sa EG itong map select natin, di ba? Fracture, yes, EG sided. Haven, 50-50 I feel. Baka TL, baka EG, and Split definitely an EG map, di ba? So, I think na Team Liquid will boil down to execution. Siyempre, dito, I think both of our teams are feeling very, very good. Nakita nga natin na sila, their entrances, their walkouts dito sa stage. I think morale is high actually for both teams na yung momentum actually is in favor of these two teams. But I feel like for Team Liquid, they're more of mas mahirap yung battle nila, the battle that they emerged from, diba? Coming from EDG. So I feel like I guess baka hindi masyadong yung recovery period nila compared to EG.
Mas grabe yung wear and tear ng TL ngayon in comparison to EG, which I completely understand. Pero at the same time, baka may mental strain din yung EG kasi iba yung strat sa Loud, iba yung anti-strat sa TL. So baka they need a big mental reset. A clean slate.
But at least this is the beautiful thing para sa Team Liquid, diba? Kasi they were struggling so much during the EMEA na circuit nila. But at the very last possible moment, dun sila nagsisimulang mag-synergize and all of that good stuff that you want to come out from a team of this caliber sana. So coming into Tokyo Masters, we've talked about this before, I'm still gonna be talking about it now, na maybe this is their blossoming tournament din. You know, little by little.
Parang hindi sila champions sa blossoming tournament.
I know, pero again, struggles are real as of recent.
It's more of like blossoming roster, siguro, diba? Diba?
Yun pala, thank you.
Ayun.
Salamat, Mika.
Salamat, Mika. Mika Fabs, by the way.
As we wait for our Prime Gaming Agent Select, diba? Ano ba yung expect nyo dito sa series na to? Especially since we're starting on Fracture and, eto na, our Prime Gaming Agent Select.
I think I completely agree with Jogamo being on the duelist. He's been way more consistent than Demon 1. And parang yung comfort ni Demon 1 on a role that inherently lets him quote-unquote bait his teammates has been very beneficial for him.
And again, they just keep running this exact same comp every time naglalaro sila ng Fracture dito. This is where it gets a little bit tricky though. Kasi again, yung capabilities of the Cypher isn't as well cut dito talaga. If you look at the statistics, I think Killjoy just overtakes Cypher in terms of the picks. Something Sun just stylistically likes to play the Cypher pair. I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Okay, well, we're gonna see if Nats can indeed make you into a fan of the Cypher pick dito sa Fracture as we step into map number 1. So, casters, sa inyo na.
Isang araw, isang umaga na naman tayo nagsasama-sama dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo. Ako si Dax, kasama ko dito sa link. At mo naman matchup natin kay Sing Lupit na naman sa araw na ito. Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Parang pang-ibang laro yun na, Ding.
Pang-ibang laruan talaga. At kakaiba din talaga ang kanilang ipakita dito, Dax. Not just the agent draft na medyo nagkaiba sa kanilang mga sentinel pick at sa kanila din yung mga initiator. I'm excited kung paano nila kukontrain yung isa't isa.
Gano'n ka-excited? Sige nga, bigyan mo ako ng excitement sa stream.
Mga 100%! I-reserve ako yung aking lakas mamaya kasi ang ganda ng laban na to. Ibang region ang magkakaharapan dito ngayong araw at iba't ibang tipong playstyle din ang ating ma-witness dito.
Ayaw, papatalunin kita na. Hip hip! Hooray!
Mamaya tayo mag-celebrate kapag may nanalo na.
Pero wala tayong yay dito. Pero meron naman tayong nuts, di ba? Alam mo na, Cypher na medyo makulit mag-lurk, medyo makulit lang sa mga angles.
Boy next door.
Uy, texture na kumakatok doon sa likod kaysa sa harap. Pero yun nga, di ba? Ito na, ang champions ng EMEA lalaban doon sa Cinderella story ng Americas. EG, may nakakuha ng passport, pangalan niya, Demon 1. At mukhang siya isang number 1 talaga sa Brimstone na yan. On the other hand though, kita natin naman sa side ng Team Liquid Ling. They haven't played this map dito sa Masters Tokyo pa lang. Last time nilaro na puro sa EMEA League. And what's interesting is iba ang kanilang mga composition. This time around, Yampi is on the sky. Ito yung mas tried and tested nila for the majority of their run sa EMEA. Tingnan natin kung sapat na to versus EG.
Sapat ba talaga? Lalo na ito ginagawa ngayon ng Evil Genius. Kahapon against Loud was extremely effective. Patingnan natin kung gaano pa talaga ka-epektibo itong binabalak nila ngayon. Given that, ang EG ay mukhang may masamang binabalak sa kanilang pag-push dito sa B-side. Although, they still have to go up against Soulcast dito na nagde-depensa towards tower. Naku naman si Busio, kumuha kagad ng isa. Tingnan natin kung may bakbakan na naman para kay Nats dito with the ghost headshot. 9 HP para sa kanya. At paano ba nila to papatapusin?
Sabi ni Nats, pumunta siya doon sa may tulay. Smokes are out though at EG nandito na naman. Try magpwesto sa side. Busio with one though. Safe with the answer. 3v3 na to. At TL, naghahanap na lang paraan. Makapasok pabalik dito sa side. Comdo, able to get that takedown. And seems like kasi ang EJ, maaga na kuha yung tower control, maaga na kuha yung side control, yung TL pa, yung naghahabol.
Siyempre naman talaga, kailangan din talaga nila bumawi sa ginagawa ngayon dito ng Team Liquid 1v3. Mabilisan at of course, isang family pick kagad unang round pa lang.
Yan nga, diba? EG, nandun na sila, nakapwesto na, and from that point on, it was their round to take. TL kasi parang tumicheck pa sila doon sa may A-site, naghahanap pa sila kung sino man mag-lurk. EG, sinimple lang talaga yung pag-take, and this was a big one, na si Busio, nakapasok doon sa may arcade side. This is what's really good about EG's fracture eh. Mahilig sila makuha ng mga opportunity. It's one of those successful maps, kahit nung Americas pa lang, at dito rin sa Masters Tokyo, ang alam ko nga, Ling, hindi pa sila natalo sa Loud, hindi pa sila natalo sa DRX, at ito yung isang mapa talaga na rason, nandito pa ang EG.
Siyempre naman din, at alam mo naman kung gaano sila katibay din in their form right now in terms of taking out map control, which is what they're gonna be trying to replicate dito sa second round na ito. But it seems like Team Liquid has other plans for now. Sinusubukan nila kontrahin itong flank ni Busio na sinusubukan. But mong turret lang daw!
Ano ba?
Para pigilan sila!
May 6 man, tas nakisama, 6v5 madaya, pero EG, simula pa lang eh. Confident naman sila na mananalo nga sila sa mga ganitong klaseng engagement. And yun nga, diba, sinasabi natin panel, meron si Jojimo na nandun siya sa race, si Demon na yun nasa Brimstone. And for EG, ang pinaka-importante nga is makakuha nila yung tamang entry at yung tamang timing na gusto nila. Aldron though, looking for a scout. Redguard na-tag na rin dito. And TL has to back on the way towards the site. Pero ingat ka, ito na naman si Busio. Bulldog in hand. Pitas ng isa. EG's already here.
Mangunguna naman talaga sila mga first move dito ngayon. Ang EG, but mukhang Yampi naliligaw po dito sa likod. Sinusubukan mag-flank, although may recon bolt. Sana magagamit si Kom para sa kanyang kakampi, but hindi mo niya gagamitin to provide that support. It seems like they're gonna be trying to regroup this one side ng TL. They have to go up against the post-plant na ginagawa ngayon ng EG. Although ang ganda ng kanilang Viper Walls, I'm excited to see kung paano ba nila papasukin, even provide a closer engagement and try to put an answer back dito on what EG has plastered on towards the site.
Ay, EG medyo simple lang eh. Alam naman nila, direct approach, kaya na nilang manalo with that superior firepower. And TL, may mga tried and tested mga antics naman sila pwede gawin. You know, yung Nuts na pwede mag-lurk. Alam mo naman si Yampi, si Safe, pwede mag-play off with one another. It's just what can TL bring to the table na kakaiba para lang medyo ma-psych out yung EG. This round though is over. Papakamatay na lang yung TL dito. It's EG now with a 2-0 lead.
I like this. Team Liquid playing it safe. Hindi nila binibigay yung mga orbs at hindi nila basta-basta ibigay yung lamang dito up against their side dito ng Evil Genius. But now, you know, sa next, magbabuy round sila. And I'm just really looking forward kung what else are they gonna be willing to do against the map control so far. And yung mga flanks dito ni Busio that has been quite effective against them in their proactive stance dito sa depensa. But
may kailangan pumantay eh. May kailangan pumalag, especially kung mamaya yung Team Liquid makikiflank ta rin. Still though, you're mentioning it, Ling, tingnan natin kung ano magagawa naman ng EG dito sa bonus round nila. TL, rifles at the ready, and kita natin though, since meron silang double controller, pwede sila medyo mag-aggress, especially towards the arcade side. Team Liquid right now, heavy control towards the site, towards the halls, para lang mawalan ng option dito ang EG.
Pretty standard and a huge play of patience din talaga with the side here ng Team Liquid. Just trying to make or here feel experience dito on the execution coming out from the side of EG. But unfortunately, Jokemo, of course, he's gonna be taking out the first frag in hand dito against Yampi. At mukhang napapa-question na naman ng Team Liquid ngayon kung saan ba talaga sila babawi muli.
Oh, pati yan si Busio, do. Eto na si Nats, lumaban na naman. 2 HP, 2 kills. Simple lang yan sa Team Liquid. And from this point on, kita natin ng EG, medyo napipilitan talaga sila pumunta kung saan gusto ng Team Liquid. May isa pa lang option, though. Si Com, tinatry niya tumago at dumaan dun sa may tunnel. On the other hand, Safe still playing safe on the site. May tripwire rin. Iniintay lang nila. Bigla itong matrigger yung boombot, though. Nauna na. Safe, playing the boxes, has the angle, paint shots muna na malapitan, and this is gonna really cover the cross. Well done by Safe before he falls. 2v2 na to, nasa tower pa rin, ang side ng TL. At si Soulcast nagbabantay, pero hindi siya nakareact in time. 2 HP na lang si Nats, ano pa magagawa niya doon sa may canteen? Wala! EG, 3 round na.
Oh man, I love it. It's a bit late on the executes, but I love what Evil Genius is doing so far, na kahit papano, they still maintain their form. Kahit sabihin mo na medyo may katagalan sa kanilang pagpasok, medyo nagkonting kahirapan, a bit of a struggle there against here on aiming penetration. But I love how quickly they decide to rotate to actually find a way kung saan mas madali ang buhay nila, which is up against the race, up against where Nats is not plastered right now. And this is where we see them just making sure that B-side is a good way to go.
Yeah, and this EG squad, ano ang nadala nila dito sa Masters Tokyo? Saan nanggaling yung performance nila sa group stage? Saan nakikita natin tong lead na to? Overall though, the missing pieces, they were found dun sa PCT Americas, and EG mukhang more and more of a legit contender so far sa ating crown dito sa Masters Tokyo. Trailblazer though, hoy, muntik na! Makailagan ni Jojimo, but Safe with a takedown, and TL at least gets the first one.
I mean, I've seen this all before. The previous team have already tried to counter EG here with just the ultimates. But now it's going to defending side too with Solkas here with the Marshall taking out a few initial casualties on towards B main. Spike planted dito kay Com, papuntang B side, at mukhang Team Liquid down to 4 players has the lockdown. At paano ba talaga papatagalin ngayon dito ng EG ang kanilang pag-plus star sa site? Lalo na't ang Team Liquid ngayon ang napapressure para sa kanilang retake.
Yeah, thrifty round to para sa side ng TL kung makuha nga nila. But EG na plant na lockdown pa nga at detain muna dyan sa sulok si Yampi. Reinforcements though, Redgar, tapan muna siya ng smoke, punta sa may main para lang mahirapan ng cover. Diyan si Busio, Yampi though finds the takedown. TL with a chance here. Flash muna si Ethan, baka mahuli na rin dito. Pero Ethan lumalaban pa rin. 2v3, naging 2v2. Yung nanoswam na dyan. Busio burns Yampi down. At dyan na lang natitira ngayon. Play safe, play time. Safe will go for the contact. And TL at least, maganda yung eco nila, pero 4 points pa rin to sa EG, ah.
It was, could have been, if only they had time, if only they had more people alive doon na napapatagal, stretch out man lang sana ang round na yun sa side ng Team Liquid. Unfortunate though, it was a good habol for them, good casualties inflicted upon their enemies, but also, this is a good showing for them na kayang-kaya pa nilang bumangon muli. Kahit sabihin mong tambak sila for now, but I'm pretty sure Team Liquid is just starting to warm up to this game.
Yun nga, diba? Parang yung EG warmed up na kagad simula pa lang. Siyempre, parang day 1 pa lang naglalaro na sila. And you have players like Jojimo, you have players like Demon, of course, na kailangan bantayan. Si Ethan rin naman, medyo quiet pa ang performance niya ngayon, pero mamaya, pwede talaga siya yung mag-set up na maraming plays dito sa side ng EG pag may Rolling Thunder na. TL, still, same kind of plan. This time though, iba yung cut nila, Lingo. Hindi na sila sa may halls, doon na sila sa may drop instead, para lang alam nila kung saan manggagaling EG, doon lang sa city side.
And naganda din na ng pagtapon nila kaagad ng Kainig para makakasigurado if this is gonna be like an engagement rather that they're willing to take. But meanwhile, from the side of EG, mukhang inclining more towards the E-main take. Patatapunin natin ang counter with the Hunter 3. Tinapunan din ng Paranoia. But good line if they're coming in from Kong. Jokemo po, kumuha po ng entry. But mukhang si Nats, mukhang walang magagawa as his setup has been fully destroyed.
Tumagos sa tropa eh. Yun na lang biglang past the halls with the takedowns. TL right now though, finding a takedown of their own. At magiging 3v4 pa to. The end, EG. Pwesto palagi dito sa may side. Showstopper na naman ang galawan. Busyo naghahanap kung sino magagaling dun sa may spawn. And it's Nats with that takedown. Equalize odds. Flash muna dyan. Yappy with the kill. Jojima still sticking around on the side. And EG palagi sobrang committed na positions nila. Ma-exploit na ba nito ng Team Liquid? Seekers into play. And Yappy is here para lang makatapos yung round na yon. TL finally nakaisa na.
There's no need to rush daw, sabi ng Team Liquid. Hindi na daw kailangan nila magmadali with that retake. They isolated all the fights that they could do and of course, try to even solve out the time a little bit further to make all of this decision makings a little bit more smarter, a little bit more wiser, and a little bit more worth it, which is where we see them taking out a round against EG and finally starting to rise from the ashes for now.
Hindi, yun yung napansin talagang Team Liquid eh. Ang active ng map control nila, pinagawa na nawawala ng options dito ang EG. So dahil doon, pilit ang EG doon sa site sa may post plant. At kung nakukuha yun ng Team Liquid at nanalo na naman sila ng duels, konting-konti naiipit yung EG.
Parang the tables have turned.
Oh, the turns have tabled.
Yes naman.
The garbage has been compacted. Compressed.
Yes. Ewan ko.
Hindi mo na lang alam. Pero ito na, alam ko to. Showstopper, sure kill.
Maasan daw punta? Tumapo ng basura, Dax. Mukhang napalabas na naman sa server itong mga tropa natin coming up the side of Team Liquid. At mukhang naging 3 kaagad natitira para sa kanila. Si Nats, napasawalang bisa ang kanyang setup. But Busido, may masamang tinatangka na naman sa kanyang peak. Good trade there coming out from the other side on Arcade. But si Redcar, putting the brains and the bronze will have to use. But si Jokemo daw, sabi niya tama na daw yun, sir.
Tama na ba? Tapos
tama.
na ba? 5-1 pa lang yung score, ah. Ayun nga, diba? Team Liquid, eh. Minsan, guyat lang sila. Andyan na pala EG straight up. And these fast executes galing sa side ng EG. Pag nakukuha naman nila yung mga pitas na maaga, then it just becomes such a big problem for them. Paano na yung magiging retake? Paano na magiging post-plant nila kung talo lang naman sila dun sa mga direct duels anyway? And yun yung isa na nagagawa ng EG well. Since a-assess nila na medyo nag-scatter dito ang Team Liquid, handa na ang EG para sa mga 1v1s. Hindi naman gaano ka-assisted ng team itself after the initial take. But then again, it's enough for EG na confident sila doon sa mga 1v1 situation eh.
Exactly, and they're closing in the gap once again na naman dito papuntang B main as Com makes initial frags. Nako, mukhang delikado to para sa side ni Saif na wala siyang information or anything else to support him. At mukhang sasalo pa nga siya dito ng utility at even decide to preemptively rotate against dito sa side ng Team Liquid ngayon.
Yeah, Team Liquid, ito naman tayo on an eco route. At Redcar, saan punta mo, Redcar? Tahimik muna siya dito sa may ropes. EG though, in the meantime, ang bilis ng execute na naman. Straight on towards that A site. Aldrone nandyan na rin. TL coming from their flank though. May manggagaling rin na isa dun sa may spawn ng defenders na si Safe. And there's still a few guns for TL to use pero nawawala na sila members. Ethan covering the flank. Not sino next. Nako, wala ka na. Com will find that kill too. And this is just what EG does best na, sige, punta kayo dito Team Liquid. Handa na kami.
Kung sa kanta pa daw ni Taylor Swift, they know this all too well. Syempre.
Kanino version?
Taylor's version.
EG's version.
Ano, 10 minutes per round?
Potter's version, ano ka ba? Sabi ni Coach.
Oh, grabe. Kakaiba ka, Coach. Kakaiba yung mga tinuturo. At syempre, tinututok din ni ng kuya natin ni si Saif na wala ding magagawa. Vandal karap niya eh.
Alam mo, tropa ng ating host yung coach ng EG?
Which? Si
Tita Mika at si Tita Potter. Beshies. Kulang na lang. Part siya ng brunch club ni Tita Mika.
Wala eh. Si Tita Mika naka-Team Liquid jersey kanina eh. Wala ka pala, Tita Mika eh.
Wala siyang merch. Baka nagpaparinig siya na.
EG, baka naman.
EG ba naman?
Pasama na din kami.
Si Paring Potter. Mare, pangin naman jersey dyan.
Grabe ka naman.
Oo, ganun pa. Ganun talaga.
Pangin din ang strats. Baka insider information.
Insider, syempre. Alam mo naman, journalist rin eh. Lahat na lang eh.
All around. Tita Mika lang all around.
Host ng Pinas journalist ng mundo. Pero eto na, back to EG's world and back to Fracture we go. Lockdown muna magiging palag ng EG. A little slower on the take this time. Iniintay nga nila kung may mag-stay dun mismo sa may site. But with the clear comes the push. And EG, andyan na naman sila. May Spike, dadalhin na kagad for the post plant.
But they're more than willing to play out this retake ngayon. Now that Team Liquid only needs a couple of frags, a couple of players dito na ma-isolate nila, matatag down. But si Redgar mukhang nag-aabang sa malayuan. Nag-aabang sa malayo smoke outside of B-main. And it seems like on the other side, arcade position. Nakita naman natin dito, may binabalak na naman si Saif at si Chokemo. Mukhang pipigilan sila. Hunter's Fury para ba patagalin tong retake nila. At mukhang hindi na nga ito matutuloy. But seems like Saif still wants to do it. Ethan out there for the refrag. At mukhang Munwan nagtatago sa smoke. But si Nats dito, gusto pa daw ng frag. Gusto pa daw ng streak. Pinigilan na demonyo. Nako naman, tumatago lang sa gilid.
Oh, welcome to hell. Welcome to the smoke, diba? Bigla na lang may tao pa dyan sa side ng EG. And EG yet again, so aggressive to actually go for that initial push. So willing, makipaglaban lang talaga. And TL, sila yung nabasa eh. Hindi na makakuha ng TL yung synchronicity na gusto nila to come from all of these different angles. So ang tanong ba, magsasama na lang ba sila para ma-overwhelm yung mga numbers? Because EG again and again, angle isolation through utility, through initial picks, and of course through initial angles na tinitake na nila pagkatapos ilabas yung spike.
Man, I just really have to, kahit magsabihin mo magre-recoup sila.
Paano?
I would really like to take into account na anong ilang flashes man lang meron sila to make those angle peaks or flash peaks really possible for them. They only have to rely on the guiding light. And what else can they do aside from that? Kahit sabihin mo, like, the Scythe would pop off with those frags, everyone else playing for utility, playing for the backside, and there's almost nothing, no space at all for them to make those successful trades or even a successful retake man lang, which is a challenge for now for Team Liquid. But Evil Genius looking so good right now. They're maintaining their form, and I'm just like proud here. Parang 2 games in a row, ang ganda na nila ng pinakita.
Isipin mo ano ang bracket ngayon ng Team Liquid? Ang bracket ng Team Liquid, unang tinalo nila, champions ng Americas, champions ng region nila. Tapos ngayon, sine-7-1 yung champions ng EMEA.
Baka superior region? Question mark?
Baka pinartida lang nung Americas nun, di ba? But as it stands, EG right now sounding very crystal clear sa kailangan nilang gawin. Gumagana pa rin mga execute. Gumagana yung initial utility lobs. And here we go yet again. Demon, iniintay na kung saan lalagay yung mga smokes. Gmo solid, of course, with the blast packs. Kaya siya yung nasa dulis ngayon. Siya yung mas komportable dito sa Raze. And EG, tower trying to be taken. Soulcast siya ang naka-anchor dito pero na-predict ni Soulcast kung paano papasok dyan si Jojimo. Sino next? Ayan, low na si Demon pero Ethan, do try it back. EG yet again, kala mo na. Lugi sila pero biglang sila pa ang nanguuna.
But they double down on site. May Viper, may Zephyr, na dyan pa si Nats. Buhay pa yung setup at nag-aabang lang siya na may makakatapak ng Chinese Carter niya na papunta doon sa loob ng pagplantahan ng spike. But of course, rotations coming in from the side of Team Liquid. Nag-aabang na naman ng mga sound cues. Nag-aabang na naman ng mga visual information. At itong fault line, the follow-up, no longer here. Not even connecting at all dito sa side ng EG ngayon. They're just waiting on everyone. Waiting for the TP. Waiting on info. Waiting on frag. Sabi din daw ni Busio. But mukhang one taps lang daw!
Anong waiting?
Walang waiting.
Game na! Busio is here! Nag-pick sa isa, nag-pick sa pangalawa, at ayun na naman, diba? Nakukuha ng EG yung timing na hindi sanay, hindi handa ang Team Liquid mag-swing on together. Na 1v1 niya to, tapos sabi niya, uy, isa pa, diba? Basic! Basic! Asan na yung trade sa Team Liquid? Asan na yung refrag? Asan na yung pick na dapat nabantayan gagad nila?
Medyo nawawala ngayon ng Team Liquid. Oo, parang nag-evaporate.
Hindi sila Team Solid ngayon.
Hindi sila Team Solid, pero kailangan talaga nilang ayusin ito ngayon. Siyempre, water is not wet though, but we definitely have to see what else is gonna be flowing here in their heads right now, Team Liquid. Ano nga ba talaga yung play dito? Maka-counter kaya nila tong EG given na nakakuha na kagad sila ng orbs. An advantage for now. Sooner or later, si Busio na naman! Hindi magpapapigil!
Ikaw naman eh. Basic lang yan kay Boostyo and he's having such a strong game. 15 kills na siya, 9 rounds pa lang at palagi na lang siya yung taga-tigil dun sa mga flanko. Utility pa lang, alarm bot into the nano swarm. Nice nade daw, galing kay Safe. May showstopper siya pwede pang gamitin sa round na ito. Pero since 5v3, tas may lurk pa galing kay Com. AG, nag-i-innovate pa sila ng mas maaga sa kalaban. Hindi tayo gaano nakikita ng ganitong klaseng split sa side ng EG so far. Now, with the gun advantage, gagawin na nga ni Com ang kailangan niyang gawin. From the high ground, peeks out onto sand, scan into the takedown. Simple lang yan sa EG.
They have been cornered down. Team Liquid is wala talaga silang space na natitira to even move around the map. Kung saan nila akala opening site, akala nila wala ng tao, there's a flank. Akala nila wala nang push, there is an execute coming their way and they're just surprised. Alam mo yun?
Gulat lang sila, kailangan nila ng visa eh.
Oh.
Minsan lang yan. Sa atin lang yan, di ba?
Ay.
Pag taga-NA ka, taga-EMA, Japan na, basic, sige, punta ka na.
Gulat sila, no?
Oh, taga-Pinas. Ilang document, ilang entrance, kailang
Unfair.
daan.
Bakit?
Ganun talaga. Welcome to Philippine Passport Team Liquid. Kita-kits na lang.
Hindi na daw sila pinalampas dito. But seems like EG, pang all around yung password. Kahit
Oo.
site gusto nilang papasukan, pwede
Kita
daw.
mo nga eh. Yung isa dyan eh. Yung Demon man, biglang nagka-passport para lang makapunta dito eh. Pero eto na, Jojimo, looking for the flights. Tamaan ng Rolling Thunder and Redcar will get the punish going. Mukhang yun yung small mistake doon ng EG. Pero syempre, okay lang yan. Basic lang yan. Andyan pa naman si Demon naman.
Oh, they have all the wiggle room to make all the mistakes dito sa World Ducks. At kung tutuusin, may 3 pa rin naman natitira para sa kanila to recover from this. But for Nats though, gagamitin sa kanya yung Neural Theft para makapagkuha ng advantage now that he knows where to peek, who to even go for. That's gonna be Ethan. Kukuha muna ng initial impact dito against the Cypher. But it seems like he's gonna get free fired. Solkas though, nag-lurk towards Amen. Nakakarinig footstep, but si Com dito ay nakakaramdam. Kumuha din ng isa. Naging 1v2. Ethan at Com, napakagandang crossfire. But si Nats, nahihirapan din sa pag-peak. Nahihirapan din sa pag-swing. At mukhang napapa-overthink kung saan ba talaga yung mga tropa nating initiator. But it's gonna be down to 12 HP. Not enough time, not enough HP, and not enough space to even wiggle around the square. Nope.
Hinapol pa. Walang magagawa. Short mo dyan, boss and EG. Kanina, kakastart lang natin mag-cast. Mga anong oras ba yun? Mga 11:30 na. Mga 15 minutes ago. Tapos nakikita mo yung scoreline na 10-1. EG on the attacking side. Walang makatigil sa kanila, walang maka-keep up sa kanila. And even though maganda yung mga nagagawa dito ng Team Liquid na slowly but surely, nakukuha ni Nats yung information para manalo doon sa mga duels. Sabi mo nga, di ba? No time. Natawa pa sila.
Tuwang-tuwa.
Oh, happy eh. Happy.
Ganun nga yung TL. Syempre, sino ba lang hindi niya papayak sa scoreline na ito. Kinulangan daw ng 0 para makapaghabol man lang dito sa side ng Evil Genius. But speaking of habol, ako si Jokemo mukhang napasobro sa ult real quick dahil wala nang ang tao dito. Side ng Team Liquid on towards B side. Pipilitin lang retake. Kaso naman, na-commit ka agad itong Seekers. Alam nila saan ang kalaban, but it seems that the problem is kung kaya ba nila i-follow up yun.
First time tayo makita na 5v5 retake na maayos dito sa side ng Team Liquid. Now the trades do come. And Team Liquid, nagtapat ng paranoia. There's the peak from Soulcast versus Busio. Nandito lang sa may sulok. Inaalagaan na ngayon. EG, solid collapse now para ma-anticipate saan manggagaling yung push. Tulong galing dun sa may arcade. Aftershock na yan. Nats lumalawin pa rin. Yappy is there too. 5 HP na lang dito si Nats. Ethan though with the fault line of his own. Tries to go for a spam. Pinatay muna dyan si Nats. 1v1 now. And Ethan does it yet again. 11-1 with the clutch at the very end. This is EG.
And a Red Bull clutch pa nga doon pinakita nila. And of course, that will definitely give you all the wings and all the wins in the world. EG unstoppable. Hindi nagpapabigil para mga pabebe girls. But speaking of that, si Ethan.
Uy.
What a good save for the rest of the team. Stalling out the defuse. And of course, napa-overthink si Nats doon.
Sabi sa'yo, di ba, Ethan, one of the most clutch players dito sa side ng EG. At alam mo, sabi ng stats, Team Liquid, defender-sided, 1 point lang nakuha. Anong masasabi ng panel natin tungkol dyan?
11-1. Oo na, ito siya. Very disappointing from Team Liquid, pero amazing work indeed from EG. Nakikita nga natin na even Boostio is out-natsing Nats.
That is so true. And para sa akin, yung pinakamalaking bagay dito is really the comp diff. When I saw the Omen pick on the Agent Select, I was like, but why? What are you trying to achieve when you already have a Cypher that's supposedly your hard stop for all these quick hits on the side of EG? Kaso may Sova din sila eh. So if ever they need that safer way of getting information either through the dart or the owl drone, then they can. And they've been mixing it up. I don't think Nats has actually had any, or DL on the side, have any impact towards this map or this game really.
Para ba explain to na lang, there's just not enough utils na meron ang Team Liquid that they can utilize to push back EG in any scenario. Nakita mo, I was mentioning before during the game na it feels like Team Liquid has to play a little bit more aggressive. Kailangan nila ng map control. Lo and behold, there's like 3 people pushing out of arcade, pero dahil sa very quick response na ginagawa ng EG dito, they're always forced to play that post plan. Ang nagiging problema nga is there's not enough utility in the world to beat out yung meron dito ang EG ngayon. Tignan mo, they can play underground and still have impact. Kasi Ethan can influence from the site yung kanyang aftershock, tapos may lineups pa si Demon. It's so difficult for Team Liquid to go through all of that, to muddle through all of that.
Para lang sa akin, talagang mali yung Omen pick dito. Kasi kung gusto nila map control, well, I get it. They have obviously the mobility of Omen, but the scouting report on EG is not a team that will split and skirmish. They will really go for more compact play, and they will really approach the map as a whole. And the paranoia just does not get any value here, at least on the defending side.
It's gonna be so hard for Team Liquid to come back for this. Is it too late? Yun ang tanong, and we'll find out once we get back into Fracture. So casters, sa inyo na.
Pinagalitan pa ng panel, oh. Ba't kayo nag-omen? Huwag kayo magganyan. At gets naman kasi kita naman yung scoreline. Medyo pinagbigyan lang ng EG ng 1 point yung Team Liquid. Pero balik na tayo sa second half natin, Ling. At banta na tayo sa pistol. Feel ko daw kung manalo dito EG, medyo tapos na tong game na to.
Medyo tapos na talaga. At mukhang magsisimula pa lang talaga itong mga objectives na gagawin mo na ng Team Liquid. At bago mo ng lahat, Soulcast, mukhang ayaw pa talaga niya bibigyan ng patas sa laban itong larong ito. Ginawang 4v5 bigla, but si Boostio mukhang may kasagutan. Arcade at the jumping pa nga! With the frenzy, Ethan, ganda ng follow-up. Spray towards that rope position, but si Yappy ay inaabangan kaagad siya. Post-fan situation 1v3. Naku naman, asa yung mga flashback natin ang inaabangan dito sa side ng B-main. Walang support na binigay kay Nat. Double pick pa nga para makasigurado sa panalo ngayon ng Team Liquid.
Kita mo yun, kinol niya yung bluff nung flash. Tumingin lang siya eh. Nakita niyo lumipad eh. So anong anti-flash? For sure, di nila pupulokin yan. Pero yun nga, dalawa na rin. And eventually, Team Liquid, they needed that kind of round. My biggest concern for Team Liquid nga, mas pabor sila sa defending side kesa sa attacking side dito sa Fracture. But if kaya naman nila i-weather yung storm ng EG, kung kaya nila makuha naman yung plant, then they're gonna have the strong positions na gusto sana nila gawin kaninang defending side.
I just want to see some initiative at all for them to take away map control compared to, like, similar to what they did earlier on this position. But mukhang arcade mo ng kanilang labanan. At sa other side naman dito ngayon, Team Liquid. Mukhang A-main could be a waltz. Papunta sa site na naman, given that wala nga nagbabantay, just the turret, which could be enough for the anchor. Sabi na nga natin kanina, it was a 6v5 eh.
Grabe, marunong ka mag-waltz? Ano yan? 1, 2, 3. 1,
Ay,
2, 3.
dance sport competitor.
Ting, 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 ting. And then si Nats. Uy!
Nagtango!
Biglang nag-flamenco. Ganon yung mga nag-cha-cha. Tapos goodbye na lang sa kanya. Out of nowhere, EG with the man advantage. May Spectre pa nga sila pwede gamitin. At huwag natin kalimutan, nasa drop dito si Boostio. High ground muna, rinig na kagad ang intensyon. And EG sending the pull para makipaglaban dito sa may whole Soulcast. Kaya pa niya pakipaglaban. Demon though with the trade. Boostio finds Yampy! At si Safe na lang natitira. Walang safe dito at all. Ikaw na lang ang naipit dito. EG is coming for you. And EG wants this. Bigla na lang na-thrifty pa.
I like that. nagdo-double down lang sila sa kanilang pagre-retake. It's just them putting all full force sa isang parte ng mapa kasi alam nila, kailangan nila yung trades, kailangan nila na makapagkuha man lang ng at least guns to their advantage. And of course, yung double retake that really put them on that spot. Look at that, Demon 1, of course. Kahit hindi siya magduduelist dito, Dax, napaka-responsable, napaka-reliable pa rin for the rest of the team.
Diba? Reliable. Hindi na niya makapaniwala. It's like, ano nangyari? Ba't ganito? Yun lang pala. TL, binigyan ng 1 point na naman ng EG. And this is the match point by this point. Kaya ba ng Team Liquid pa makipaglaban dito? EG on the other hand, pwesto naman dun sa may site. Dito si Demon 1. I'm also checking out kung paano sila nag-play ng for that holds control eh. Palagi si Jojimo as well si Ethan. Gusto nila maging active dun sa site na yon. TL though, mas slow yung play. Tingnan nila kung may mag-push nga para makahanap ng pitas.
I mean, no one is making that initiative so far. Hindi rin talaga na binibigay ngayon ng EG ang kanilang pagbe-bait out ng isa't isa. Unless though, madadali to si Jogemo. But mukhang wala pang initiative so far si Nats na mukhang may iba pa nga siyang pinofocus on, which is gonna be on arcade position. Possibly something that they're gonna be inclining more on towards his execution. But it seems like Killjoy setup is still gonna be there. And of course, may smokes pa nga para mapapastall out sila dito with down to 40 seconds sa kanilang orasan.
Yeah, EG and dito pa rin naghihintay. Crossfire setup alongside Busio, pero Demon 1, hindi na napansin. Bigla nang may paranoia, pero hindi pa tamaan ni Redcar at all. Yampi now, swinging on in. 3v3 pa to. Team Liquid. Makaplant naman sila. Nats, yung timing, hindi siya titingin. Lilingon bigla. At dalawa na ang papunta sa kanya. Ethan, Jojimo, what they can do. And this Satchels na naman with the swings. Distraction, but Nats keeps it cool. Nahanap pa niya si Ethan dito. 2v2 na muna to.
Siyempre naman din, highly doable pa rin to para sa Team Liquid. Hindi pa nawawala ng pag-asa. Lumalaban pati na team side. They're out to Bawi all they can. Given na si Com kagad kumuha ng Bawi. Of course, Seekers coming into Hajo. Kemo holding out for the defuse for Freakstone Proto! At kung binitawan saglit para pinatikim na naman si Yampi. At mukhang naging 13-2 kagad. Pina-fast game lang daw.
Pina-fast game, pinaasa. Kala mo may chance pa yung Team Liquid gamit ng Seekers. No chance at all, sabi ng EG. And overall, absolute domination galing dun sa side ng EG with that 32 victory. Kamali lang yung scoreboard. Yung EG talaga yung nanalo, guys. Huwag natin kalimutan. And it all started with the likes of Bustio, with the likes of Demon 1, na bigla na lang, umpisa pa lang, mainit na kaagad yung laban nila. And I think that's the biggest deal. EG got off to a hot start at hindi maka-recover at all yung TL.
And imagine like running in this mentality through and through the entire series. Iba yung confidence nila after beating out loud, and mas lalo talaga an ultimate morale booster, beating up the likes dito ng Team Liquid, which is, I have to say, one of the best teams from the EMEA region. And imagine, lahat ng mga gagaling from the across the map, kaya nilang talunin. It is looking quite stellar so far for the side of Evil Genius. And for this roster, man, have been on an uptrend lately.
Anong uptrend? To the moon, to the moon! Everywhere they go, it is all EG. At ang champion na kalaban, basic lang yan, ang sabi dito ng Evil Geniuses. One thing na napapansin ko at ma-mention nga ng panel, Team Liquid, yung comp na pinili nila more to this weight. Kaya may double control. Dapat matakot ka pumasok ng site. Pero no fear, no chance. EG will go for it. EG will execute. At pagdating kagad sa site, especially dito sa attacking side, handa na sila for whatever TL has left in store for them. And yun nga, lack of that staying power and a lack of that retake power doon sa side ng Team Liquid hurt them in the end, especially nung sila pa yung naging isolated.
But of course, you have to really take into account talaga the level of preparation talaga na binuhos nila sa level of competition na ito. Fracture by far is one of their best maps that I've seen them perform. And imagine like the coaches really have a word or like a few words talaga na sinabi sa mga players na ito that really whip them up to this current form that we are seeing on EG right now. What an amazing team. What an amazing talaga first map dito na pinakita ng Evil Genius. But of course, guys, bago muna tayo mag-proceed sa Game 2, we're gonna be throwing you guys in for a quick break, so don't leave.
It felt really nice to just get that revenge, and like we just know we have control over that map, especially with the new meta which is we're trying to bring in, which is the Sova. I think that just can be almost any team that does not expect a dart, because the dart's really random on that map. It used to be Fade Eye, but no one's ever seen Sova, so give credit to Calm for that as well. Just polishing all that stuff out. My brother did come for the Loud game that we lost, the 13-0, and I think from that day, I definitely woke up and I was like, this might be my last year being a pro. Just kind of was scared about that, and then from that day, I just had no more cares. I just didn't care. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose, but as long as I try my hardest and I know that I was gonna grind out and make sure these rounds are long as I can, I think that's been my motivation since then.
Can't do it. Aspas is there. Cloud's gonna get dangerous here. Demon 1. Oh, this guy is monstrous.
Team Liquid, we scrimmed them before we had their matchup that's coming up, and they're looking insane. Nats is crazy. He's always been hyped, and I just actually want to play him on stage. I know he has some good lurkings, but I'm ready to play against Nats. I think it's gonna be sick.
Would you feel me? If I was looking
EG takes the first map in such a dominant fashion. Grabe naman yung score, 13-2. And I think we highlighted this sa halftime natin, no? This was so disappointing from Team Liquid. Boostio was out-natsing, out-lurking Nats, diba? And nakikita na natin na yung post-plant actually ng EG begins even before the plant goes down, diba? So by the time Team Liquid responds, parang wala na eh. Nasa numbers disadvantage na sila.
Diba yun yung pinag-usapan din natin on the pre-show na ang hirap mag-lurk lalo na nandun si Boostio kasi ang ganda din ng scouting ng EG. We talked about this too. I feel like they'll had obviously they had a plan not to go 13-2, but I feel like the biggest, I guess, outlier here is Calm. He's been just doing so well, and as I mentioned, they still have a lineup that's geared for a lot of speed, pero pwede sila mag-slow down dahil sa Sova, and it worked wonders.
And here's the interesting part then. I'm just looking at yung last time na naglaro ang Team Liquid dito sa, what is this, Fracture? And they had such a different comp na ginamit nila. They had Yampi playing as the bridge. They had Safe playing as the Raze. I kind of felt like if iting ginamit nila, they had a little bit more, sabi natin kanina, on the halftime utility to push back against EG, but they used yung parang sabihin to, the pushover comp na, or it feels like it was a pushover comp because of just how dominant EG was in that first game.
And nakita nga natin how Team Liquid were having such a hard time trying to fight back, di ba? Kasi by the time they actually had yung parang nakapag-regroup na sila to be able to fight back, wala na eh. Yung parang si Boostio, naka-double kill na. All of the utility were in their faces, di ba? So, ang hirap nito for Team Liquid, especially knowing that coming from that kind of scoreline, and worried din ako kasi this isn't really the first time na ganito yung scoreline with regards to Team Liquid facing another team. So there is a glaring problem dito. And as we enter our second map, diba, pupunta naman tayo sa Haven. And ideally, maganda naman yung performance ng Team Liquid dito. Pero with what EG has prepared, na famous talaga sila para sa anti-stratting. Paano ba to, Raf?
Ah man, I do hope that the things that don't continue from the first map is that structural breakdown on the side of TL. As we mentioned also in the pregame, is that when things get really hard for TL, minsan Sinats kind of abandons the anchor duties and kind of does his own thing. But I get why he would do it. It's just that parang na-assign na si Redgar to lurk, to do that specific job. So I feel like step one for TL is to just kind of fall in line first. You know what I mean? To hit that reset. Total yung body language naman nila pag sa end ng map 1, it wasn't that bad, I guess.
Yeah.
Or at least what we saw on camp.
Yeah, now that their backs are against the wall na nga, at least choosing, sinabi ko na rin to nung nagsimula yung map selection natin, Haven, not really the worst pickup para sa Team Liquid ngayon. It's the best that they could actually hope for. I honestly felt like Haven oversplit muna unahin nila, which is really good because I feel it brings Safe in the perspective where Safe can just do safe things again. Hopefully, yun na maging igniter dito para sa Team Liquid.
I like na you brought up, Raf, diba, yung kay Nats na minsan abandoning the anchor position. I felt like the timing was super off minsan sa attempts niya to lurk, diba? And kaya yung lurk ni Boostio kasi was super successful. Nakikita nga natin kasi MVP nga siya, diba, dito. And we're seeing as well, by the way, Demon 1 getting ready for our next map. Kahit na Ascent pala yan. Pero it's a good point to pull up because yung timing kasi yung parang yung basa ng Team Liquid with EG was just so off. I remember that one round na parang nag-lurk si Nats outside of B sa Fracture. Tapos right at the moment he decides, okay, babalik na lang ako. 4 from EG just come rolling out and eliminate him, obviously.
Yun nga parang muscle memory din sa TL na, people don't really play Sova on Fracture. So yung naka-parking lang yung that type of information in the back of their mind na, okay, so nakita natin nag-double flash na, nag-nade, nag-execute na sila. Okay, now they don't have any tools to prolong that type of pressure. So you saw Nats, a few times he went under, he went sewer, and then he would get absolutely bodied and destroyed by Boostio again. And Com would also have an assisting drone here and then. Pero sana they'll refocus on this map kasi tama naman din yung sinabi ni Asaray na this is supposedly Safe's playground.
Yeah, so hopefully nga with that, it's not only yung other pieces or the Liquid playstyle na alam na ng EG, it's also yung, hopefully individualistic na capabilities ni Safe that he really showed up then when it was needed the most. And what's kind of good nga dito para sa Liquid din is at least they're coming off of a win over EDG in this particular map, then it ended up 13-9. So again, hopes are somewhat high pa din para sa Team Liquid.
Pareho pala ng position si Demon 1 tsaka si Redgar. Parang naka-forward lang sila.
Parang
sakit sa balikat.
Yun na nga eh.
Buti bata pa sila.
Pero si Redgar kasi parang parang turtle siya, di ba? Yung pwesto niya, naka-ganon.
Uy! Si Killjoy.
Si Killjoy. Si Killjoy, si Yoru, and si Gecko. Let's go. Yung sabi niya. Sino ba yung hawak niya?
Mosh pit.
Mosh pit. Okay. It looked kind of blue-ish sa lighting.
Sa lighting.
Yeah, but for visual light, yeah.
As we enter our Pride Gaming Agent Select, how are you feeling about this current comp here in Haven, Raf?
This one makes more sense on both sides, but it looks like Evil Geniuses want to take this a little bit slower, especially with the Astra. I'm still a big fan of Juggermo on the duelist kasi para sa akin mas consistent pa din siya in comparison with Demon 1. It looks like Team Liquid wanna speed things up a little bit, going for that Sky and Omen combo again. I think Omen's a really good pick here, especially with Paranoia covering most of the site no matter where they go.
Yeah.
It's just siguro on the info game, they might just be a little on the lower end.
I'm also excited to see Demon 1 back on the jet. So, papalit naman sila. Yun naman, rotate duelist, diba? Makikita nga natin kung mag-work yan as we head into Haven. So, casters, sa inyo na.
May pumapalit-palit ng role ha, pero papalit ba ang nangyari dito sa series na to? Makabawi ba ang Team Liquid sa map pick nila o makakuha na ba na naman to ng Evil Geniuses yet again? Alamin natin kasi map number 2, Dax Ning magkasama na naman at isipin mo na lang, Ning. Pwede ito maging isa pang fast day, pwede ito maging 3-map series.
Man, kung kikalanin talaga natin tong Team Liquid. Bago tayo mag-celebrate, Dax, bago muna tayo mag-hep-hepure, alam talaga natin na Haven na 3-sided map and Team Liquid.
3 sides yung Haven? Ganun ba? Never pa ako naglaro ng Valorant. Kala ko hanggang 2 lang ang site.
Ano ka ba? That's like what's special about this game. That's why everybody loves this game so much. And Team Liquid would love to play this map. Of course, we are not gonna be leaving any stone unturned na naman dito, given that everyone has familiarity. But I really want to see how they're gonna be applying all that knowledge and wisdom dito sa larong to.
Rinig mo yun yung crowd, oh. May nagas-chant. Let's go Liquid! Galing. May palakpak pa. Ito na nga, palakpak tayo para kay Safe Team Liquid. Off to a good start. Kita natin though, they're playing that breach, they're playing that sky. Pero ito na, syempre, si Joji mo gusto mag-play ng aggressive. EG, caught out. TL, nandito na papunta ng A. Si Gom on the Sova, finds the takedown. Gom! Saan yun? Lahat lumay na para sa kanya. Isang malaking audition. EG ang wagi.
Kung kumalma ka lang, unang round pa lang, but kuya mo naman dito, gusto talaga mag-speedrun, gusto nang tapusin at gusto na talagang magmadali. What a quick 4K, Dax! 16 na lang talaga matitira sa kanya. Ba't mukhang hindi talaga sila makahabol ng mga bala? Ano yun? Ano yun, Liquid?
Liquid, sama-sama na lang talaga eh. Ipit pa sila.
Pati si Nats nagulat. Ang cute ng itsura niya dun.
Paano yun? And Team Liquid, okay na sana ang lahat. And now, hindi okay ang anything.
Ay, nandito pa rin kami. Ay, nako, Team Liquid, nandito pa rin kaya talaga yung kanilang willpower to proceed with this game. Lalo at alam na talaga natin that EG is on a roll right now. And speaking of roll, we have other schemes here being deployed by Redgar. At ang ganda din kala ng unang kuha rather with that Sheriff kill. Although, hindi siya makarecover dito ng mga guns. Hindi siya makarecover man lang dito ng trade din sa side ng EG. Mabilis ang flash peek, walang makuha at hindi mo na magkoconnect at back on the way muna sila.
At nadala pa nga nila yung baril, lagay na nila mismo doon sa may side. TL instead, rotate na lang papunta sa may C. Pero syempre, pag may Astro Comp ka dito sa side ng Haven, marami kang stall potential, especially towards the main angles. Busio though waiting for the opportunity. Ang ganda na naman timing dito ni Busio na flash to, buhay pa rin. EG now giving up the side, pero 4v3 pa naman ang palag. The Nova Pulse rin, konting stun. Aftershock is there to para maklear yung corner pero yung swing ni Busio. Nasagot na rin ni Yampy. 3v3. Gravity Well, sama-sama na naman yung Team Liquid. Nakita ko na to. At pareho lang ang result. 2-0 na to.
Oh no, hinila sila ng sama-sama na vulnerable at walang katakasang doon ngayon. Ang Team Liquid left with no choices and left with nothing man lang. Kahit spike plant, wala. Na-recover na guns, wala din. EG have every plan, from plan A to plan Z, para hindi man lang sila makaproceed sa game na ito.
Yeah, pero medyo costly pa rin yung round na yun. TL doing a decent job to damage that eco. And nakita naman natin yung last game na may chance pa rin yung Team Liquid pag makascatter sila at the very least. Kung mahuli nila yung mga small openings na naiiwan dito ng EG. Speaking of EG, aggression galing dito kay Demon 1. Looking for a takedown towards the lobby. Tambay muna ang Team Liquid on the other side nung nakita nila ang unang nebula ng Astra. And instead, TL, iba ang plano. Looking to play for that mid control. habang na opening, especially toward Garage's combo, try to chase Redgar down. Walang katakas-takas na sa Aldro doon. Busyo! Siya na lang nag-hold mag-isa! Sheriff lang sapat na!
Sabi nila ng EG dun sa kabila, laban ng impormasyon. But sabi niya, gusto niya na daw dalahin mo na ang sheriff lang daw ang kinakailangan dito ni Busio para maka-hold down ng mga pushes dito ng Team Liquid ngayon. Spike planted, muna tayo dito pupunta sa C at mukhang Trailblazers din para makakuha lang man lang ng forward scout information. But Redgar, mukhang nag-aabang in a pretty cheeky angle though. A shot to not connect, but it does it for two! What a collapse! Taking out two in the process, mukhang naging 2v3 kaagad dito ang labanan. EG holding on the ground, playing this for the retake. Gagamitin din muna ng smoke, dissipate muna real quick at mukhang they're gonna be coming in every direction doon.
Sabi ni Redgar, ganda ng pwesto mo, boost siya. Ako rin nga, dyan dito ako sa may window. And it was so effective for the side of Team Liquid. Nakapasok nga sila doon sa may site. Nakapwesto na sila to anticipate the push, especially galing doon sa may B site. Pero ito talaga, Busyo. Paano niya nagawa yun sa simula? Nagka-chance pa yung EG dahil doon on their bonus. But this is what's more akin to what we're used to sa side of Team Liquid. Mas malinis. Minapatayo pa nga. O, tayo.
Oh, tayo para mabigyan ng enerhiya yung mga casters at yung audience. Mabigyan din ng buhay din ang Team Liquid. They're gonna be running on a lifeline right now. Sa wakas, binigyan ng unang punto. But seems like, naku naman EG, they would not let this opportunity pass. Again, tulad na nangyari kanina. Backed on away. Tago muna tayo dito sa garage tunnel. At mukhang wala din magtatangka ngayon ang Team Liquid. Nag-aabang din ang impormasyon. Pagkakamali or pagpipik man lang is gonna be one mistake. They're not gonna be willing to commit here. Ang tagal ng labanan. Labanan din talaga ng utilities. Tatapunan muna tayo sa labas ng garahe. At si Demon 1 mukhang naiinip. Nag-aabang pa rin. At mukhang hindi pa rin talaga bumibigay ngayon ng Team Liquid. Dahil they can take all the time that they need.
Oh, may 1 minute pa naman sila. Matagal naman yun. Mga 60 seconds, really quick. But at the same time, Team Liquid, ayaw lang nila mahuli sa mga traps dito ng EG. Ini-expect na nga nila yung mga push towards that garage. Lurk na lang ang iniwan ngayon ng Team Liquid. At syempre, si Nats yan. The rest of TL, dire-diretso na lang dito sa may long. Uy! Pumalis si Redgar! Nag-ingay! Try niya mag-pull ng attention away. Especially from the other angles. Ayan muna yung smoke to. Ilalabas ni Safer. Hindi niya masyadong safe yung clear. Ethan catches the cross. Si Busyo nandyan na rin. At wag natin kalimutan. Laking tulong pa si Parencom. Hunter's Fury looking for the target. Natag pa si Yampy isang beses. Delikado na ang lakay dito ng Team Liquid. Hindi makakross si Yampy. At wala na sila magagawa sa round na to.
Pinilit nila at pinatagal pa nga dito ng EG. Hindi sila makakuha ng objective. At mukhang mapipilitan na naman sila dito sa kanilang pagsisave. Sana naman magagamit nila ito mga Vandals to better use on the next rounds to come. Because so far, in terms of penetrating the site, hindi man lang nila ito magagawa.
No, nung ginamit nila yung oras nila to try and catch out that lurk, or rather, try and catch that attention, tapos biglang may mag-push na lang aggressively, hindi nag-fall for it yung EG eh. And alam na nila na gusto gawin yun ng Team Liquid. Alam na nila gusto nila gumawa ng opportunity courtesy of Nats, tapos doon sila makaka-rotate. And yung nga sinasabi ng panel natin, anti-strat is the strongest thing on the side of EG. Yung second part, syempre, yung skill nila mismo on the execute. So, as of right now, basta hindi malito or hindi basically magulo ang EG dito sa mga pinagagawa ng Team Liquid, magiging maganda depensa nila.
Comms is the key nga naman talaga sa mga team play.
Siyempre, andyan si Com eh.
Sa team play dito ngayon ng EG at syempre naman with all the right calls, all the right macros na sinusubukan o tinatangka ngayon dito ng depensa nila, mukhang naging tumpak nga naman. Ang ganda ng pag-stack ngayon dito sa C. Kaso, tinapunan ng maraming utilities. This could be a huge opportunity for them to throw out a few anti-flashes. But mukhang, hindi pa dito pipilitin ngayon ng Team Liquid. Nagdadalawang isip. Nagdamamikruhan sila dito at nagba-bird down lang daw ng utilities para patagalin tong laro.
Kaya paranoia muna tinapan ng Team Liquid as of right now. Gusto lang nila muli mag-pull ng attention gamit ng mga other players on the lurk. Comdo scouting things out. EG. It's really such an interesting game. Parang red light, green light eh. Patintero yung laro, bes. Kung sino man unang umalis. Medyo talo lang dyan and mid now. Team Liquid, gusto nila mag-C-split attack. Ito na ang kanilang flash pero wala talaga. Boostyo, handa na naman para sa kanila. What else can Team Liquid do? Flank sana para kay Redguard. Not the fine auto Boostyo pero EG cover na cover kung saan lahat manggagaling ang Team Liquid. Simple lang yan.
Parang ito na yung usapan nila. Nagbibigay lang ng mixed signals si Team Liquid pero gusto talaga ni EG yung clear yung intention. Kapag hindi sila dire-diretso sa ginagawa nila, when there's so much hesitation dito na ginagawa ng Team Liquid kahit sa pagpasok man lang sa garahe, this is where they have to pay the price. They lost so much from that engagement alone and this can be difficult if they would keep up in this type of facing na pinipilit sa kanila ngayon ng EG.
I think yun nga, biggest concern ngayon. Wala talaga. EG, kung saan sila pupwesto, dun na talaga. Mas-sure sila na mag-stick around na lang sila tapos mag-retake later on. Kasi may utility man dito ang EG for it. May Astra, may Breach, at may Sovereign for that kind of retake. Yung Team Liquid na naman, yung hindi makahanap ng pitas na maaga. Instead though, it's a fast take towards B. Plant muna dito si Redguard. Boostyo daw pushing on in. Panapunch ka ni Nats. And here comes the rest of EG to follow on suit. Kaya ba ng EG to? 3v2 na bigla with the superior gun power. Demon breaks the turret. Yung Cloudburst mawawala na rin. At si Yampi, nakapwesto lang. Nandyan na sa may lobby area. Demon 1, nakapwesto naman dito sa may box. And honestly, Team Liquid, gusto lang nila i-clear tong flank na to. Pero EG already with the top. Nice timing for Yampi. Binigyan ng chance dito ang TL.
Siyempre naman, nakapulot kagad ng Vandal. May Guardian din talaga si Nats magamit sa malayuan but the half-defuse na kagad dito ni Ethan. Of course, Nest and towards pool! Nako, sumabay pa ang peak! Walang kalaban-laban, pinalibutan ka na daw.
Oo nga, ang ganda ng swing doon ng Team Liquid. At ang ganda ng round nila. Kung hindi gumagana yung mga lurk plays na gusto nila gawin na makaka-rotate sila later on, diretsohin na lang nga nila yung site and see what happens. Makover nila yung flank, magiging maganda yung handle nila. And as you can see, syempre, nung may mga mistakes on yung EG na out-timing sila, nagkamali rin sa simula si Boost. Those are crucial mistakes na na-exploit ng Team Liquid.
And you know, if they were to put up these type of set pieces na hindi talaga na-anticipate kaagad dito ng EG, they really have to have a lot of tricks up their sleeve para matuloy-tuloy ito at para hindi mapasa walang bisa ang kanilang panalo dun a while ago from the previous round. But of course, the F3 ultimates could come in handy para sa mga executions. But gagamitin talaga nila muna ito ng utakan ng informasyon at ng reaksyon din na makuha nila from their garage take. Lockdown being committed dito para sa side ng garahe. But si Demon 1 nag-a-anticipate muna ng mga swings, ng mga push. But wala din sa kanilang tumawid doon.
Yeah, but look at this. Sa side ng TL, lagay doon sa garage para sa may B side rather than that C engage na ini-expect nila. At hindi pa ito tapos. TL, pwede sila mag-rotate papunta ng A kung gusto nila. Instead, they stick on around doon sa may link area and safe! Ready para lumaban. Supporting pa nga ng malayuan. Buti na lang. Andyan si paring Yampi. This is all TL. Mukhang nagigising na tuloy ang Team Liquid. At nakikita natin, dito sila malakas, ma-outsmart yung competition at bigla na lang meron silang mga strat na hindi ina-expect dito ng EG.
And especially with the cost of only one ultimate doon, it was just a lockdown. Nasa-thrown off kagad yung mga positionings doon ng EG. Na-back off sila towards C at si Demon 1 napapakamot talaga ng ulo kung saan sila posibleng magagaling. And of course, the efforts being executed dito para matitake out man lang tong Jet na may hawak na operator and they have been successful on that 2 rounds in a row dito for the side ngayon ng Team Liquid at mukhang pinipilit nila ngayon para makapag-punish even further sa economy and the momentum being taken away sa kanilang kalaban ngayon.
Flawless pa nga, diba? And such good control here from the side of Team Liquid. Nung nakuha niya talaga itong link ng troll, laking tulong para sa plano nila. Doon na pressure yung EG Kasi doon sa, kung biyang kukunin mo sa side ng Haven, meron ka pang chance mag-rotate accordingly to one of the other 2 sites basta may nakukuha ka link. With that kind of pressure, EG napapastick on around rin to the other side of the map kasi hindi sila maka-group up together. And TL right now, pinipilit nila ma-separate ngayon ang EG.
Separate EG and isolate Demon 1 away. Kasi mukhang siya talagang inaasahan ngayon ng side ng EG to take on those tools, to take on those frags para mapitas, para mapaubos. But sabi ni Kom, kaya din nun, yes, stinger lang daw kinakailangan. Na-cancel out kagad niya itong A-short control. At mukhang Team Liquid May binabalak na naman papuntang B-side pa ulit-ulit but has been quite effective. But si Demon 1 ngayon will be anticipating this. Tatapunan natin ang Blade Storm. Cloudburst din muna. TP muna para din dito sa updraft on top of the side. Gagamitin natin Rolling Thunder but the Blade Storm do connect here para sa side ni Nats. And of course, everyone's disabled. Busio taking out the easy pickings with his Solkas though. Turns right around in time. He's gonna get blinded out. Si Yampi dito sa corner. But si Solkas mukhang here for the backup para sa kanyang kakampi.
Oo nga, dito muna sa bus pero well done dun sa side ng EG. Nailagan na yung Trailblazer as much as possible. Si Ethan nakastay alive long enough para dun sa Rolling Thunder. At may chance pa dito ang EG for the pinch itself. TL, kailangan nila makatakas dito and fast. Kita natin, they're trying to go for the cross towards backside pero Ethan, stable pa rin. Soulcast all alone. Siya na lang natitira dito. And EG, they just kept their cool, kept their calm. Hindi nag-over-aggress si Demon 1. Nag-intay siya talaga ng timing courtesy of Ethan. And just some stellar teamwork dito sa EG. Everyone gets on the board at 5 na nakuha nila ngayon.
Sila na yung may lamang in terms of manpower at ang ganda din ang pag-respond din nila, especially when they're trying to take the initiative. Kahit pagkuha man lang dun sa garage control, once they knew that the objective was cancelled here, sa side ng Team Liquid. Mukhang tuloy-tuloy na naman. Laban-laban at bawi-bawi din talaga ng momentum. Hindi pa sila basta-basta makastreak dito ang Team Liquid dahil EG may kasagutan kaagad.
Diba? EG palagi na lang nakakapwesto na naghahanda talaga. And kahit medyo committed yung positions nila, they do as much as they can para lang hindi ma-overrun yung mga kakampi nila. And that's one thing na hindi na-exploit ng TL. Hard aggress na yun here from EG though. The heat check is on and EG ang nag-iinit. Walang katakas-takas kay Com. Eye in the sky, I see you, goodbye.
Nako, Sada battle has been brought up to their doorstep. Attacking, mukhang naging attacking side lahat. Gusto talaga nilang lumaban, digmaan kaagad sa mid. At syempre, anong laban mo? Given that ang Rambi din talaga nilang pumik sabay-sabay and nag-utility out pa nga, which is unfortunate where Booster just made them as easy pickups lang dun.
Nahihirapan dito ang TL magbasa sa mga ginagawa ng EG. Compare mo to sa matchup nila against EDG na medyo mas simple talaga yung naging plano nila. Kangkang na alam mo na ano yung gusto nila gawin para mag-enable yung jet no, na may operator, diba? Here for EG, lipat-lipat talaga yung engagement. Bigla na lang, minsan todo nila yung bilis. Minsan mag-hold dito sa may backside. And then may pressure pa rin. And that's the point here from Boostio. Hindi na check ni safe. Yung turret nandyan. Boostio all alone. Still does it anyway. 2 for Boostio before he falls. Kinaya pa niya yun.
At ang laki din talaga ng impact na nabigay niya para sa kanyang team. Nakapag-respond din na kaagad sila with this flank. Kaso naman si Yampi, inabangan ito kaagad. Spike no longer in the possession ngayon ng Team Liquid, but they have every chance to pull it on towards the side of B Default. Of course, they still have to win out this battle. Naku, na wallbang pa nga ni Ethan.
Walang takas.
Walang takas talaga, but mukhang hahayaan din talaga nila ito makakatakbo with the spike plant muna ngayon ang Team Liquid as they're trying to close in papuntang B main. Tatapunan din talaga nila ng flash, kuha ng information at mukhang ngayon ang EG would have to react sooner or later.
Yeah, but EG, syempre, nakasa kanila yung quarter control. They wanna go for the site itself. Soulcast nandito lang sa site. Nag-iintay ng recon dahil kay Com. And here comes the contact. Malapitan. There's the top. Nats though with the takedown. Gandang angle nakuha ni Nats. At Nats, gusto niya maging bayani dito for Team Liquid. He does though. Hero time. That's what Team Liquid needs in these situations.
Oh, indeed. The setup and the step up din talaga ng ating mga lurkers and the flanks dito nagagaling para kay Nats. But kamutikan pa nila natalo doon. Kita mo na, it was a pretty awkward engagement doon coming out from the side of a Link. If it weren't for that millisecond awkward positionings and timings, muntikan pa nga mawala dun sa kanilang Team Liquid.
Yeah, siyempre, naiisip mo, sapat ba na may lurk dito sa Team Liquid? Sapat ba na 4 lang sila, 3 lang sila yung nag-execute papunta ng site? But you realize, yun yung nabibigay talaga na players like Nats eh. Those opportunities, pagdating sa post-plant especially, bigla na lang, magugulat ka na lang na may tao pala doon. And at least TL, trying to keep this as close as possible. Kaya pa naman mag 6-6 if ever tong half na to.
Habol-abol daw, sabi.
Habol-abol?
Sabi dito ng team.
So ano yun? Ginagawa nila haboling?
Yes.
Galing, Ling.
Indeed, but seems like all they have to do now is take map control, take frags. Hindi pa ngayon dito makakakuha ang Team Liquid. seems like they already have the tag down dito from Tailbaser. Si Butyo! Nako! Bago na bumagsak, kumuha ng dalawa. Ba't buhay pa naman siya?
Anong Trailblazer? Anong Seekers sa kanya? Wala.
Walang kinakatakutan.
Ano ba? Serbisyong totoo lamang. kanina pa sobrang reliable ni Bustyo. Maging anchor to wherever he plays. Kano ka committed doon sa backside, kano ka committed all the way far forward. Kanina pa siya all throughout the series na hindi mo talaga matatanggal na maaga. Usually, it's always a 2-for-1 and now, it's a 3-for-none ling. Dilabas ni Com ang Odin niya. At ito na, si Yampi na lang natitira.
Ay nako, may rolling thunder ka, but you have to put that to great use. May saka pang flash para makatulong sa'yo dito, kuya. But tingnan natin kung kailangan mo ba talaga lalabasan ng utility, especially the timing can be completely off as you peek this Killjoy out. Syempre, can still be reliable with the clutch. Kuya natin, not planted for him ang spike at mukhang isang pamilya na naman nag-abang para sa kanya doon.
Not planted for him, siya nga mismo yung nagplant ng spike eh. siya na naglagay, sabi niya, pre, ba't dyan yung spike?
Handicap.
Pre, ba't dyan yung spike? Ikaw naglagay niya na. Okay.
Sorry, akin.
Sorry. But the EG yet again, ang dominant talaga na ganito ka-reliable yung team nila. Na each member, alam nila ano yung makukuha mo sa kanilang value. And they just roll with it. Boost you yet again. And si Koma, na hindi gaanong kaingay in terms of the scoreboard here, usually. Napapansin natin sila Demon, sila Ethan. He's having such a strong game. And ito yung nakikita natin sa Evil Geniuses na hindi lang dahil dinagdag si Demon 1 sa roster na to, sila nag-step up sa Americas. Yung buong roster, nahanap nila yung tamang timpla. And it has been very effective. Last round to daw na first half, naglabas na ng Operator and si Demon 1.
And syempre talaga gusto nila ng cherry on top sa kanilang pagwagi ngayon sa unang half na ito. But it seems like di pa sila kaagad nakakuha ng mga initial frags that they have been anticipating here as they're trying to pick out mid-control. But Team Liquid is gonna be a bit too careful now. Ngalala at alam nila na may posibleng mag-pick off sa kanila isa't isa. No moves just yet coming up from the side of EG. No sounds at all. Hinaantay na lang talaga nilang kayo na ang responde ng Team Liquid. At naghahanap pa nga sila ng butas at ng frag at di pa nga makukuha.
Paano di yun tumama? Sayang para kay Demon 1, pero may rifle pa rin siya pwede gamitin. Rolling Thunder na dyan na rin. May lockdown parto sa cover. Nakatago siya sa sulok. Hindi siya ni-expect. Nascan pa nga. Nahuli na si Yampi. Odin though, a little too slow on the draw. Team Liquid, nakapwesto na rin. Makapasok ng B, pero yung spike tinadala doon sa may A instead. Boost you know, on the lurk, finds the takedown. Nasira na rin yung lockdown. But nakita natin to sa side ng Team Liquid. Yung lockdown lang, pang praning. They go somewhere else and A is theirs.
At mabilis ang retake talaga. Tatapunan din natin ito ng sustain ng Sky para makapag-reset man lang
Layo
sila.
ni Redgar.
Oh.
2v2 muna to, Ling.
Hindi pa namatay!
Muntik na 9 HP. Buhay pa rin. May flash na nga si Ethan. Gusto niya mag-flash mismo. Soulcast daw with the takedown. At sayang yun sa EG. Team Liquid stands strong. Not too bad. 7-5 naman at the very end. May chance pa dito ang TL.
At least they accumulated enough rounds dito sa attacking side. Lalo na nakamakahinga na sila dito ng maayos side ng Team Liquid. What a good showing dito on their last round. And of course naman, that was really the play that we wanted to see from them. They're trying to show a bit more coordination and hopefully matuloy-tuloy nila ito hanggang sa defending side. Now, panel, pasok muna kayo.
A much better scoreline from Team Liquid dito. Kaso lang, yes, Team Liquid dito. Kaso lang, it doesn't seem like the momentum is fully in their favor just yet. Lalong-lalo na you have a player like Boostio na grabe talaga yung performance niya throughout this whole series.
Totoo, but at the very least, on the side of TL, kahit merong mga glaring mistakes sa first 5 rounds, yung recovery nila maganda naman. And for them to bring it to, well, 7-5 on Haven is not the most ideal scoreline, pero at least hindi ganun ka malaki yung gap in comparison to Fracture, diba? And Redgar, well, okay, so here's the thing, right, with Team Liquid. It was either they got stopped before even going into the site, or if they ever had the site, parang dami nilang unnecessary fights kunin, parang mag-overextend pa sila to CT, trying to cut off the rotations, but they kind of clean it up naman.
Yeah, at this point, yun na lang yung parang hope for the best na pwedeng gawin ng Team Liquid here. Pero that 7-5 is, I think, still a great margin pa rin. It still gives them a bit of buffer. And again, dito na tayo sa point that they're gonna be starting on the defending end. Now they can start building up some barriers dito, some layers para magamit nila incense si Safe. Kasi again, Safe kept dying so quickly because of just how ganda yung hold dito ni Bustio. But when you can switch that end up, I feel like mas okay dapat dito ang Team Liquid.
Totoo, pero yung tanong ko lang for the side of Team Liquid, how do they get their safer information? Kasi yun nga, yung nangyari sa Fracture, when EG played that, or at least that very minimal defensive side, they played super far back that really the flashes couldn't do anything. Di ako sure if ganon ba yung defensive setup nila coming in to Haven. But again, they don't have that Sova that is almost prevalent in all of the Haven composition. So I wonder how they're gonna try and temper that aggression when they have to.
I feel like yung for Team Liquid, switching sides ngayon na nasa defensive side sila, it might be a little bit more positive, especially since EMEA teams in general do have very strong defensive side. But we're gonna see what indeed EG has prepared for them as we head back into our map. So casters, sa inyo na.
How ganda.
Diba? So galing our panels. Ang ganda.
How ganda kaya?
How ganda ng explanation.
Siyempre.
I like make understand dahil doon. Pero intindihan naman natin, balik na tayo dito sa pistol round at EG. Unang mga kapitas, Team Liquid do, hard aggress towards lobby. Pansin kagad to ng EG, nag-B-site na lang. But then again, pwede pa mag-cross papunta ng C. Si Nats, nag-iintay na lang dito. Lurk na naman, timing is everything. And Team Liquid, ayun ang tagu-tagu game ni Nats. 4v2 na to and Team Liquid nahuli na lang yung EG in the act.
Oh, now that they have to make habol for this retake and also take into account talaga ang positionings ngayon ni Com na mukhang tumatago dito sa spawn. Saif though, anticipating that. Alam na nila ngayon na kung paano hubusin ang EG with full confidence on that.
Narinig mo yun? May tuwang-tuwa dun sa crowd. Mas maingay pa sa casters. Siya na lang mag-cast.
Sige, kuya.
Go na lang. Pero ganda dito sa side ng Team Liquid eh. Naghanap sila ng value with the Omen dito sa mapa na to. Solid paranoia. Syempre on angles like this, laking tulong talaga. And of course, 3-site map as Ling loves to say about Haven. 100%. Na dahil lang doon, maraming pwede gamitin na angle dito si Nuts. Marami silang pwede gamitin na chokeholds dito sa side ng Team Liquid. At mas suited talaga tong kanilang playstyle dito sa mapang to compared to the first map.
And especially na sila na ngayon may advantage dito, Dax, na makakabili sila ng mga better guns, better utilities, and even more options kung paano nilalaro itong larong ito. But for now, mukhang nag-aantay dito ng pag-aasim ngayon ang EG. But seems like gusto talaga nilang bumigay. Gusto din nilang bumawi. Gusto nila magpakita sa mid. A-long din. Nagpakita ng presensya. Si Saif mukhang naghahanap din ng mapapatay. He takes this one, but mukhang na-trade ka agad ni Bustio. What a good engagement.
Better guns, better days. Pero 3v3 pa nga to. Bustio yet again. Naghahanap na naman ng mga pitas. Always good for 2. Yun na yung isa. Asa na yung ating pangalawa. Buy one, take one. Pag si Bustio ang nakikita natin.
Laging may pa-promo si Kuya Booster natin doon sa sewers.
Hindi lang tinapay yung kagat. Alam mo na.
Storm grenade?
Anong klaseng burger yun? May storm grenade.
Medyo malutong.
Oo nga.
Tulad ng mga shots niya kanina.
Crunchy. At ito na, Bustio do. Siya pa ang na-crunch down ni Yampy. Nasa may sulok lang, Team Liquid also watching out for A-Long. Pero alam ba nila, may isa pa. Si parang Demon New. Demon 1. Nandito lang na naman. But EG's trying to play the full game eh. Gusto nila sana mag-ingay. Double back at mahulik sa agad sa cross. Yampy in-expect na sana with a pre-fire. But Demon 1 faster on the shot. Flash muna dyan. Soulcast over onto the corner. And it's Com versus the world. Pero classic lang ang hawak niya. 7-7. Not too bad from EG though. Decent eco.
But it's huge na casualty sa kanilang ekonomiya dito ngayon in terms of defense. What is this? Ang ganda ng kanilang mga pistols and parang dito talaga ang malaking indicator kung gaano talaga sila ka-well-exercised in terms of their fundamentals as a team ngayon coming out from both sides. Good try doon from the oppositions, but for now, tie out muna tayong score at pare-parehas na naman tayo ng mga buys dito sa EG, but playing in for bonus kayo ng Liquid.
Oo nga, EG, rifle run na taga dito. And this is where it gets interesting eh. Kasi we've seen sa side ng EG, struggle map nila to sa sa Americas. Parang isang beses pa lang sila nanalo ng Haven all throughout the year. And I think that was against NRG ng playoffs pa. So what have they done para mag-improve talaga dito on the attacking side? Sa execute nila, magiging importante ngayon na may rifles. Pero hindi nila na-clear yung platform. Si Safe nandyan pa rin. 4v3 na to. At si Safe, hindi safe pag nandito pa siya. Dash past him! Muntik pa nga mahuli si Com. Pero jump pick with a classic, lumalaban pa rin. Big damage done. Galing kay Safe. May chance pa dito si Soulcast in the 2v1.
Hindi talaga maging safe ang iyong pagpaplanta dun sa site. Lalo na't itong Jet ay mukhang nagpa-lurk-lurk lang. Speaking of that, Soulcast mukhang naghahabol talaga ng marathon papunta sa A. Lalo na't maririnig niya itong spike being committed. At yung post-plant din na ginagawa ngayon ng EG. Isang mabilisang 1v2. Wala ng flash magagamit ngayon ng ating kuya na si Sky. At mukhang si Ethan ngayon ay mag-aabang ng jump down. Same goes with the assist dito ng ating kuya na si Jogemo. The Astra, nag-aabang din ng flank. No information. Mukhang mag-jump down lang talaga muna tayo dito. At gagamitin ng flank pick na Fnatic! At si Ethan, mas matalino pa daw dun eh.
Feel ko naputok niya yun sa pinakadulo. Pero sabay rin, namatay na siya. So wala rin. Namatay yung Ibon, namatay yung Sky. Goodbye. But again, it was such a big round galing kay Safe rin eh. Na the fact na nandun pa siya sa may platform towards that backside, laking tulong talaga niya to do that damage. At napilitan tuloy yung EG mag-rotate accordingly. This rifle, diba sabi sa'yo, sabay eh.
Grabe, nakita mo yun.
Nakita ko parang may flash eh. But then again, kung kanina decent run sa EG, ngayon decent run sa TL at naglabas na ng op pa sila.
Baka ito na nga yung kanilang winning condition. Kaso naman, hindi rin binibigay ngayon ng EG ang ginugusto nilang initial frags. Bladestar muna after farming out that orb. At nag-aabang lang din talaga sila ng mga information or itong presensya ni Busio who's trying to sell out an execution dito. Kaso naman si Nats, ako, nasa gilid lang na inaabangan ka.
Hindi yan makikinig doon sa text ng scam eh. Anong sell?
Spam.
Oh, back to spam folder you go. Ginagawa mo dyan, Boostio. And Team Liquid, stellar opening para sa kanila. This gives them a chance right now para mahirapan talagang EG sa rotate mismo. Wala si Boostio, wala nang really lurk presence. And kung saan man pumunta sila Demon, yun na yun.
Exactly. But for now, they will be frugal about this utility. Especially pag pinipilit nila ngayon ang pagkakontak papuntang C. But line up muna tayo sa gilid, tatapunan ng Recon. But medyo ma-jump pick pa dito. Redgar, tinapunan din ng smong kanyang harapan para makapag-reposition man lang papunta sa spawn. Gagamitin din natin ang isang mabilisang dash out. Kaso wala din pumapalag. Team Liquid binigay kaagad ang C-site.
Yeah, Jojo Modo on the lurk this time around. Astra presence trying to be pulled doon sa may B-site. And it's EG now with the blades where Team 1-1 will fall. Team Liquid handang-handa na dito sa may link area. Ethan, mamamatay na rin. And you can see the problem here for EG. Sige, pwede pa sila mag-lurk pero mahihirapan sila doon sa numbers. Come all alone at walang makakuha at walang EG. TL tie it up.
I felt the disconnection there. Parang hindi na makakuha kagad si ano yan?
Na-DC ka? Pa-panel ka na lang.
Balik ako sa panel. But disconnection muna tayo doon para kay Demon. Wala hindi siya nabibigyan ng adequate support doon as he's trying to create more space for the team inside that smoke. And unfortunate lang talaga doon sa side ng EG ngayon na hindi kagad sila nakuha ng trade. Given na lahat sila has been trying to focus on playing those utilities, but there isn't really anyone who's willing to take on that fight just yet. No, 8-8 kagad ang score at may operator pa rin ang side ng defense at TL.
Yeah, TL, they're building on their sync more and more. Pansin na natin na mas in time, mas in tune ang mga pinagagawa nila. Mas nahuhuli na nila yung mga gusto gawin ng EG, especially. And mahihirapan na ngayon yung mga plano nila Jojimo, plano nila Boostio, as we get the Rolling Thunder here from EG at the very least. So pipilitin ang Team Liquid. Mag-evacuate dun sa may site. Asa na lang sa post plant 5v5. This is an eco round though for the side of EG and Team Liquid. they play it right, sa kanila na yung lead.
Meron sila pag pushback though, may Hunter Spirit sila magagamit, but it seems like they're just gonna be waiting for everyone else here to be online. Zone out muna tayo para sa health position. Wala pa muna, mag-swing out at mukhang tripilitan din na lang ang pagtatag down. Yappy with an operator can still be effective daw para sa retake na ito. Com, pipigilan at papatagalin talaga itong retake na ito. Si Busio nag-aabang sa kahel at mukhang kumuha siya ng isa. Binigyan kaagad ni Nats though. Naging 3v4 kaagad. Sana manggagaling ngayon ang side ng
the
EG
stall?
kung saan nagagaling pa nga din sa ilong.
Ang ganda ng stall.
Unan din natin ang Gravity Well. Nag-line na para kay Jemo. At mukhang paisa-isa din sila. Nag-audition. Red Car. Nag-hold down. Kaso naman, isang malaking kamalian daw yon.
Larong oras, larong EG at na-clutch pa ni Jojima doon sa dulo. Nakita mo daw, alam na nila, stall ang sagot at tuloy-tuloy nilang with both positions doon sa ilong at sa A-short. Laking tulong na nadala ni Ethan at ni Jojima pero yung pull pa lang, sapat na. But this frag was the big one. Nahuli niya si Nats in transit. Napilitan si Redgar mag-stick at pag-check na lang doon, sabi niya, uy, nandyan ka pa. Kahit si ate, gulat na lang. Patay na si Nuts. Sayang, baby.
Uy, sayang.
Ganun yun.
Ay, ganun talaga yon at ganun din talaga kaagad makakuha ang EG ng unang lamang for now. But so far, they have been shoulder to shoulder. Sa larong ito, Haven can be quite challenging dito sa pagtackle ngayon ng EG. But every round counts for them. Every kill and every control that they could have against this game is huge enough for them to take. Now they have full control of Garage. Wala pa so far ginagawa ang Team Liquid to counter that. They have to wait on around sa mga medyo pagbabackline, medyo din pag-play-in for utilities after using that fault line. But abang-abang muna tayo dito, Team Liquid. Wala pa tayong narinig. Wala pa tayong nakikitang umiimik sa sewers dahil si Syph already too deep and waiting for EG to just fall into the trap onto the soap.
Yan, EG gets this. Sirang-sira na ang economy ng Team Liquid ngayon. Medyo na thrifty lang kanina ang depensa natin. Safe has the back on the way. Kita niya, wala yung presence dito ng EG towards that lobby area. But then again, paubos na ang oras ngayon ng EG. Kailangan nila mag-commit towards the site. Fakes come on out towards that A. Naglabas sila Dart, naglabas sila fault line. Pero napansin kagad ni Redgar na parang may oras pa sila. At may naririnig tayo dito. Lockdown daw into play. Will TL actually pick this? No. EG. Mapipilitan nga sila mag-plant dito. Pero may mahuhuli ba ng lockdown? Mukhang out muna sila.
At mukhang magpo-post plant lahat kaagad papuntang silong. But si Com, kaagad nakakuha ng flank kaso hindi niya ipagpapatuloy ito. Siyempre, may mag-hold off ng isa. Ang kanilang lockdown! Ako si Yappy ayaw magpapapigil din. Naging 2v3 bigla. Demon 1 nagsiswing out. Gumugusto din. Now, Nuts and Soulcast already out for the clutch. But mukhang nadidetain ni kuya natin. Naku, kuya natin na si Nuts walang magagawa. May oras pa kaya yun ang unang katanungan natin. Busio, inaabangan, single angle, ADS mo na sa kilid at mukhang makaka 4K pa.
4K nga and EG. Kahit ubos na oras, hindi sila mauubusan ng lakas. It was such a strong play from them na keep nila alive yung lockdown nila mismo. Na nahirapan na yung Team Liquid doon. At si Yappy, trinay niya yung stick eh. Trinay niya at least magawang halfway para lang pwede na mag-clean up doon ng Team Liquid. And it was a nice effort kanik i-Soulcast. Muntik pa, diba? Pero you mentioned it. Si Nats na detain, si Busio tumambay na lang. At nung wala na talaga, doon na lang nagka-swing at yung EG pa ang nanalo. Hype na hype mo!
You know, ito talaga yung mga milliseconds na talaga ng pinagkakaibahan ngayon ng either side of the team because makikita mo talaga on how everything matters. Every second, every ounce of utility, gamit na gamit sa side ng EG to stall out this retake. And nakita mo naman kung paano nila to sinacycle through para mapipigilan din talaga ang Team Liquid ngayon sa pagpasok, sa pag-counter sa kanila. Huge mind games being played in the game. And kita mo naman, kailangan ngayon ng Team Liquid mag-reset at tumawag na kagad sila ng timeout.
Yeah, kasi yun nga, diba? Nang na-thrifty sila kanina, pababa na economy nila. With this round alone, you can see that Team Liquid, nahihirapan na sila makahanap ng sagot. And they rely usually nga on finding those picks or finding those openings sa mga different angles. Instead, yung paglaro ng EG, especially nakaka-plan kagad sila, ano ba nagiging options dito ng Team Liquid? Covered kagad yung flank ng EG, bantay sarado yon. Everyone has to play a more standard game. And dun nagiging may advantage ang EG in the post-plant. Stall potential is unreal. May Sova ka, meron kang Astra, plus yung talaga si Ethan at si Boostio pa. The amount of utility EG still keeps para sa post-plant is something na hindi talaga nasasagot ng Team Liquid. And feel ko, moving forward dito, na Team Liquid's on an eco, kailangan talaga na i-force yung EG gumamit ng utility early para lang hindi gaanong kadali yung pag-hold nila later on.
But they're not even budging anymore dito. They've been quite too disciplined, quite too frugal din. Especially they've been trying to take out this contact play papunta sa A. Medyo pagkakaiba sa kanilang approach, but I really hope this works on their side, on their favor. And especially na makakarinig kagad sila na may masamang binabala kaagad ng Team Liquid as they go on for more proactive defense papunta sa C-side. But si Demon 1 mukhang nakapasok kaagad. Red card though, abang muna sa smoke, ganda ng position. Kaso naman Demon 1 umaabang na sa Gedli. Ethan, gandang kasagutan. But the other side of the map, they're just waiting for Team Liquid out for that lurk.
Nalampasan ni Demon 1 and from that point on, naka-flood na doon ang EG. Yampy all alone. Only has the ghost, and in all honesty, ang ganda din ng crossfire set na pag-swing lang si Ethan, tapos na ang round. EG at 11. Ito na ba ang tunay na champion run ng EG? Natalo nila yung Loud 2-0. Champions ng NA yun, ng Americas. Ito, champions ng EMEA. At the cusp of getting 2-0 as well. Saan nanggaling tong EG to?
They're just evolving, getting bigger, getting better, getting stronger in every performance na pinakita nila. From the earlier start of the season, ang rami nagda-doubt kung hanggang sa abot yung roster nito. But now, look at them channeling their full potential and channeling talaga kung ano ang mga kaya nila, not just individually, but as a team, performing as a unit. Siyempre, isang utak lang.
One brain cell, one movement. And the Rolling Thunder is there, pero hindi tumama kay Redgar yan. Ingat dito ang EG kasi ang Team Liquid handa pa rin. Behind the wall, may paranoia. The swing comes though and Com will get the takedown. Rolling Thunder in answer from Yappy. Jojima is there to make it 2v1. At ang EG pa rin ang lamang.
Oh, but hindi pa sila mapipilitan makakuha ng spike plant dahil hindi na nga nila alam kung saan posible manggagaling si Syph dito. They have every angle covered and sabi ni Jojima wala daw din makakalampas.
Meron pa siyang lusutan dun eh. May nakikita pa siya and EG na naman. The small things that they do to answer Team Liquid, dun sila nananalo sa mga microduels and yun nga, diba? Ano talaga tong nakikita natin dito kay EG? Everything that they do is so well together as a team. And consider the fact na si Demon 1 nagsa-struggle dito sa game na to in terms of kills. Siya ang tagagawa ng opening kasi naaasahan niya yung backline niya, yung mga tropa niya sa team na to na maggagawa nila yung trabaho.
They have every layer on that execution, but they also have, kahit sabihin mong hindi siya makakuha ng mga frags, it was them setting up the duelist for success, not just in terms of frags, but also kahit yung spaceman lang na malaking bagay talaga sa kanila in getting information and reacting all around on it. For now, Team Liquid, this is gonna be a huge question mark all over their heads right now. What does it take to take down Team EG right now?
Parang lahat na lang nagtatanong ano ang ginagawa ng EG dito. Paano to nangyayari? And it has just been the most impressive run so far this Masters Tokyo. Uy, si Tropang Potter. Shoutout kay Mika by the way. Pero yun nga, diba? Na this is just EG activated. Na sabi mo nga pinaghirapan nila, nag-grind sila throughout the whole Americas region. And as of right now, na umabot pa sila ng Masters Tokyo mismo na nag-qualify dito, na pumunta pa sila dito na playoffs and they're one away from the upper bracket finals. Kaya, isipin mo, pwede manalo dito EG, tas manalo Paper Rex mamaya. Tas EG versus Paper Rex. Tas manalo pa EG doon, puro champion tatalo nila papuntang grand final.
Ay, firepower versus firepower, agresibo versus agresibo talaga yung mga playstyle na gustong ipakita din ngayon ng Team Liquid. As Syph, mukhang gumugusto din talaga kumuha din kay Com.
But EG, as of right now, mag-crawl on up. Papunta dito sa may A site. Slower play right now, cutting the noise. Expect ba to ng Team Liquid? Yung kailangan tingnan, saan nakatingin dito si Soulcast? Nabantayan na, oy! Knife out, iniisip ni Nats! Kahit ganitong classic game, mangunguchilyo ka pa! Pero EG Demon finally activated, will fall at the very end. That was a clean run from Team Liquid.
Alam mo yung nagkulang, utility.
Oo nga
Wala man lang ni isang flash. kumontak at ano pa, gumugusto pa ng mga frag gumabol.
Oh, walang utility, tahimik lang. Shh. Pero,
Uy,
ito nga si Solkas eh. Basang-basa. Parang libro.
isa na naman napatay ni Nats, pero siya na naman yung player,
Hindi kasi alam mo ni, may intention na siya eh. Gusto niya makapakita ng Tondo, Tokyo, di ba?
Dinala ang Pilipinas hanggang sa laro ng Team League. Mukhang mukhang may halong trauma ata sa laro nila before sa Secret. Dinala dito sa Haven
Uy! Pero eto na, mga-trauma si Com dyan. Tinay lang niya makuha ang orb. Konting tap, but he gets found actually by Redgar. Team Liquid right now, looking better than ever actually. Na yung EG, hindi nila alam yung gagawin nila. Asa sa opening, courtesy of Demon 1, yung turret pa, ang in-aftershock pa ng dash on in with the blades, and eventually, mapapatay niya si Soulcast. Backside to, dito ang Team Liquid, pero Demon makakaisa pa nga, at andito pa rin si Jojo as well. Jojo pa with the transfer, just sprays it down, gets that takedown, hinabol pa yung kalaban, and EG makes it a 2v1 to try and end it.
At parang hindi pa nga niya ipaplant para sa kanyang kakampi, Tito Dax. Inaabangan talaga sana ni Booster itong suporta na mabibigay niya para kay Jogemo. But si Saif, ibang angulo muna ang kanyang papasukan. Titingnan natin kung makaklear siya ng enough angles here as he tries to penetrate here on towards default. May killjoy pa nga na magde-decide na mag-regroup with this Astra. Swarm grenade to delay dito ng spike defuse at mukhang wala pa nga siya doon. At nauubusan ng oras. Napilitan magdasin na gagamitin ng Cloudburst, but mukhang magsispray at mag-hold for face on brutal, sabi ni Kuya Saif. At mukhang wala na din talaga ngayon ang Team Liquid.
Hindi na umasa dun sa spike. Trinay na lang pero wala talagang tsaga. It's EG who does it yet again. Talo ang Champion Americas, talo ang Champion ng EMEA at sila among move on pa rin dito sa upper bracket finals. What a story so far galing sa EG. Walang nag-expect na ganito kadalas at lampas ng EG ngayon sa bracket na ito.
Nang sasagasa lang sila sa kanilang mga kalaban and it's just them oozing with this confidence, oozing with so much preparation. Then props to their coach right now. Grabe! Parang that downtime na nagkaroon sila throughout their journey was the ultimate setback that propelled their way to this form. Ang ganda ngayon ng EG. Ang ganda ng kanilang palakita. At ang ganda din ng ating expectations in the games to come. Because, man, this is basic lang para sa kanya. This is just a preview. And what else do they have in store for us?
EG, etong team na to, hindi takot mag-adjust both in and out of the game. Nagka-swaps lang sila sa roster roles, nagkaayusan lang sila para malagay itong form na ito. And from this point on, kita mo rin dun sa game mismo, pwede sila mag-play ng utility, pwede sila mag-play ng hard anchor, pwede sila mag-play ng fast execute, pwede rin sila mag-play ng quiet game, and at the very least, ang clutch at ang reliable lang players nila. Etong EG squad na to, honestly, looking to be the team to beat. At bago tayo umabot dito ng Masters Tokyo, walang kasabi nun. Now, everyone is looking at them.
Looking at them, grabe. Ultimo firepower, ultimo utakan, nasa kanila na ang lahat ngayon. But, man, with everyone watching, like, with everyone having all their eyes on them right now, iba rin talaga yung pressure na bibigay sa teammate to perform in every game. And kung tutuusin, it is gonna be the challenge for them now. How will they be able to fulfill our expectations sa kanila? How will they maintain this form? That is gonna be the question right now. Kasi, man, I really do hope these victories would not get into their heads.
Nga, diba? Parang konti-konti or honestly, in big steps, niset na nila yung underdog status nila eh. Hindi lang tipong natalo ng mga champion, nato 2-0 nila dito sa ating playoff bracket. And even if one struggles, other players step on up. Etong series na to, sige, pwede natin pag-usapan si Jojo, pwede natin pag-usapan si Demon 1, but this was a series defined by Boostio, a series defined by yung ginagagawa ni Comren, and those are the names na usually ine-expect mo, yung supporting role, yung nandun dun sa backline, at silang tagatapos, silang consistent, and EG nga, from front to back, ready na talaga para sa mundo.
Man, I still have to give props to Team Liquid though. Parang they really tried to put out a fight there. They tried to maintain their composure sa ganitong laro. Alam nila, they've seen what EG can do on Fracture. They still tried to put out counter strat. But you know, sabihin natin EG had a counter strat to that counter strat. And kahit na bibigyan mo ng counter strat na yun, meron na naman sila. They're not running out of the ideas, and it's just sobrang ganda ng creativity din talaga on how they approach every game na tinapon sa kanila.
Yeah, palaging may pwedeng daling bago dito ang EG. At kung pwede naman gawin nagawa nila, they'll just stick with it hanggang masagot ng Team Liquid. Anti-strat, counter-strat, lahat na lang ng strat sinusulat ngayon ng EG ngayon. And Team Liquid, yun nga, big props, especially after that first map loss. But then again, sila ay mapupunta ng lower bracket. So that's gonna be it for us dito sa first series natin. Punta naman tayo dun sa panel para sabihin paano nalalo ang EG.
Evil never looked so good. 2-0 in favor of EG. Oo, alam ko na suot to. Pero it's okay. I'm happy for my bias na si Coach Potter na we just saw as a loving mother hen, diba? Good job! Good job, everybody, all my students.
Literally, lahat ng kasama niya mukhang duckling talaga. Kasi ang tangkad ni Potter
It's so cute. Parang siyang yung mother duck, and all of the little evil genius ducklings are following her, diba?
The evil duckling.
The evil duckling.
I wish I brought my little duck thing that HG got for me. That would have been so fitting.
In honor of EG.
Oh, in honor of the evil ducklings. Pero yun nga, ang ganda ng performance ng EG across the board. Tama naman yung sinabi ni Dax at Niling na yung nag-define talaga sa series is common boost yun. It's really the backline who honestly outplayed TL. And I kind of don't want to harp on Nats too much, pero at one point, he was the best player in the world, really praised by a lot. Pero yung fall off niya, grabe. Medyo sharp talaga.
Pero pogi pa rin siya.
Kasi, totoo naman.
You can be a model then after na...
Why does that sound so like... After so he can be a model.
He has everything there. But not this game. Anyways...
What?
Tama naman,
di ba? Anyways, just wanted to point out lang din na the second game lasted a lot longer than what we were kind of expecting kasi of, I think the capabilities na pinakita din ni Safe at a certain point. So because of yung I guess ability to just hold the site by himself for a few rounds lang has given them some leeway to kind of fend off yung push ng Evil Genius.
I do think that parang there were some
yeah, I did say
geniuses.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think there were some rounds, diba, na parang nakita din natin yung teamwork na ni Yampy, for example, and Soulcast, or Yampy and Nats coming in to be able to save the round. Kasi lang, may mga rounds talaga na things were not going the way of Team Liquid,
That's getting
diba?
tagged by the lockdown.
Diba? Yung round na yan when Team Liquid were trying to defuse, diba? Yung parang, okay, hindi successful yung isa, may nano swarm. Tapos yung isa got hit through the smoke, diba? Na spray lang. Tapos biglan lang si Nats di makapunta sa spike kasi he was detained by the lockdown. It was just, there were so many rounds that were so awkward and that you wouldn't expect coming from the EMEA champions.
I think what really made all those exchanges super awkward is that TL just looked so hesitant, and yung mga issues nila parang na-expose talaga. It's like we kind of went back to their form. Maybe somewhat like a callback to Lock-in na medyo shaky pa din yung mga positions nila.
Nagdadabog na si Boaster. Nagdadabog na siya. Uy. Wag mo kunin na nanakaw yung props. Sinipa yung plastic. Nagdadabog na siya. Sabi niya, I will avenge EMEA.
Wala na, the heroes of EMEA are in orange daw, di ba?
Oof, yeah.
Are you from EMEA?
Oh, that's true. I don't know why I actually wore this. I was just feeling, parang maiba lang, I'm gonna go orange.
Well, baka nga, kasi yung next match natin pa, Fnatic versus PRX, which will start right after this very, very quick break.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Expectations were a tough match, good team, energy overall, had a really good season in the past year, so we were excited to play against them, and this was our first time playing. So everyone was really excited and we prepped really hard. Playing with Boster and Fracture, I think he reads the map very well, and if we struggle with something, he has really quick fixes. Sometimes, yeah, we struggle a little bit, but we're always like really confident, and Boster will pull us through with some like good call. We also have a Leo with the good mid roundings, or like he's good at spotting like gaps or like what we should do.
It's just so well considered. Everything is flawless. Everything is perfect.
That pit might be a little early here for Fnatic though. Never mind.
I think we want a rematch against Paper Rex. We lost to them in Copenhagen, and so did Leo when he was in Guild. So we're really looking forward to the rematch. We are really looking forward to get the revenge.
You are watching Valorant Masters Tokyo PH broadcast. Ako po si Mika Favs at ngayon may role swap naman tayo. Si Ling Ling at si Dax naman ang nasa panel.
First time ko narinig yung Ling Ling ah.
Ling Ling! Do you prefer Ling 2X?
Ling Ling is fine.
No. She prefers Ling 2X.
Oh,
Ling
man.
2X.
Ikaw ito sabi ko sa'yo.
Parang yung dito sa Masters
Who
Tokyo
do I
2X.
believe? Tokyo 2X. Ganun pala yung tournament natin. But we are now into our second match of the day. And it is gonna be Fnatic versus Paper Rex. Napaka-exciting ang match na to because this could be a potential grand finals match, diba? This could be our grand finals match right now. Two of the best teams in the world na maglalaban. And two of the most interesting teams, I would say also as well, Ling.
Definitely. Lalo at sa kung nakikita natin yung mga laro lately ng Paper Rex, sila talaga isa sa mga teams that have a very unique, distinct way on how they compose their agent draft so far. Nakita natin that they have been playing on a double duelist, doon pa si Something, and parang hindi na natin makikita yun later, di ba?
Wala pa. Unfortunately, we are all very sad. Pero checking out the Paper Rex lineup, di ba? Everybody's very sad, of course, na wala si Something. Pero it is a good thing na si CGRS, di ba, really did step up. And we did see a lot of very incredible things din from Paper Rex. Gusto ko talaga na lumabas yung a very serious Gecko pick, I guess, for Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, yun nga, diba? Parang ginawa na lang silang specialist in a way. CGRS, more known sa kanyang fame really in the Thailand region na nadagdag sa roster. But he has been in the bench for a while, and ito yung talaga niluluto dito ng Paper Rex. Hindi naglaro si Benkai, wala nga si Something, and Paper Rex still adjusting accordingly with this kind of composition. It was such a good show, especially against DRX, na everyone really stepped set on up na sige, nagka-clutch si Mind Freak, na maganda yung flexibility ni Forsaken. But the fact is, na na-slot in pa rin nila si CGRS like that was such a big deal na Paper Rex is still getting that 2-0.
Not to mention that even Paper Rex themselves are so excited for this matchup. Nasabi nga ni Mind Freak in the interview on stage after their series, diba, na they're so excited to meet the new Fnatic. Kasi nung nakaharap nila yung Fnatic, hindi pa yung roster na ito eh. So looking at Fnatic's lineup, which I believe is the best iteration of Fnatic na nakikita natin dito sa international stage, diba? We have seen this team, of course, pop up here and there sa mga past international tournaments, pero this current iteration seems to be top tier indeed.
Exactly. Kasi kung makikita mo talaga on paper, they are looking like a star-studded roster. Everyone, the best of the best, performing in their roles. Pinufulfill talaga nila yung kung magiging contribution sa team. And, everyone else out there has that star power, has that firepower indeed. Sipin mo, they are perfect in terms of their individuals. What more if you put them in a single team? This is Fnatic talaga.
Kaya nga sila nag-champions on lock-in, diba? And I think really the biggest surprise of them all is bakit hindi sila yung nag-champions dun sa EMEA region. A small stumble, yes, against Team Liquid, pero nung nakita naman natin sila against NRG, everything was back on track. Alfair looking really solid sa pag-sentinel niya. Dirk is still super solid on whatever duel he really plays. And most of all, andyan pa rin yung confidence, andyan pa rin yung charisma ng Fnatic. And that's a big thing na, besides syempre si Boaster, nililid in-game, nililid outside of the game in terms of being that face, alam mo talaga, good vibes palagi pag Fnatic.
Alam mo yung masasabi ko dyan, Dax? Classic Fnatic.
Classic lang.
Classic Fnatic yung yung mag-choke sa pagdating sa grand final.
May the one na sila ng lock-in. Tapos sabi nila, back to choking, back to curse.
But there is something for that. Si Boaster kasi, they were also asked na parang, you guys didn't get the championship sa EMEA. Sabi ni Boaster, actually, you know what? I actually sort of wanted to lose. And, nasabi niya yan. Kasi ayaw niya na mapamper yung team niya na puro panalo. He said he wanted the team to experience the loss para gutom ulit sila pagdating sa Masters Tokyo.
Konting sakit para sa sarap mamaya.
Oo, diba? Yung parang you have to live with the pain a little bit. Pero eto naman sa side ng PRX, diba? They're bringing something very different as well, diba? Si CGRS, actually very interesting yung addition niya dito. And nalaman ko din something very interesting, no? Yung sa recent series nila, when they were playing on Split, si CGRS actually yung IGL for the team.
What?
Yes.
Parang
IGL.
Well, parang nakikita ko naman talaga with CGRS having big shoes to fill talaga on something. What PRX did instead was them adjusting for him na talaga. Kasi it's not enough for him to fulfill like a duelist role, parang medyo naging one-dimensional. Maybe it's better that they approach this in a completely different manner na para sabihin natin, this could be something that our opponents will not be well prepared for.
Big shoes to fill.
No, that's a really big point kasi you got CGRS right na maganda yung performance niya nung nag-gecko siya. Medyo may konting struggles sa Sky, but he was playing that assisting role. And the rest of Paper Rex, sila ang nag-adjust. We saw back no first map, the classic Forsaken and Jing duelist duo, diba? And with the confidence na instilled because of that Pacific win, nandun si something, parang kahit bumalik sila in that kind of old way, kahit iba yung player na kasama nila dito sa side ng Paper Rex, andun pa rin yung confidence na nagdala sa kanila ng isang crown.
Yung classic Forsaken Jingo kill, diba? It was so nice to see. Although nasabi ni Forsaken actually, ngayon na-flex siya, nahihirapan siya pag nagsiswitch bigla sa duelist.
Hindi na sanay.
Oo, hindi na siya sanay eh. Kasi syempre, bago na yung new role niya. But speaking of dynamic duos, diba? Sa side naman ng Fnatic, syempre, nakikita natin yung bagong additions nila sa roster, si Leo tsaka si Chronicle, which have been two of like the most top-performing players, in fact, in the whole of Masters Tokyo.
And sila din talaga yung, like, I would say the second and third layer talaga ng Fnatic ngayon that have tried to help Durkin being more productive as a duelist. But regardless, they still had his back in every situation possible. Kasi one, they have the clutch potential. And second talaga, they are always there to refrag, which is what I actually expect them to do once you actually play for initiator roles or support roles yourselves.
Sa stat scream it na palagi na lang ang rami nilang assist, ang rami nilang kills pa rin along the way. Hindi lang sila yung support, pero sila rin ang pwede maging second wave dito ng Fnatic. One thing I've noticed also, I think si Chronicle nga parang top 3 siya ngayon sa ACS. Ang nanguna lang sa kanya, si Kangkang at si Jing. So first one to sa top 3 na yon na nasa initiator role. It really goes to show sa Fnatic, hindi lang sila umaasa doon sa entry potential. It's everyone on that squad that can really kill you.
And especially, diba, yung parang yung paggamit ng utility. I think like Fnatic probably has to be the best in the world sa ganon. Kasi especially since this was a team that was really forged from yung parang yung pinaka-bottom, tas they really worked their way all the way to the top, diba? Same goes for Paper Rex. Although yung style naman ng Paper Rex, you have to love it kasi napaka-chaotic. And yung ginagawa kasi nila na parang mas chaotic pa yung gagawin namin to lean into our identity. Tulad ng ginagawa nila with the addition of CGRS, diba? Why not? Let's have fun. And it's irresistible to watch, diba? Pag yung players mo, lahat having fun.
Irresistible, ah. So, sino predict mo?
Suot ko na, actually. I will tell you a little story as we
sige.
head into our predictions. Pero Ling, ikaw muna.
Gusto ko maiba. Kasi narinig ko yung mga usap-usapan.
Maiba? Maiba pero siya mauuna, so spoiler ka agad.
Hindi kasi narinig yung mga usap-usapan kanina sa labas. Pero ngayon, sabihin ko na lang, Paper Rex.
Uy.
Paper
Bakit
Rex.
hindi?
Bakit hindi? Gets naman. Siyempre, Pacific.
SCA, oo.
Pacific
Pinoy
home
Rex
crowd.
yun eh.
Pinoy Rex, SCA. Pero alam mo pa rin, pag ganito yung kalaban, mamimiss mo pa rin yung something special talaga. And Fnatic, on the other hand, alam mo na kompleto yung squad nila both in and out in terms of Master Tokyo from everything they forged throughout the year. And really, this squad, as Mika has said, the best at playing that kind of utility, the best at really playing those kind of strats. So, doon ako sa Fnatic.
Yun. And yung sa akin naman, nasabi ko din na, di ba, wala yung team secret dito. So, lalabas ko na ang full bias ko for Fnatic. Yes, Fnatic po ito. This was actually merch that Coach Mini gave me nung nagkita kami sa lock-in. This is Summon
Personal
FC.
bias.
Once upon a time, may isang team, tawag nila Summon FC, na almost nag-champion sa EMEA. Tapos sobrang lakas nila. And they're like, who's this team? They were then picked up by Fnatic. Ito yung original team ng Fnatic.
Isa kang OG!
OG to. Summon FC. Ano yan? Sage Ult Mainan FC. Totoo, true story.
Parang naniniwala ako. Pero kanina suot niya kanina Team Liquid
Oo nga
eh.
eh. Parang,
EMEA.
Tas natalong Team
bias.
Liquid.
Nako, oo nga, totoo.
Nako.
EMEA bias.
Baka may curse yung pagsuot ka ni Mika.
To be fair, ito yung safe Or OG Fnatic to. Summon FC pa to. Hindi pa siya Fnatic.
Anong limited edition to? Number 1 out of 100 ba?
Number 1 out of 3.
Wow!
Sobrang special.
Sobrang special. May dalawa dito sa Philippines, tas yung isa kay Coach Min. Wala lang. May game pa flex.
Ang proud pa niya, oh. It's like, uy, may merch ako.
Exclusive.
Flex. But it's true, no? Kasi parang itong team talaga, yung parang I've seen them evolve over the years. So parang nakaka-in-love talaga sila. Kasi ang gwapo na ni Durga.
Uy!
Nilabas ko lang yan. Isinigit ko lang, diba?
May mga bias mo sa mga player.
Si
Hello.
Durga naman! Si Durga naman! Si Poster naman yung
Ang alam ko, parang Ninsu, hello, baka pakilala.
Nahiya na nga ako lumapit sa kanila nung laki.
Okay.
Torpe ako eh.
Okay lang. Next
Huwag ka
time.
na mahihingan mo din ng merch.
Yan naman.
Samahan mo na din kami ni Dad.
I-expect ka lang sa champions, alam mo na.
Kailangan ko ng wingman. Pero ito nga, diba, this series is super, super exciting. Lalo na gusto ko din makita, diba, yung par PRX, what are they going to bring out dito, diba? Yung par magageko pa ba si CGRS? And then si Forsaken Jing ba, makikita ba natin on that dynamic duelist na naman against Fnatic? And yung head-to-head with those two versus Durke.
Well, I wouldn't say that they're the safest team that has competed so far sa mga VCT tournaments because that's the exact opposite that they have been doing so far. They are the team that are willing to take risks in terms of agent drafts. Nakikita na natin yan. And also, sa mga plays na ginagawa nila, agresibo sila, walang katakot-takot pumasok sa mga sites. And I'm pretty sure talaga yung mga chaos is where they thrive. This is where they find structure sa playstyle nila.
No, that's a really good point. Kasi feel ko nga sa Fnatic, sila yung mas may kailangan mag-adjust eh. Kasi alam mo naman, EMEA region, it's all about that structure. Yung mga usual compatriots nila, kalaban nila, Team Liquid, na alam mo na lang yung gusto nilang gawin, yung mga plano, yung mga lurk, and then sino yung katapat nila nung first round? I believe it was NRG, right? Which is also a very strategy-based team. Pero now, dun ka na sa pinaka-opposite side ng spectrum. Dun ka na sa side ng mga EDG at Paper Rex. And kailangan handa yung Fnatic para dun sa pwedeng blitzkrieg nga na dadalhin dito ng Paper Rex. And you mentioned it na pwede nga Durke versus Jing and Forsaken. Baka biglang out of nowhere, the classic, the Vijet ilabas na rin. Who knows ano ang lalabas ng Paper Rex dito? Kasi really, it's still such a big question mark nga na wala si something that they played with so much in Pacific. What else do they have here in store for us?
Alam mo, yung ito din eh. Kasi si Raph, diba, ayaw na talaga niya sa Sage. Ayaw na ayaw talaga. Pero pag si Chronicle kasi nagsisage, pwede. eh. Pwede sa akin eh. Kasi,
Payag ka?
oo, papayag ako. Ewan ko kung papayag si Raph.
Hindi.
Kung tanungin natin siya, hindi talaga siya
Hindi talaga.
But, di ba, yung parang, yung paper Rex, sige, W gaming. Pero saan ka susugod? Sa mga shock darts ni Leo. Di ba? Sa mga walls ni Chronicle. Mahirap din eh, kasi napaka-defense-sided team yung Fnatic din. So, it's the cliche, diba? Pero it's the unstoppable force versus immovable object na makikita natin dito sa series.
Well, I'm pretty sure naman talaga they had the preparations necessary. Pinag-aralan nila yung mga VODs. And tulad na ginagawa kanina ng Evil Genius, parang kahit anong setup pa yun ng mga kalaban mo o kahit anong mga tinatapon set plays, there's always a counter to everything. And I'm pretty sure the coaches have everything figured out naman din.
Funny enough, nakikita ko nga sa stats nung recent games ng Fnatic, they have a few maps na mas attacking-sided nga sila actually. Maps like Bind, maps like Lotus, I'd say. Maps like, kahit wala ng Icebox no, na nakita natin for quite a while, na hindi lang tipong aasa sa defense, aasa sila sa utility, aasa rin sila sa kind of execute. At doon medyo maiilang yung PaperX eh. Pag sobrang coordinated yung Fnatic, tapos hindi makahanap yung opening na PaperX kasi they're lacking a bit of that extra firepower nga, diba? Na ini-expect natin pag nandito si something, baka doon pa madali ang PaperX.
Interestingly enough, actually, di ba, usually pag may bago sa roster, di ba, dapat si something, pero si CGRS yung pumalit. Parang hindi, wala akong nakikita na kine-question si CGRS. So napakaganda din sa side ng PaperX na parang solid na solid si CGRS eh. And okay lang yan kung papasok na sila. Pero ano kaya ang maps na ipipili ng ating mga teams dito sa map select? We're gonna find that out. Makikita ba natin yung Fnatic Permaban Pearl or yung PRX Permaban Haven? Malalaman natin.
Hyperex, you are higher seed, so would you like Team A or Team B? Team B. So Fnatic, you will be Team A, and you can start with your first band. Pearl, your band. Haven. Map number 1. Side on Lotus. And then map number 2. Side on Bind. Okay, we'll start, next set of bands starting with Fnatic. You have a set, faction, and split. And fracture. Your band, you have a sentence. Okay, so map number 3 will be split. Fnatic side on split. Okay, I'm gonna through this to make sure we're all good. First set of bands, we have Fnatic with Pearl, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Lotus with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bands are Fracture and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Split with Fnatic on attack. Go to both.
Lotus, Bind, and Split. Alam mo yung gusto ko sa dalawang teams na to? Very experimental sila pagdating sa mga maps, di ba? Lotus, okay lang yan. Bagong map na yan, okay lang yan. Laro namin.
Di ba? Bagong balik lang ang Bind. Sige lang.
Okay lang.
And yun nga.
Ano to? Ano to sa mata? Ano ba yung suot?
Ano dala
Suot ni poster, may belt.
Ano yung
belt
sash?
siya?
Miss Universe?
Miss Universe.
Mr. Valorant.
Mr. Valorant.
Yun talaga.
Ano nakasulat?
Oo nga eh.
Akala ko nga parang belt siya yung sa
wrestling.
Oo, yung sa wrestling.
Oo nga, akala ko rin eh. May conspiracy theory pa rin ako. Bakit di pa napalaro si Ben Kai?
Ano
Baka
yung...
masyadong magastos yung mga workout niya.
Yun
lang yung rason.
Sa costume and props.
Oo.
Masyadong
Kailangan ng bagong department ng PaperX para lang doon.
May sulat na nga. It's in Japanese. I don't read.
Ikaw, di ba nag-ano ka? Basta ka Japanese? Link.
No?
Nag-assume lang.
Kala ko naman.
Pinasa bigla.
Kala ko naman ikaw isang multilingual.
Iba
Yun ba yung ibig sabihin ng link?
O yun yan sa maps natin.
Huh?
Di ba may maps tayo?
Meron. May maps. May Lotus,
Oh,
may Bind, and may Split. And very exciting na nga yung mga maps natin. Kasi again, Lotus, exciting kasi bagong map siya. Bind, I love that this pick came out kasi exciting yung dalawang teams na ito sa Bind, diba? And Split, also a wild card pagdating sa strategies ng dalawang teams na ito. Mabuti naman, may stuff toys din si Jing na nandyan. And si Kao Paulo, the Kao.
Uy, Kao.
Kao Paulo.
Kao Paulo?
Yes.
Kasi galing ba siya ng
Sao Paulo?
Sao Paulo.
Binili sa
yung
Lain.
debut niya na nasa Brazil. So Kao Paulo. And then yung robot dog nila si Ivo.
Did they get it on Masters then? Yung stuff toy nila.
Yung stuff toy. Ewan ko kung si Kao Paulo galing Sao Paulo talaga.
Ba't alam mo yung lore ng mga stuff toy?
Oo, alam ko. yung stuffed toys.
Alam yung kwento ng mga
Pati yung mga dogs ni Aspas, alam ko yung kilala ko yung mga yan eh.
Yung Shiba
person. O nga pala, nandun ka sa lock-in, so personally mo tropa sila.
Yung isang aso ni ni Aspas, si Zeta yung pangalan. Kasi galing kay Zeta, yung sa T1.
That's so cute.
Cute no?
Hindi jersey swap, stop soy swap dapat.
Oh.
Kapag nasa tournament.
I would listen to a panel na yun lang pinag-uusapan mo.
Yung stuffed
Mga
toys?
stuffed toy lore.
Okay.
Para alam ko
Yung
talaga.
sabi nga ni Asray, di ba, may mga indigenous na stuffed toys. Di ba? Tulad ng...
In-explain niya sa akin yung kahapon. Sabi ko, anong indigenous?
Ano yan?
Local?
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung ibig
Exclusive?
sabihin nun, pero alam ko yung ibig sabihin ng ating Prime Gaming Agent Select na nandito for Lotus. Ano sa tingin mo?
Makakita na tayo kaagad ng Gecko for sure, CGRS. And sa kabilang side naman, it's pretty standard naman din.
Cyphers. Forsaken Cypher.
Yeah, and lalaro naman nila nung sa VCT Pacific to. I think really the biggest adjustment right now is yun nga, mag-double initiator na ngayon ang Paper Rex rather than that double duelist na paglalaro nila. And this kind of screams to me na this map pool para sa side ng Paper Rex, pinabayaan nila Lotus na maganda naman ang Fnatic mag-play in the first place. Very successful sa region nila because they want to bring out that Gecko as much as possible. Saan malakas si CGRS?
Makikita nga natin kung sino ba yung mas malakas dito, Fnatic or Paper Rex on Lotus. So casters, sa inyo na.
Dito na tayo, ang paborito ng Pacific Paper Rex at ang paborito ng mundo, hindi lang EMEA eh, Fnatic naman. Anyways, my name is Aster, kasama ko po ngayon si Raf at kami magiging casters nyo para sa ating best of 3 for this second series.
Di ako sure kung mag-Tagalog or mag-English. Parang naubos na yung Tagalog ko.
Papagalitan tayo pag nag-English ka eh. So, tiisin natin.
Sige lang, kaya natin to Asaray. Pero, jokes aside, di ba nag-English na ako, naubos na. Yun nga, pero parang kinakabahan ako para sa Paperx kasi, again, isang series lang natin nakita yung Fnatic pero sobrang tibay ng defense nila. Tapos sobrang bilis ng mga adjustments. I mean, we know Paperx, they'll brute force, they'll, use this. But, I don't know, man.
Ang problema kasi at least ang problema din natin ngayon para sa Paper Rex is lahat ng matches na nakita natin sa kanila, including yung Masters Tokyo, is lahat ng kalaban puro DRX. Puro DRX lang. So 3 of the last series that they played was all up against DRX, which means na they haven't really played truly against any international team dito sa atin. Rinig na rinig ko yung howl of the player, howl of the yung mga wonderful fans natin dyan sa Tokyo. In any case, simula tayo ngayon. Again, interestingly enough, CGRS is going to be on the Gecko. As it seems like magkakatingin na muna tayo sa B-side para sa Paper Rex. Onting pakita na ng puwersa dito, but it is going to be still open-ended kung paano yung approach nila, looking to be the C-push naman.
Baka malaking factor talaga na yung kalaban nila palagi na lang Pacific, diba? They still need to warm up for that international competition. And what a way to warm up na Fnatic pa yung kalaban na sobrang lakas nila in this tournament. Pero the entry is here, kaso walang mahanap yung Paper Rex, Soray.
Gusto ko yung ginagamit na yung wingman, hindi pang plant ng spike kung hindi pang hanap na lang ng contact. Double whammy yan kung isipin mo kasi gamit nila yung boombot plus yung wingman na yan. And because of that aggressive approach, kita mo naman agad dito makapag-plant sila ng spike. All of this contact na ginagawa ng Paper Rex, hindi sila makakuha ng kills dito. They're gonna be pushing for it. I like the Dizzy. That's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Durka, ganda ng timing ng kanyang nade dito. Isolating against Jing, pero smartly backing away muna as hindi siya makahanap ng pick. And Durka gets 2. This is not looking too good para ni Secret, sorry. Wala pala sila. Wow. DRX na lang. PRX, Davai, clutch artist, Davai, pero muntikan na lang. Kala ko makahanap siya, pero Durka held his own and clutches the pistol para sa Fnatic.
Sabi ko na yung defense ng Fnatic sobrang kunat Asoray na kahit yung initial hit na push back sila sa site, sa waterfall pa, they still managed to get those opening trades and those reply kills. Pero yun nga, at least naging 1v1 pa. And they were super low anyway. So, it's okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know if it's just unlucky or maganda lang yung pag-retreat ng Fnatic. Pero wala silang mahuli. Even though there was these bits and moments na dapat meron sana. Paper Rex, on the other hand, just going to be investing na lang muna ngayon para sa ating mga sheriffs in hand. Again, tinag-usapan nito, not looking too comfortable ka sa comp ng Paper Rex. Honestly, para sa akin, it could actually work Well, they're on the attacking side naman. So, yung sabihin ko sana, if they were on the defending na if they can push back yung initial bout ng Fnatic dito and allow Forsaken to lurk, doon natin makikita yung real strength na meron dito ang Paper Rex.
Tingin ko yung plan sa Fnatic, dahil nag-Astra sila, you know how Paper X love to segment the map and basically try to isolate the fights as much as they can. At least my global presence, si Boaster. So no matter where he is, the stars are gonna be available. Forsaken does get tagged. But, you know, Eco, so, syempre, alam mo na yung sinong manalo dito, di ba? Well, unless Forsaken
Pero tignan mo
lands
to,
a
ang
crazy
ganda
shot.
ito yung gusto kong call na ginawa ng Paper Rex ngayon. Fnatic not really expecting that there's going to be a big rotation, pero dahil nawala na yung wall na meron dito in smoke na pinut out, I think ng Fnatic initially, Paper Rex have a little bit of good advantageous map control agad. Durka syempre hindi makuhuli doon. Gonna be pushing up. Leo as they get through the smoke will just again destroy the rest ng Paper Rex dito. Unfortunately, Paper Rex, they were kind of hoping na makahanap sila ng butal dun sa defense pero hindi. Mahuhuli sila. Like gap.
Wow. Grabe si Asoy. Tagalog caster talaga. Born and raised.
No thanks. Tagalog.
Anong no thanks? Ayaw mo ba dito sa beautiful city mo, Asoy?
Okay lang.
Okay lang.
I think yung sagot kay bawat Pilipino, okay lang.
Mas gusto mo sa Japan, di ba?
Oh, syempre.
Sana, di ba?
Watashi wa tamago.
Sige. Para wala na tayong trabaho bukas, Asoy. Sige. Pero, di ba, nag-usap na tayo about how Paper X attack is super simple. I mean, siguro mas few yung points of failure niya. At the same time, mas mabilis mabasa sa Fnatic. Kasi yung standout quality ng Paper X is to be very forceful on all of those hits. But again, Fnatic, sobrang confident nila sa mga adjustments. And look at this, sorry, Durka already has that showstopper. So if mag-heavy pa yung Paper X dito, then baka maubos pa sila sa isang ulti.
Eh, gaya na sinabi mo, diba? There's a lot of influence na pwedeng gawin ng Fnatic without actually being there on the site because of the agents that they specifically have lang din dito. Who has the showstopper? It's actually going to be Jing. Okay, gagamitin nila yung Wingman pero may Nano Swarm specifically made para lang ma-counteract yung kailangan nilang tumawid dito. Going on to Ben, trying to get into the site ngayon, get that spike planted down. Si Jing medyo may, may sneaky-peeky na movements. Iniwanan nila na mag-isa ngayon si Mindfreak to hold that lurk. I don't know if Fnatic knows about this, pero at least nakikita mo nakatingin dyan si Chronicle just to match it out. But the rest na natitira ngayon sa Paper X now moving up onto the ace. And this is what I'm talking about, man. Pag si Forsaken given that chance to actually go for the lurk, it gives a lot of options ngayon para maka-decide ang Paper X.
Pero baka nakuha din sa scouting report ng Fnatic kasi nakita mo. Sobrang ganda ng position nila para sa trades. But no, Leo still gets caught out. Forsaken!
Yun lang, nag-showstopper si Jing, nag-showstopper din si Durka dito, batuhan ng mga Rays, raising all kinds of hell right here and right now. Great flash from the Vi para maspatan agad dito si Chronicle. Gives him a little bit of that flash and look at this reaction para sa Paper X, ha? Ramdam na ramdam. Uy! Teka, may isa pa si Durka dito. Medyo problematic yan, pero buti na lang hindi. He's good. Grenade flushing out Jing and mag-iisa na lang si Davai, the miracle man ng Paper X. Kaya niya makapag-clutch, but in this situation against Fnatic, is it going to be enough? A little bit of tahimik lang muna. Oh, alam na, nakita na ni Alphayer to. He needs to win the fight here, pero hindi niya kakayanan against Alphayer.
Akala ko maghintay pa siya sa flash niya. Maybe segment all those fights. But again, Fnatic just so quick on those adjustments. Kahit trade na lang Asray, di pa nakaya sa Paper X. And that was a very big bonus round dapat on the side of Paper X. Lalo na alam natin na they're super momentum heavy. Nakita pa yung yung hat ni... Was it Forsaken?
Si Forsaken niya. Debuff siya habang hindi pa nag-neural theft si Cypher. Ganun talaga yon. And what's kind of annoying about that is, dahil sa paano sabihin to? Dahil sa nakakuha ng kill si Durka, nagkaroon pa ng nade siya dito, na flush out pa si Jing na hindi dapat mangyayari, and because of that, naiwan si Davai to hopefully get for that clutch. Pero hindi nangyari ito! Jing naman, syempre, siya ang double satchel, sabihin natin, berserker ng Paper X.
At the very least, nakuha nila yung pick. And one thing that Paper X is super good at is the tempo. Kaso yung Fnatic, they're really just not gonna budge. They lost the first pick, but they're still gonna play super compact. Manages to get that man advantage still, Asaray. And my God, Paper X, they still bail on the C-take.
Wala. Jing has to forsake this angle, forgo the angle, pero hindi kakayanin kung natalo sila dito, it's all because ang bilis ng adaptation ng Fnatic dito. Kung nakikita nyo guys kanina, B or mid on to B, kanina walang players doon ng Fnatic pero bigla nagkaroon ng dalawa knowing na they like to open the doors ng Paper Rex. Anyway, si CJRs na lang matitira dito. The substitute made main muna habang wala pa si Something. Not gonna be able to deal. Masyado madami ng gagaling na players from Fnatic on that retake.
To be fair, maganda naman yung information exchange between Fnatic and Paper Rex. Kasi yung game plan ng Paper Rex ngayon is to find kung saan ba talaga yung weak side ng Fnatic. Pero napansin mo, AlphaJers has been playing B main all this time. He's been playing the rotator. He's been leaving his bots though. At the same time, he's been investing so much, again, attention towards that vent position. Pero yun nga, parang ano din yung Paperex. Di sila naka-breakthrough sa A main. Like, they not really focusing on rubble control muna.
Quick time out agad dito para sa Paperex. Pero I kinda get that din kasi I'm looking at yung mga agents nila. It'll take them a huge amount of utility para lang pumalag sa rubble agad. So I think they have to they have to learn how to manage yung utility nila. Kasi ang problema doon is if naspatan ng Fnatic yun, nandun si Durka palagi outside rubble, meron siyang nade. And that's one utility that Paperex have to like use so much just to counter out.
Yung mapansin ko din sa Fnatic, di pa nila ginamit yung Gravity Well nade combo ni Durka. So I feel like what they're trying to show Paperex is that on this defense, they're also incredibly malleable. Di naman sila, hindi nila pinilit yung mga set play nila. Kasi alam nila Paperex is also very, I guess, hyperactive as a team.
Yeah. Speaking of hyperactive, again, medyo nabasa na nga dito ng Fnatic din, yung solo plays ngayon ni Forsaken. Because that's usually what Forsaken's job is pag Sentinel siya. Ang problema naman ngayon is tinapat nila siya sa taong kayang palagan si Forsaken, si Durka. Every single match. Tingnan mo, 2-4.
12-1.
Yeah. Hindi na siya pumapatay kay Forsaken 12 times. Lahat ng members ng
Oh, grabe. Kasi nakita mo nga, 4 lang yung death ni Forsaken. Sorry naman.
So, mathematically speaking, hindi pwede. Hindi posible yun.
Hindi. Kaso...
Teka lang muna. Daming targets pero wala nakukuha si Jing! Isa lang ang nakuha niya pero walang follow-up dito. Ang Paperex, unfortunately. Good tags though. Chronicles down to 1. Leo's down to 36. So, I guess even if hindi siya nakakuha ng eliminations that much, the impact was still there from Paperex.
Uy, buti na lang may snakebite dito si Chronicle. And again, like I said, the adjustments on the side of Fnatic have been by far the best, especially on the defense. I don't know if it's a byproduct of just Boaster's calling or everyone, but yun nga yung Paperex specialty Asray. Nice strat, nerd. Kaso si AlphaJer may Vandal, nakahanap pa ng dalawa. Okay.
Tag for tag. Nice try na nga. Nako si Boaster. The best counter for 3 positioning, having your Odin.
Oh no.
Kasi Mind Freak nakatalikod pa, yun lang. Davai, wala, magdasal lang muna tayo dito para kay Davai. He's a clutch artist, pero kakayanin niya ba as pressure's coming in from all angles? Akala niya he was safe. Akala niya he had walls to put his back on. Pero those walls were too thin for the Odin.
Para sa akin din hindi lang si Durka yung problema ni Forsaken dito sa mga lurk. Kasi syempre si AlphaJer, he's been fantastic this entire Tokyo Masters, and I would dare say he's been the best Sentinel we've had. Okay, wait. Siguro shot si Bustio.
Yes. Yes. Busti is one of my favorite picks right now for Anchor. I think sinabi ko na rin ata yun kanina. Actually, para sa akin sa EMEA, if si Alpha, sa akin si Xiao.
Kaso wala si Xiao dito eh.
True, yun nga lang.
Sige.
Wala syempre. It's still 5 people playing. So, medyo na-outmaneuver lang.
Pero hindi niya nabuhat
anyways,
yung Navi. Sige.
Moving away na from that, kasi nandito tayo sa laban ng Fnatic at Paperex. Wala nang Navi. Rest in peace, Navi. Good utilities available para sa Paperex ngayon. Meron silang Thrash to utilize. Pero now, alam ba the Paperex, they have to be aware na there's still that Boaster with the Odin. So, Suppressive Fire is just gonna be a lot more available. Pero there it is, activation of the Thrash, pero Fnatic, walang nasa site. Alam nila, they're just gonna wait.
Alam nila yung pinakamalaking strength din sa Paperex, or at least sa comp nila, yung mga side fights. Sobrang ganda ng mga abilities para sa mga closer ends like this. And Jing trying to get a little vertical here, Asray. But again, Chronicle Snakebite is just so in time. Zoning ult lang. At least nakaplant sila. Dami pa namang oras, 1 minute. And look at Fnatic. Na-condition nila yung Paperex na merong flank. So Mind Freak, medyo disjointed, but they invest the Nightfall for this.
But they're too far to at least capitalize agad yung sa maybe yung mabibigay ng Nightfall dito para sa kanila. But that might not be the best case. Ang ganda naman ng timing na to. Si Durka, meron na siyang showstopper but countered out by Forsaken. If you can Odin, I can Odin too. 4 versus 3. Ipit, kisagapit sa dalawa on the site. Wala makuha picks ngayon. Si Davai, unfortunately, matitira na lang si Forsaken pero hindi niya kayang isuppress ang multiple angles of retake na binabato ng Fnatic and it is suffocating to be in the position na ngayon ng Paper X.
Yun nga kulang staying power ng Paperex. Yung initial hit nila sobrang lakas. Kaso yung mga post-plant na what? Diba?
Yeah.
Ang gusto nila, okay, let's fight. I think that's the reason why they wanna keep hitting C. Kasi C's probably, out of all the sites on Lotus, pinaka-okay to extend into CT and into Waterfall. Kasi hindi vertical Hindi, tawag dito, malala yung mga, again, extended fights. And they don't have to invest too much to try and flush out people from that position. But you do it on A, you do it on B. It just doesn't look too good.
Doesn't look too good at all. Tignan mo, nagkakomit na ngayon ng Paper X dito. Pero yung combination nga, kahit tumatag si Leo, it's not really the be-all, end-all para sa Fnatic. Ito din nakakatakot sa, sa Fnatic is, alam nila yung extent na kaya nilang i-bully out dito ang Paper X. Pero teka lang muna, lines are being drawn literally by the Odin spam once again. Binabawian ng Forsaken, but sino ba talaga ang tunay na Diyos dito? Mukhang si... Basta din si Odin, di ba? Anyways.
Sige,
try natin yan. Push natin yan.
Kahit Tagalog or English ay corny mo pati.
Ano bang akala mo sa akin? Porket nag-language translation lang tayo,
Oo nga, no?
Magbabago ang identity ko.
Ibang skin lang.
Tingnan mo, mas magiging cool ako pag nag-Tagalog ako. Hindi.
You're always cool to me, bro.
Oh, wow.
Diba?
Thank you, man.
Support. Kasi tayo lang dalawa dito Wala na si Tita Mika para I guess, babysit. But speaking of babysitting...
Okay. Oh, that could be a big paranoia.
Kaso walang follow-up, Asoray.
Yun nga lang. CGRS, tigil muna sa pag-defuse. Paper X, bawi na onte, pero... Mas masakit sa paano to.
Hoy.
Wallbang. Sugod, CGRS! Half defused? Yes, it is. There's still time.
My time.
Wow, 0.19 seconds. And Fnatic keep the streak.
Ito din, Asoray, how rare is it to have a 7-0 start on defense, on Lotus? Baka comp diff, baka strat diff, baka, again, anti-strat lang siguro on the side of Fnatic, but they're also landing their shots. They're winning their duels is the biggest thing.
True. It's not well done. Like more like medium rare.
Yung mga duels?
Yeah.
Bakit? Some people prefer medium rare.
I like medium rare too. What do you mean? Yeah. It's the best.
I don't know where this is going.
Well, neither does Paper X too. So, yun nga lang.
Parang ako din. So, where is this alluding to, Asoray? Alam mo naman, nahirapan ako sa Tagalog. Tapos you add on to it pa. Sige. Good job. Speaking of, I mean, Paper X just can't win this utility shuffle. Like I said, the global presence of Boaster is just, in any other word, I guess, annoying. Like, there's just really a lack for a term for that. Sobrang kakainis siguro on the side of Paper X na palaging may response, may prowler, may nades, lahat-lahat na lang. At least they don't take damage this time around.
Grabe yung spacing din. I think you call it the utility shuffle ng Fnatic dito. Keeping Paper X on their toes. Pero, not the best weapons, but it's a good hold. It's a 5 versus 5. First time I think we've seen this from Paper X on the B side. Makapag-plant na sila. Trying to get some contact. Gamit ang paranoia na yan. But it's all for naught dito, Raph. Alphayer picks up 2 Chronicles sa gilid. Leaving the 2 players ng Paper X to fend off Forsaken. Gamit ang Sheriff. Pero... Yup. Okay, may snake bite. Teka lang muna, medyo maipit. Teka, sa gilid si Durka, may shotgun pa siya. Pag na somehow managed to go through Boaster, napakalapit na ng isa pang player ng Fnatic dito. And again, Paper X on that spiral.
Grabe si Asoy. Man of many talents. Parang air traffic director. Teka lang, may Odin. Teka lang, may snake bite. Kalma lang. Hindi naman tayo naglaro
Pero totoo naman, ang dami masyadong binabato ng utility dito ng look and listen. Stop, drop, and roll. Kasi nasasunog na ngayon ang Paper X.
Bahala ka dyan. Iyoko na. Gusto ko nang umuwi. Iba talagang klaseng enjoyment ni Asoray. Basta PH broadcast. Home court.
Home court advantage.
I am very surprised that PaperX aren't putting up a fight. In all honesty, like usually nga kahit yung mga duels nila in their favor, are they really missing something at this point? Or kung si Jing at si Forsaken nasa lineup, dapat talaga sila yung dalawang duelist. Kasi ano din against CGRS, talented as he is, he just does not bring that immediate impact basta mga duels, basta mga fights, basta skirmishes around the map. Granted, galing niya mag-support.
And because of that, na force na rin actually si Forsaken na sumama sa pag-push ng team nila. It feels like PaperX, medyo naging desperate na sila sa, finding results first. Pero, the thing is, tignan mo to, yung standing na pinapakita sa atin. Out of the 8 rounds na nilaro ng Fnatic, 7 of those, puro retake, puro defuse.
Yun nga diba? Yun yung pinakamalaking problema kasi dapat si Mindfreak, he should have that paranoia on the post plant. Pero since their lineup is so geared towards that first hit to fight, wala silang staying power. Alam ko pa ulit-ulit. Pero yung first pick, nandun pa sa Fnatic. Saray nako si Jing. Usually we don't see that type of mistake from him, especially on the jump.
Mas
But
may smoke pa para makapag-mamba out dito si Alphair. Yan tatawag natin na pag lumilipad si Jing at natamaan siya ng operator in the skies. The fly swatter. That fly not gonna be annoying anybody anymore. Si Durkag finds the second pick with the operator. Ito yung problema para sa PaperX ngayon, di ba? Is they love the contact, pero parang Fnatic at every single step of the way. Handang-handa sila. Tingnan mo yung angle ni Boaster ngayon dito.
Uy.
And this is what happened din kanina when they were trying to get forward map control. Sabi ng Fnatic, hintayin nyo lang. Makikita nyo. Lahat ng ginagawa ng PaperX, very much, para ba sabihin to, na-read agad ng Fnatic. If Mindfreak uses paranoia, alam nila na may follow-up yun ng PaperX pushing up.
Kasi overall, mahina talaga yung utility shuffle sa PaperX ngayon They can't win if they try to play the slow game kasi may Viper. May Astra. Si Boaster pa mismo nag-Astra. And again, Devi is really the only regenerating utility they have that they can somewhat divide the map on. Pero kung napansin mo din, yung sa side ng Fnatic, they're keeping PaperX guessing. They're not always playing super receded. Meron naman silang mga plays na super aggressive. Parang si Durkee kanina sa off, nahanapan niya si Jing.
Yeah.
And again, it's proving to be so problematic in this Gecko. Kahit may trash kanina, wala pa ding value.
The thing is, Thrash is just being thrown by itself lang. So, there's nothing that allows the Thrash to actually connect onto an opponent or get yung mas malalim na map control. Pero, okay, teka, yun the first good pick ngayon para sa PaperX. Boaster is down. Wala nang smokes ng Astra din. Chronicle, what? Pinapasag niya yung util, tapos sa headshot pa rin si Forsaken na tumatalon lang, trying to get that follow-up. 4 versus 4. What's the big util na pa rin gamitin ngayon ng Fnatic? Mukhang wala, pero it's still going to be them pressuring for this retake pa din. Push out para kay CGRS. Kitang-kita yung gilid. Handang-handa si Alphair. This is looking a little bit disconcerting para sa PaperX as Durka comes in for the finalizing kill. Gamit niya ang judge going in with the satchel. And again, di makapaniwala si Alphair. How did I get that first kill?
I can't explain it either. Honestly, like, I'm at a loss for words for PaperX here kasi kahit yung mga 1v1, again, uncharacteristic. Wow.
Youch.
One frame flick, di ba? Pero yun nga, kahit yung mga 1v1 and kahit yung spacing sa PaperX, sobrang gulo. Walang mga double swing. They don't try to capitalize on the fact that they have that window on a flash, maybe to play off an off angle, or maybe throw their nades deeper. Pero yun nga, medyo mabigat yung pressure sa Tokyo Masters. Tapos sila pa yung lone standing Pacific.
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Si Chronicle pala yun. But the issue still stands. Ang laki ng problema ngayon ng PaperX. Durka though, handang-handa sa push out ni Forsaken. If you say hi, I say hello. Mas madami ako para sa inyo.
Grabe kita. Oh my God. This is so painful to watch.
Triple whammy on the mollies. Tapos meron pang molly part. Tumigil sila pa sa pag-push ng Ben. Giving Chronicle, one angle na lang para i-deal with. This is Fnatic really funneling in ang Paper Rex. Isipin mo sila yung gumagawa ng daanan for the flow of Paper Rex, and this is not what you kind of want from Paper Rex. They're very open-ended, pero when it's like this, alam mo agad kung saan mafa-funnel lang ang galaw ng Paper Rex eh.
Yun nga lahat ng nila, fighting power, di nila mabuelo. Kaso si Durkin nandito. Can he actually find the second? But Chronicle, can you relax ba? Just, it was fun. Isa lang, kahit isa lang, okay lang.
Grabe, mas malala pa to sa
kanina.
sa EGTL eh.
Hindi, sabi ko naman, pinakamagaling na team yung Fnatic, di ba? So, okay lang. Kasi, isipin mo, ang lakas ng energy. Pero yung energy, nag-freeze din. Kalaban nila, Fnatic. So, tama lang kasi parang yung mag-champion dito yung Fnatic eh. So, no shame in losing against champions. Smile.
Sabi ko pa nga naman,
kaya pa to.
This is so different sana from... And this is one of the debut maps din ng Paper Rex looking at sa lock-in. Don't forget that, ha? Yung nagkaroon sila parang, wow, that was a cool play para sa Paper Rex. After that, wala na nangyari.
Yun nga eh. Pero yung brain power ng Fnatic ngayon, sobrang, I guess, how do I even put this in Tagalog, man? Tagalog's so hard. Like, the gap between Fnatic and other teams right now is just insurmountable. Anong Tagalog ng insurmountable, Pop Quiz? Ako, hindi ko alam. Wag na lang. Basta yung gap malaki, Asoray. Yun na yun. Naghirapan mo yung sarili mo.
Hindi mo insurmountable.
Get off me. Get off me. Ito pa yung first studio cast natin in a while. Tapos, ginalan mo pa ako. Nakita mo, nahirapan pa ako, Asoray. Pang Paper Rex ako ngayon eh. Nahirapan. Diyos ko. Buti nang may trade.
Pero this is so weird para sa Paper Rex. They're chasing down for the kills.
Yun nga eh.
I guess maybe it's because of the fact that they can't really rely dun sa utility na. Because there's no utility to play for the post plant. May flash sila, yes. They have something. Pero if they can't find yung mga picks gamit ang kanilang weapons itself, hindi ito mangyayari sa Paper Rex. Siguro yun nga yung dahilan para sa kanila. Pero
ang daming rason eh. Ang daming rason kung bakit ganito yung performance sa Paper Rex. Pero akala ko maybe they're feeling good kasi syempre yung tournament demons nila, they've honestly swept. DRX, they got swept. And baka totoo din yung sinabi mo kanina na since medyo sanay sila sa Pacific playstyle, wala pa silang warm-up against the international scene. And, at least something is there in spirit.
Yeah, feel ko yung sinasabi nun, I miss something.
Wow. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Maybe. Bring something agad. Anyways, bring the panel in. Sila na muna ang magdi-discuss niyan.
Nako, paano ba to ma-surmount ng PRX na 12-0 ang scoreline in favor ng Fnatic? Pero can I just say, clean! So clean! Fnatic is so brilliant when it comes to the defensive strategy. Lalong-lalo na pagdating sa mga new maps actually. So, I wasn't worried. Actually, dito sa Lotus.
I wasn't worried.
worried.
Part talaga. And nakikita na sa side ng Fnatic eh. Na-mention nga ni Asteroid especially na it really comes down to the post plant na pagdating ng pag-defuse duty nila, pagdating talaga ng for their retake themselves, you have players like Chronicle and Leo have been absolutely incredible sa paggamit nilang utility. Palagi na lang nila nakukuha yung mga angles na hindi sila nasagot ng Paper Rex. So many times na Paper Rex, hindi rin sila makaabot doon sa pag-stop ng defuse, hindi sila makaabot sa pag-stop sa may paghawak ng spike. And then, you had add-on Durkin, naglabas na ng operator also later on. The defuses became eliminations and it was even cleaner for Fnatic.
Durkin, go kill. Yun ang strat.
Yun talaga yung strat, actually. Diba? Sabi ni Poster, go kill my son. Yun yung command kay Durka. And I should also point out, diba, yung 61% I think yung overall first blood success ni Durka on overall. And nakakatakot talaga, diba? Yung parang mapapaisip yung W gaming dito. And that's exactly what we're seeing, diba? Yung parang if you can't get past Durka, may Leo and Chronicle ka pa, diba? Tapos somewhere may Alphager and somewhere may Boaster na may Odin. Diba? Ano yung gagawin mo?
Pili ka na lang, diba, kung saan ka mamamatay. And I think really it's the biggest factor right now. No matter where Paper Rex goes, hindi sila makadaan. Hindi sila makakuha ng execute. You already noticed na pag si Jing nahihirapan makapasok ng site, you know there's a big problem here. And I think really the sync right now from Paper Rex, hindi gaanong ka-clear kung kulang sila ng isa pa sa entry.
interesting stat din. Apparently, the last 13-0 that happened in an international Valorant tournament no, also involved Chronicle from Gambit versus G2. Mukhang mauulit-ulit, but we'll see what PaperX can do with one round. So, casters, sa inyo na.
They should have been switching up the W gaming to M. No more Wombo. Gotta go back to that Mumbo.
You said it to Mumbo. Pero, grabe si Mika, porket pa 13-0 na yung team niya, yung predictions, ginusto talaga. Sige.
Sobrang tuwa niya nung Mika siguro ngayon.
Isa lang, PaperX. Para at least masira yung yung 13-0, di ba?
Yeah.
For the pride. Pero, so totoo lang, tingin ko kaya naman sa PaperX eh. Yung comeback na 13 perfect rounds. Lalo na matrade si CGRS na siya lang mag-isa. Good job.
Oy! Let's get the trade back though. So 4 versus 4, Jing, good nade, pero medyo late. Yun lang. No damage pa kay Durka. Pero teka lang, slow but surely is what PRX are trying to do right now. Heroics from Jing, ganda ng pinch. Boaster still alive. There's the Gravity Well. 2 versus 1, pero low na si Mindfreak, low na si Jing. And push through the smoke, just got a hit. Tumatalo na onti si Boaster, pero si Jing pumapalag. No chance na mata 13-0 kami dito.
At least hindi 13-0.
Yun na yun.
13-0. Pero, to be fair, yun nga, parang, at least from how we're looking at it right now, I guess they're gonna have a better time retaking. Kasi alam nila na yung Fnatic medyo nag-freeze on the retake, or at least they have to hold certain positions for the snakebite to land, for the utility to deny the plant, kung if ever we get there.
Yeah.
But again, it's really that initial hit. PaperX, they still need, 11 more flawless rounds, Asaray.
Well, flawless victory ba ito para sa PaperX? Because this is looking to be a fatality in motion. Damage onto the Vi. I think natag din ata si CGRS doon, but at least they do get the pick on kay Durka ngayon. Smoke's not for long, nasa silong, so baka makapag-push up sila dito. After that flash, kitang-kita mo naman agad, pero nakapag-back up pa si Boaster into the wall. Hindi nila kaya na makahuli siya dito ng isa, pero Leo syempre gamit ang kanyang handgun and find the one. Chronicle at Alpha Year na lang ang matitira. Mapalag pa rin somehow, somewhat. It's only down to Chronicle, trapped outside A, not the spike in hand.
Oh boy.
Oy!
Oh, at least Chronicle gets one. Divine Mindfreak, sambala na lang din sila. Sorry, body shot pa. Forsaken, he has to play his cards right here. He has to use his teammates. At least nakagat pa si Chronicle, but I don't think they should be chasing for this. Okay, it's fine. I got scared. I got scared for a moment, but it's all good.
Nagantay lang sila.
Kasi grabe nung na-stun, tapos naka-double kill pa. Siguro ang sakit sa mental mo.
Could be a possibility actually na mangyari ngayon din dun eh. Pero good thing na lang sa PaperX. They held off na lang, knowing na baka si Chronicle muna ang initially na mag-peak. Got the kill, and at least get 2 in the bag. And syempre, that's not the biggest of their concerns. It's this particular round ngayon dito, where Fnatic have the weapons. And actually, what's kind of good para sa PaperX, I'm just looking into it. Jing, 1 charge away from the showstopper.
Kaso isang lang talaga, slip up on the side of PaperX. Doon sila madisgrasya pa. Yun nga, yung Fnatic, ang dami din nilang util. May regenerating util yung PaperX, yes. Pero, oh man, this is pretty famous for Jing to go for all these traps. I don't think he has to confirm. The Prowler's gonna get some value. Buti na lang, hindi pa nakita si Durkit. But he will get tagged. That's gonna prompt him to go back just a little bit. But Chronicle is here.
Oh no! Kamali lang sila dito din. Kita mo na yung mga players ng Fnatic. I think natag sila nung showstopper. Kaya meron pang buga na pwedeng ibigay ang PaperX. Rinig mo ko sa galing yung ultimate na yun. Siyempre, of course, brought to you by Jing. Flash knows Alpha Year is there. And Jing not falling behind PaperX. Is this the beginning?
Sana. Sana ito yung simula ng comeback nila.
Yung panimula at hindi panapos.
Yun nga baka maybe just a little messy on the side of Fnatic din. Pero yung, I wouldn't necessarily say hula naman on the side of PaperX to go for all those fights. Kasi alam naman nila may buwelo pa yung Fnatic eh. With all that utility, they have so much time needed to set up. But again, PaperX, margin for error, so minimal.
Tara naman tayo sa four-pronged approach ng Paper Rex sa Rubble. Dami nilang ibinuga doon. Pag nasira yung alarm bot, pag na-trigger, actually pag narinig lang ng Fnatic, alam na agad nila. It's the same play na ginawa namin last round. Kaya medyo light na on the utilities ang kalaban natin dito ngayon. Pero Alphair nagkamali. Jing can wait for the smoke. Teka lang muna, there's the wingman. Boaster trying to supplement with utility, pero Paper Rex, sinusugod talaga nila dito. It's all down kay Darka. Spike has been planted. Mag-isa na lang siya. At susugurin ni Forsaken. Finishing it off with the Odin. Never give up, never surrender.
That's another reason why we love Paper Rex. Diba? They always play with heart. They never look like they're always in a sour mood. Kahit 12-0, kahit 13-1, or kahit anong scoreline really. And now they still have the Vice Seekers here to try and create or make something happen. But now Leo with that Nightfall is just gonna make defending that much harder.
Yeah, Darka syempre may showstopper na rin siya dito ngayon. How tricky is the utility na mga gamit ng Paper Rex? Ito na, first time na nag-switch up sila ng kanilang huddle. I think just because nakita nila yung star dito ni Boaster, pero that being said, again, na-circumvent na naman sila ng Fnatic. Here comes the rest as Durka comes in. Walang gamit ng ultimate niya. It's all about the aggressive contact. CGRS na huli, pero Jing, fade away, double kill. Teka lang muna, hindi pa ito tapos. Forsaken finds the one through the smoke. Spike hindi pa nakapag-plant. Leo, if he pushes through this, mahuhuli siya. But they need to give Jing a little bit of health back.
No.
Pero medyo nag-iinit sila masyado. But still, Jing is finding the picks left, right, and center. As Poster is now down. Solo man, YOLO man, 3 versus 1.
I am of the opinion that Jing's best role has always been the main rifler. Kasi if you give him the responsibility to play that main initiator, yun nga parang yung mindset niyan nagiging sobrang supportive. Siyempre,
iba pag secondary, no?
Oo. Di naman mabawasan yung firepower niya. Pero yung response time lang mismo yung magsasuffer, I guess. But again, 4K for Jing. And I think he's had so many 3Ks, 4Ks to keep the team alive. But it is what it is, I guess. Ay, hindi pala. Bago na yun eh. It's a canon event,
It's
diba?
a canon event. Oh, 1 HP. Tapos ano pa?
Grabe.
Through the door, closing in sa mukha niya. And go, look at this, Jing, 21 kills. Back na naman sa kanya ang showstopper. Si CGRS, wow, amazing, Jing. Easy. Galing.
What are you doing, man? Ginagaya mo lang si CGRS.
Oo.
Pero, you know, wait, Fnatic number 1. Maybe.
I mean, again, the international tournaments are the gauge of if you are the number 1, diba?
Totoo.
Ito naman.
And again, the recent performance has been very good.
Shouts nga pala kay Ling Ling.
Nandito siya eh. Nag-hi, hello. Kumusta na daw yung Paper X? Grabe, baka si Ling Ling yung secret weapon sa Paper X. So, pagdating niya, naging 5 yung score.
Kaya nga baka nga. Pero at least for the moment, nag-call na ng timeout ang Fnatic. I don't think naubusan naman ng approaches na ginagawa dito ang Fnatic din. And what's kind of interesting is lahat ng ginagawa ng Paper Rex is incredibly risky. Pero it's somehow managing to pay off. Makita mo, they got caught off na. Akala ko yun na yung simula ng downfall nila nung nakahuli si Chronicle or si Boaster ng 1 kill dito. Tapos bigla na lang out of nowhere, makikita mo sa kill feed, Jing gets the 2K. It's all again them trying to disrupt yung ginagawa ng Fnatic dito. And it has been working. Pero, is it gonna work for 12 straight rounds?
Character trait naman din yun sa Paper X eh. Kung may momentum sila, they really will not stop. They understand that if they let go of it and start playing safe and potentially scared, dun sila magsasuffer, dun sila magstumble. And now, what I feel like is gonna be really difficult is that Fnatic has every single option in the world to keep Paper X at bay kasi yung kulang lang nila na ulti is Alpha Juice and he's not even that far from it. They can handle this round as quickly as they want or as slowly as they have to. Yun, naubos na yung... Or actually, may isang smoke pa si Mindfreak, pero yun nga. They has to re-smoke this. Really scared of that A default because of all of this utility.
Yeah, and on the other side naman, Paper Rex, once they use their utility nga, it's the one and done. So medyo mahirap na ibato ng Paper Rex lahat-lahat ito kasi the margin, or not the margins, but yung count of what they can throw in the direction of Fnatic dwindle after that first bout of
whatever they wanted to do, which is usually yung paggamit na ng kanilang ultimate. Thrash, I kind of like that, that
Yung scouting tactic.
Yung scouting tactics, babalik mo sa kanya sa'yo para pwede mo siyang gamitin again for a second time.
May charge. Pero yun nga, nakita mo yung patience ng Fnatic. Alam nila may oras pa. So they're still trying to gauge a reaction out of PaperX. Pero usually, kung ganito na situation, PaperX is the one to try and prompt an emergency response. So yun nga, 18 seconds. Sabi ni Mika, ganito din yung favorite hit ng Fnatic. Wait for time, but Turkey can't get anywhere. PaperX still getting zoned out. No plant indeed.
Di ba sila nagka-plant dito? Pag narinig to ng PaperX, baka pwede pa silang gumamit ng kanilang showdown. Still the plant! 1-1. Okay, plant is down para sa Fnatic. Viper Spit is activated. Jing susugod sa loob pero gets the pick immediately. Jing the hero ng PaperX dito. 3 versus 3. The round continues. Naghahanap si Chronicle. Bullets flying everywhere. Kailangan makahanap ni Jing na isa. Kailangan makahanap ni Jing na isa. Pero Chronicle is stuck into a corner na hindi siya makahanap. And this is not looking too good. Leaving it kay Mind Freak. Know where Alpha here is, which is good. Chronicle.
Kaso no
Actually,
time.
no, 2 versus 1. And yeah, no time. And hindi pa niya nakahanap yung isa. And the second snake bite to delay it even further. Clock is ticking. You have to have it. He has to commit to it. Pero Leo! Hindi malilito. Hindi maduduwag at susugurin ang 1 versus 1 na yon. Finishing off yung game number 1.
Grabe, nawala si Lingling. Hindi na
hindi na makabawi yung Favorix. Ipakita lang eh.
Well, to be fair, I thought PaperX would have a bit more of a fight on that map. Pero yun nga, sobrang linis ng Fnatic ngayon. Lahat ng plays ng PaperX, legit they've scouted it. And they know that they had such a huge round lead that PaperX just could not play the PaperX way in some specific situations.
You can't fault CGRS for thinking na baka matigil niya yung pagplant na yun. Kasi nakita mo yung timer, so like 6-7 seconds ata or something. Tapos may parang onting gap na lang na maitanim na dito ng Fnatic yung spike pero hindi pa rin nangyari. Teka lang muna, hindi yan yung match natin. Kanina lang yan. Alam ko maganda yung laban ng EG sa Kakom pero maganda din itong laban ng Fnatic sa PaperX. Pero that being said dito, Raf, PaperX were so sure every single round na nasimulan nila makuha, they were so sure of what they wanted to do. That's the one time na nag-slip up sila. But again, you cannot fault PaperX for wanting to stop yung heroics na sana gagawin ni CGRS.
Grabe din yung map research para sa Fnatic dito. I think by far, with this type of lineup, yung execution nila yung pinakamaganda. And really, this year, from all the international tournaments we've seen this year, and even here in just Valorant Masters, I don't think a team has executed as well as Fnatic. Dapat loud at Navi, kaso wala.
Wala eh. Iba ang iba ang ihip ng hangin para sa Tokyo Masters.
Grabe.
Easy daw. Pero again, best of 3 naman nito. Kita mo naman na may bugahang PaperX.
Mapick naman din ng Fnatic to eh. So, natural, panalo sila, di ba?
Grabe, may watch party ang Fnatic sa Tokyo din, no? Nasa gilid na sila pagkatapos ng laban. Galing nyo!
Sige. Ay.
Grabe, sorry
ulitin mo nga. Kasi on-cam na tayo.
Sila.
Inulit niya talaga. Sige, good job.
Anyways, really good start dito ngayon para sa Fnatic. PaperX,
it's okay.
It's not the worst. It was 12-0 pero almost, diba? Halfway there na.
Pero tama naman yung sinabi mo kanina. Wala pa silang international competition na warm-up. Kasi palagi na lang DRX. If you look at the match history, it's just been DRX the last 3 series.
True naman. Anyways, guys, konting break lang muna kami. Pagkabalik natin, tingnan kung mangyari sa game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
The night before the RX match, I couldn't sleep at all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm like in perform like that I did before. So, but I'm happy because I'm win. We don't think like one person like it's a one mistake like we just like only one heart in like combination. It's like 5 people but 1 heart. So I don't think like the mental is like letting down.
It's over the top. They just want to push right past it. Doesn't matter if there's a snake bite. Oh my God! They've just run him over. It's a firing line.
Fnatic really strong. I mean, I'm watching them like a lot. I think we will try our best to play against them. I think it's gonna be fun. I think we have to take Durkee out first because we gonna keep pushing them so that our style. Everyone in paperless never give up. So that's why I gonna try my best.
Akala ko 13-0 na ito for the first time in forever. Kaso lang, yung Paper Rex was able to come back just a little bit before Fnatic finally sealed the round. Arguably, isa sa mga pinaka-perfect na defenses that I think we've seen here in Masters Tokyo Ling.
Definitely. And parang sa kabilang side din nila, sa attacking, parang sinubukan din talaga ni Jing para makapaghabol man ng scoreline. Kita mo na he had back-to-back 3Ks doon, trying to fight for his team, but unfortunately, hanggang doon lang talaga sila ngayon.
I think na really nakita natin dito sa side ng Fnatic. This is why naging sobrang dominant map to sa EMEA region para sa kanila. Ever since they lost this against Loud, they had a chip on their shoulder and they prove it there and they prove it here. I think really one thing you have to be concerned about for Paper Rex is as na yung synchronicity na hinahabol natin. Usually, diba, in-expect natin something and Jing together. Na-mention rin ito ng mga casters na Jing is an incredible rifle player, is an incredible second entry. Pero hindi dapat siya yung pinaka-simula. Hindi dapat siya yung pinaka-nasa harapan. Usually, you have Forsaken for that kung wala nga si something. But since he's in the backline, umaasa ka na lang kung ano pwedeng ma-assist sa kanya. And in the end, naging mahirap na matchup against Durkee.
Definitely. And tulad na sinabi mo, of course, Durkee our MVP, diba? And I feel like, you know, si Jing, diba? Parang sanay siya kasi siya nang pumasok, like you mentioned, Dax, as second entry. So sanay siya pumasok pag may pumapasok din.
Yeah.
So, tapos yung ano, sino ba yung nagsusupport sa kanya? You have the Vi and you have CGRS. Pero, wala pang isang body na nandyan. So siguro yung yung conditioning ni Jing kasi na meron siyang kasama, kaso lang nahirapan din siya, especially when yung parang syempre si Durka, diba, was there. On the other side though, sa defense, when PRX was able to catch on to Fnatic, diba, pag naging homework talaga nila na is to shut down Durka, that's when they started getting rounds.
Exactly. And parang naging mahirap din yun if your only play is taking down one key player from the opposition, when in fact, what if your opponents are gonna be putting other efforts as well in funneling you down and limiting your strats, which can be difficult naman din sa side ng PaperX kasi parang they're running out of options eh. Parang kahit anong calls na, it was just not working on their side or in their favor at all.
Yeah, doon mas nakakatulong yung the likes of the Vi, doon niya natutulungan si Jing, doon nakakapwesto nga yung PaperX and they had some better angles. But you go back talaga on Fnatic and their defense eh. PaperX were just absolutely shut down no matter what. Kung may mag-lurk sana si Forsaken, ano si Alpha here. And kung makikipagpalag si Jing, andun naman si Durke. And you mentioned a while ago na halftime, Leo, Chronicle, and you can add in Boaster. They were always there to put in an effort, to put in an impact para sa mga pinagagawa na Fnatic just to stall PaperX. And in such a map like Lotus na may mga choke point talaga na kailangan mo i-clear para lang may magawa ka sa attacking side, Fnatic had that to an absolute T.
And ngayon na pupunta naman tayo sa bind, natatakot na ako para sa desk ni Alex. Kasi mukhang magdadabog at manggagalit na ulit ang coach dito ng PRX. Especially since bind, alam natin na yung PaperX may mga crazy strategies dito sa bind, diba? Nakikita nga natin sa Pacific, diba, lumalabas yung Reyna. Once upon a time, may Yoru na PaperX made so iconic dito sa bind. Kaso lang, like I like saying, diba, Fnatic, they were born on bind, diba? Yung mga passport nila, bind yung nandyan sa country of origin nila. And I feel like kahit anong side dito yung you place Fnatic, handang-handa sila, this is their map.
Sige, pwede sabi mo yun. Pero actually, doon ako sa kabilang camp ngayon, Mika eh.
Sa PRX?
Sa PRX talaga ako eh. I think yung bilang concern nga is, ano ba makikita natin dito sa PaperX? Since they're a little limited sa roster nga nila, di natin makikita yung Reyna na nakita na sa Pacific. Gagawin ba yung Yoru na nakatalo na dati sa old Fnatic in the first place? Or will they find even more value of the Gecko? I think really right now, ang PaperX, ang win condition nila is what can they do to enable Jing, to enable Forsaken, courtesy of CGRS. Because hindi lang siya eh.
Yung muscles na ni Alex eh. Ready na pok yung mesa niya.
Hiyat yung table!
Sayang. Actually, para sa akin, kasi if they've gotten the chance to take at least, a map against CRX, in their case, playing with CGRS, if a proper support system is established for Jing, I have high hopes talaga that PaperX could actually make Bawi on the second map. And I do hope that's gonna come true. Kasi their first map is not looking so good. A huge hit to their morale, but this is like the best opportunity to make it to stand up for themselves.
Maso-surmount nila.
Exactly.
Surmountable?
Surmountable. Yung Tagalog ng insurmountable, di ba? Hindi maso-surmount. Yun ang sabi ni Asaray.
Quotable
quote
of Asaray
for the day. Pero as we wait for our Prime Gaming Agent Select dito sa Bind, I would love to see the double duelist come back sa side ng PaperX, di ba? Identity kasi nila yan eh. So, put your best foot forward kung saan kayo komportable. And it's the W gaming identity. It's worked previously in a couple of days ago, a couple of series ago. So why not, diba? Especially since Fnatic yung kalaban mo, you really do have to make sure that you have all no holds barred dito sa series na to. And right now, our Prime Gaming Agent Select, I love seeing Forsaken back on the harbor. Napaka-iconic, napakaganda talaga. Kakaiba talaga yung place ni Forsaken on this certain agent. And on the side of Fnatic, you have Durka back on the duelist role, and you have Boaster on the Brimstone, Avatar on the Cypher too.
And the thing special about Forsaken, he makes every agent he plays na bago as flawless as possible, which is what I definitely recommend sa kanya. If he has mastered the full mechanical skill of Valorant, pretty sure mas madali talaga ma-incorporate in learning out the technicalities for an agent like Harper, which is easy lang to para sa kanya. I've seen him play on Pearl.
And I think na ngayon, ready na ang casters natin para sa kanilang ConyoCast as we step into Bind. So, Asra and Raph, sa inyo na.
Well, the ConyoCast continues dito sa ating laban. Again, between PaperX at Fnatic. Kung ako po si Asra, kasama ko po ngayon si Raph. Bind.
Ay, nawala.
Okay lang. Pero Vine nga, pinili ito ng Paper X. Pero I think from the two of us, we both agree na this is a map na Fnatic is just born to to dominate. Yes, so yan yung
Totoo.
nyo.
Pero grabe naman si Tita Mika. Porkat naka-English. Konyo kas, totoo naman. Pero, stop. Actually, I ran out of Tagalog just right there. So, I guess it's really that true after. Oh, man. Okay, Bind. Very good for Fnatic. Has not lost on Bind so far in this tournament just yet. Again, wala akong stats ngayon dito. Pero, so far, track record says yes.
Yeah, this is one of their most frightening maps nga to just deal with. Kasi I just don't know how they're able to make it work. Pero they just do. Anyways, I feel like Paper X, hindi ko alam kung tamang understanding ito, pero I really miss something para sa kanila because when something is there, Paper X can go do yung yung double duelist nila, which I feel like is sorely missing dun sa how they've been playing the rounds from that first game. I kind of wanted to see the double duelist at least.
Syempre naman. Kaso, yun nga, it's an international team. Pa yung tempo at yung style, may iba, di ba? So, dapat they have to scout that out and get a few rounds in. What I'm really worried about is this Harbor pick kasi alam naman natin yung Harbor, high responsibility, high execution pa. Tapos yung Fnatic, kasi sobrang lakas nila dito. They really understand the philosophy of this map. But who cares, apparently? It's Forsaken and Jing. At least nakakuha sila ng dalawa. Pero yung Fnatic, walang pake.
Naiwanan na mag-isa din si Forsaken, nag-back up si Jing, pero I mean, I get it, kailangan mong bigyan ng onting space dito para makapag-reload or something, ataka siguro sa push. Ang problema naman doon is ang bilis gumalaw ng Fnatic for that push. Kita mo na nga ngayon as dust settles, is going to be numbers a little bit better para sa Fnatic, pero hindi pa pala nakapag-plant ng spike dito ang ating EMEA team. There still is time to actually go for that rotation. Gusto nila pa yung sugurin ng ang A-side. Pero now that it seems like it has to be the re-attack on B. Pero Alfair almost getting the catch onto Davai. Muntika na.
Pero grabe yung patience, diba? So right now, the flashes, they come in. Davai, nag-spray. Kaso sobrang low niya. Nahanap pa ni Mindfreak. One more. Alphager, just a few taps away from this. And Mindfreak, he's on the same boat! But Alfair, just a little too quick.
Filthy. Disgusting.
Uy, nasa Tagalog broadcast tayo. Mag-ayos ka.
Kadire ang ginagawa. Player dito. Pero tingnan mo naman, akala mo makaya-kaya na ni Mindfreak yun eh. Pero, yun ang problema. Nahuli siya. Grabe talaga.
Medyo
si Alphayer.
Medyo committed yung position din ni, ni Mindfreak doon. Parang wala siyang takas talaga.
And tingin mo nakatingin siya sa sa spawn pa nila. Did he not know na nandun si Alphayer sa hookah or nag long rotate or I don't know.
Parang hindi napansin kasi yung lahat ng attention sa flash ni Davai.
Ay, true kasi hindi din pala nakita ni Davai si Alphayer sa hookah. That's a good point.
Totoo. And I feel like I know they really like this Gecko pick. I know they really enjoy it and scrim it a lot. Pero minsan medyo kulang yung impact. Kasi good quality of life. Yes, may free scan, may free stun, if ever, 2 charges pa. But do they really need it?
Yeah, Gecko is a one and done kind of agent. Yes, kagaya sa amin ni Raf, kaya mong i-pick up yung mga items mo. Pero ang problema naman dun is you gotta put yourself out there para ma-reclaim mo yung utility na yun. In any case, Paper X, multi-stack dito sa B that could force out yung players ngayon na Fnatic. Just go the other way. Pero teka, because they were able to cross dun sa pagbato ng nade ni Jing, Chronicle at teammate, nakapunta sila in safe corner, push up yung Paper X at ubos agad yung Paper X in kind, leaving Mindfreak at Davai na lang na mag-isa. There's only the 1 kill onto Leo. Davai, wala. He just has to abandon na lang the site, abandon the ship, and Mindfreak. Yun lang. Pero Mindfreak, good for just the one.
At the very least, naka--2 sila. So, okay. Question mark. Di ako sure yun ba yung bonus or yung anti-eco. But at the same time, Astra, yung napansin ko din about ni Chronicle, you remember how I often talk about how controllers don't use their utility to condition teams for an aggressive play or just to keep them honest, to keep them guessing. I think Chronicle is by far the only player who's really mastered that. Na minsan siguro yung I guess in the eyes of analysts or sa audience natin, uy, naka-overextend siya. Pero yun nga, you can't stay predictable.
Problema dito is medyo predictable nga pag may hawak ka na Gecko sa comp mo. I mean, again, okay na sana yung Gecko pick kung may nagagawa yung ibang lurks dito ng PRX para hindi laser focus yung Fnatic in just dealing with that utility. And again, we go back to that point nga na medyo one and done na agent si Gecko dito na. After his utility's been spotted out, kailangan mong pick upin siya. If you don't have any threats on the other side of the map, it gets very, very easy for Fnatic to read.
Tapos malaking investment dapat kailangan para maging safe pick si Gecko eh. Yun nga, who's gonna be watching him while he's picking up his stuff? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, and Gecko's really hard to use defending. Kasi again, if you're trying to pick up yung utilities mo on the other side, yeah. Pero asa pero pwede mo na may throw pataas yung kanyang Dizzy. There's a lot of non-optimal spaces where you could do that. Safe spaces, yes. Optimal, not so much.
Ang hirap din sa bind eh.
Yun
But Forsaken does get one on Boaster. And at the very least, they don't have a smoker here after. So, yung plant medyo mahirap dito kasi they can't cut this side up. Turke still trying to march forward here, but now Paper X being super, super patient.
Kasi yung wall ni Chronicle.
Wala pa din eh.
Wala pa?
Ay, no, sa short.
Okay, atake nga pala sila. Nakakalimutan ko, my bad guys. Pero ang
Oh
nakalimutan
my gosh.
ng Paper X is ang Fnatic. Teka, susugod natin si Forsaken, pero hindi. Merong bodyguard ngayon dito yung planter ng Fnatic gamit agad ng High Tide, High Tide, just to maybe separate yung mga players dito ngayon. There's the contact, pero si Alpha here, the Alpha is here. Mas nakakuha na siya ng first pick ngayon. 2 versus 2. Durka, taga-tigel. Leo, pero hindi kaya. But Durka with a spray transfer. Forsaken naka 4K, pero hindi pa rin sapat. Kasi Durka ang katapat.
Yun nga eh. Durka's always been in the conversation to be the best duelist in the world. And parang statement tournament to sa kanya. Walang dip yung mga performances niya.
True.
Kahit isa. I have to say though, it's also giving Chronicle the confidence to take fights like that na sobrang extended siya away from his team. O diba, sobrang excited din nila. Ang sakit sa tinga. But going back, Asaray, at the very least, kahit lamang pa din yung Fnatic, di naman nag-hesitate yung Paper X sa mga execute nila or sa mga retake. But again, Fnatic, galing nila on bind.
Galing nila on bind. Palag kung palag talaga. It is taking a slower pace though para sa Fnatic dito. They're really pressing Paper X to use yung utility nila. And the problem ngayon para sa Paper X is, again, moving aside dun sa Gecko issues that we've been talking about, Forsaken din, his utility is very mahirap ibalik.
It's very mahirap ibalik, pare.
Yeah. It's very hard to make balik the utility of the Forsaken.
Yun nga sabi ko, di ba, na yung mga harbor din, basta mga slower default, maging static agent siya. So yung value niya, ang hirap hanapin. Kaso si Durke, wala siyang pake kapag kay Mind Freak. Walang flash, walang lahat-lahat. He will just take that fight.
Oh! Jing, kitang-kita mo sa X-ray. X-ray man, tapat na nakita natin sa POV natin yun. He got disrespected, son.
Oh no.
Forsaken naman, flushed out into the corner. Nawala na ng smoke, pero buti na lang walang players ng Fnatic dito para i-punish siya dun sa kanyang galawan. Problema naman, this is gonna be a little bit difficult, pero teka, they're using the wingman to actually stop that or start that defuse rolling. Problema, na-deactivate naman siya. Wall is giving a little bit of cover para kay Poster, pero Forsaken hindi maka-react, hindi makabawi. At Fnatic na naman, tuloy-tuloy lang.
Grabe yung momentum sa Fnatic. Kahit isang pick lang mahanap nila Asaray, they snowball off of it so well. And the space they take, knowing that the defense has to shift from that singular pick, it's become so insane. And si Durka medyo bully sa lamps, no?
Mali sila ng ginawa doon. Kita mo, gusto niyo gamitin mo inintay sana mo na siguro ni Jing yung Dizzy, tapos biglang natagalan ng 0.05 seconds. And that's enough.
Galing ng mat niya. Sorry, 0.5.
Explosion!
Carry me, Durke. Wouldn't we all want to be carried by Durke? But again, it kind of circles back to my original point na ang galing ni Durke. Ang consistent pa ni Durke. Wala siyang dips. Not at all. And I think Mika brought this up that mas gusto niya yung jet ni Durke kasi yun nga, that's the primary agent we see Durke on. But I actually think he's so good on all of the duelists.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter what he plays.
That's the thing though. Dirk is he's a team man. Kita mo yung ginawa niya kanina sa U-Hall kasama ng rest ng Fnatic where they were throwing out flashes and such. That's very systematic kasi once he threw the flash, alam niya na it's either retreat or peek out. And sanay na siya sa ginagawa niya. Davai, onting jiggle-jiggle lang. It's not gonna matter. Pero teka lang, CGRS, forced to actually go out. Pero that's the reckoning ni Forsaken. I don't know kung natakot lang sila or kahit pero teka lang muna, PaperX, hindi mag-give up ng control sa B-Long. Susugurin nila yan. Kahit nag-TP sila, merong showstopper na lumabas kay Jing. This is the great rotate na ginagawa ng Fnatic. And actually, this is the great spot para kay PaperX, not just Forsaken to get something off. Lalo na the numbers advantage nasa PaperX.
Oh boy, Dirk is again in U-Hall Laser and alam natin kung gaano ka delikado. Kaso, Mind Freak is too quick.
Ooh!
I was about to say na, again, Dirk has been making so much of his impact from lamps. Pero yun nga, naubos na yung player sa Fnatic at that point in time na PaperX can confidently swing, even double swing. Pero medyo malaki yung investment din nila para lang sa B-Long control, no?
True. And yan, reckoning sa showstopper. Kaya nakikita nyo dito. Mind Freak, good clutch or good set of picks. Medyo nabubuhayan na ngayon ang PaperX, CGRS. Siyempre, ngiti-ngiti lang.
Sobrang supportive talaga, no?
Okay. Durka. Hello. Goodbye. Cove got nothing sa showstopper ni Durka. Tapos meron pang fade away na Alpha Year Neural Theft. Jing, makakatakas ka ba? Kasi nandito na si Boaster para mag-pick up ng hindi single, kundi double kill. Ouch. At si Davai nagparinig pa. At si Davai gumamit pa ng seekers.
Ay, bakit? Medyo band-aid solution yan, ha? Kaso wala ng oras. Davai, though! So close.
Okay.
So close. Alam mo, parang walang magawa yung PaperX sa aggression ng Fnatic sa U-Hall mismo. Like, every single time, it always seems like they have no answer for this. Ang tatakot din sila na baka may ulti or may... I don't actually know. Kasi usually kung may nag-double duelist sila, parang strong point din yung U-Hall. So, I guess we're left to speculate kasi wala si something, no?
I think this is where it's turning sour para sa PaperX. Alam na nila hindi na kaya i-hold yung U-Hall, but they're still adamant about defending U-Hall even from far away. Rather than giving it up na lang and then maximizing efforts dito sa sa outside showers.
I like that aggro pulling on the side of Fnatic though. Ito yung pinag-usapan ni Ardis about how they were manipulated to really play into Fnatic, pero na-pick off pa si Chronicle, one of the most important players on this attacking side. Doesn't stop Fnatic though. Ko-commit pa din sila. So right, Dirk doesn't know that somebody's here on elbow.
Pero smoked out si Davai dito. So unless Davai gets the luckiest through the smoke push, baka meron mangyari para sa kanya. Pero good call to actually get that orbital strike from his teammate. Pero nag-whiff ng matindi dito si CGRS and it is going sour para sa PaperX. Pero hold the phone! Hindi! It's still going sour para sa PaperX kasi Alpha Year is here. No neural theft para sa kanya. 1 versus 1. Okay, ang problema? Yep. He can look for the cross gamit ang kanyang eye ngayon. If Forsaken was on anywhere else, nakikita pa rin yan nung camera at kitang-kita niya na ngayon. Forsaken holding na muna pero he doesn't know. Alpha Year's on the corner. Forsaken's pushing forward but again, ayaw ma-give up ni Alpha Year yung safe peek onto the spike itself. Kaya sabi mo may Cove nga siya dito. Nagkakita mo ba sila? I don't think so, yeah. Kita mo si Forsaken, he's still guessing, pero hindi ginamit sa kanya ang Cove by Alpha Year. Forsaken, you can't fault him for trying to look for his opponent, pero the Cove, yes, it gives you the cover, but it also blocks out vision from basically everywhere hanggang sa lumabas ka doon.
Doon pa siya pumapalag sa short range, no? Nakita na niya yung weapon swap, pero yun nga, heat of the moment, Alpha Jer. Grabe yung bailout niya kasi mukhang disaster na to dapat para sa Fnatic.
Yeah, don't forget, the reason then why I think Forsaken had to do that, kasi, I mean, maybe it's because the time... If you're in that situation, maybe you could have broken your own Cove.
I wouldn't be in that situation because I'm not pro, man. So, pero yun hindsight nga. Parang, okay. I mean, Forsaken, sobrang confident naman sa aim niya. So, parang, sige, if I can find the head, then it's fine. It's one of those things. But 6-1, yung round differential ng Paper X at Fnatic. I don't know about this one. Yung conversion rate ng Paper X din, daming ulti ginamit para lang makaisa.
Okay na sana eh. Sige, out of nowhere, Alpha Air na naman. Again, making those star plays. Ano nagsabi nito? Alpha Air, one of the best players, one of the best sentinels.
Ever since Champions yan eh. Parang yung Champions run niya was like his, I guess, how do I put this Like,
the start of his greatness, parang ganon.
Oo nga, kasi pinakamalaking stage sa Valorant, diba? Tapos walang dip yung performance niya. And clutching like crazy. Now he's only really gotten better. Di naman ganon kadami yung kills niya, pero you felt all of it.
Sakit talaga nun para sa Paper X dito.
Oh, I like that smoke from Chronicle.
Hindi pa tapos. Aggressive push out para sa Paper X. At kita mo agad ang Fnatic dito. They notice a 3-man push.
Oh, no.
Yep. Falling into the hands, into the pit, into the trap, or into the punish na meron dito ang Fnatic. Pero, teka, yung legs mo, pare. Yung legs mo, CGRS. No way na wala makakita dito niya. How? Pero, I mean, okay, one, but yeah. Even if, right? Even if.
Wala, baka gusto ko makita yung medyo aim labs, di ba?
Wala, hanggang aim labs na. The targets don't shoot back sa aim labs.
Sa Valorant naman, kung patay sila. Di ba?
Oh, grabe. Angas ng slow motion na boses niya. Cage trigger.
Yun na talagang... Kung napansin mo yung boses pa ni Cypher, o tumawa pa si CGRS. I do like the patience on that play. Kaso, yun nga, naka-sheriff lang. Had to make that one-hit count.
That was so quick decision-making din sa dito, Fnatic. Nakita nila, bro, nag-push tattoo dito sa bilong. Sugod, bilis, gamitin mo na agad yung orbitals. Ako na yung magka-cut off ng retreat nila. That's crazy.
Wow. Eto na naman. At least may presence din si Forsaken dito, Asray. Pero yung lurk, naka-ready na on the side of Alpha. Oh! Maybe I jinxed it.
That's the first start from CGRS. Pero taga lang muna, taga si Boaster agad-agad na lumabas para lang sa punish. Nakapag-activate na sila ng Seekers. Jing has an opening dito to 1 versus 1. Chronicle felt pressured para makakuha yung W na yun kasi medyo ipit-sikipit na ang other players ng Paper Rex. Forsaken naman. Okay, he's gotten the first pick. Hiding through, back of the cove. No plans just yet. And look at this. Using that to their advantage, and Forsaken does not disappoint. Si Durkin na lang ang matitira. Durkin finds the contact. Alam niyang kaya niya makapag-rotate. Sugod agad. Mind Freak, hindi siya makakapag-TP punish agad dito and has to go na lang back
again
and get the heal from his teammate then.
Ay, kaso, tama naman yung basa sa Paper X. No way he does this, right? One more kill. He's gonna have a
he can't play inside that.
Nope, not at all. And the
dog might have heard it.
He doesn't spot him, though.
The dog might have actually heard that too. Yan, nakita nila. He's near, he's outside. Pero Davai has an operator. Medyo mahirap to. Kita mo, ginagamit nila pang bait dito. Si Pei! Pero teka lang, akala ko gamitin nila pang bait si Davai. This is not gonna go good para sa Paper X! Nakita mo na, Mind Freak, ginagamit si Davai na pang bait. Tapos nag-overextend si Davai na hindi nakikita ni Mind Freak yung cross or yung trade.
Hindi yan napansin na isa na lang kulang para maka-showstopper si Durke. And again, in that situation, what can you really do? You can't leave the operator na 1v1 anyway. Oh man, that is so painful. Tapos may nade pa siya. If ever gusto niya mag-post plant, of course, Durke, one of the calmest people in the game. And you can see every Paper X fans' hearts out there break. But sinabi ko naman sa mapon, di ba, Asoray? Kaya pa.
Nako, good. Desperate attempt na to para sa Paper X to get that push in. Nag-commit na sila lahat-lahat. Ilang utility ba ang nilang binato para lang makuha, mahuli yung A-short control na yan. TP pa nga naman sa ibang members nila trying to pinch yung mga players ng Fnatic. Fnatic's like, okay, chill. We're chilling, bro. Kita mo, nag-reckoning na ang dami nagsistun pero walang follow-up ng Paper X kasi yung push na ginagawa nila is yung push na hindi nakikita pa din ang Fnatic.
At the very least, reset naman yung ultimate economy ng lab. Well, barring Alpha and Chronicle. And Chronicle hasn't really chosen to use this to block it out. Baka they're saving this for a post-plant. But the first contact is gonna go to the Vi here. Durke, the boss from the last round, Asray. Siya pa yung nauna. And now the momentum swinging Paper X. Mind Freak gets through, but Alpha That allows them to rotate. Kaso may nakaabang na PaperX player dito sa market.
Second tag. They can still work dito para makapag-push ng B. Kita mo agad si Chronicle nag-push na onto Hookah. Iisipin siguro ng PaperX sa dalawang nakapag-push dito ngayon sa sa Octa. Thank you maybe. Tumatalon si Blabay. Para lang sa onte pero they don't know. Forsaken's in Cubby. Forsaken won't miss the shot. Won't miss the beat. Alphayer. He's done miracles pero not this time.
Kinakabahan ako dun So sobrang online ng aim ni Alphayer ngayon. At the very least, they still get that round Asray. Pero it was really off the fact that Fnatic just did not expect that off-tempo play on PaperX. And alam naman natin lahat kung may momentum yung PaperX, dire-diretso na yan.
Well, nagawa naman nila kanina on the last map for that momentum. There's still plenty of resources dito para sa Fnatic. No ultimates though, just the Chronicle Viper's Pit. Pero kita mo agad, Fnatic, or well, I mean, they're not on defending, pero not yet using that at all. Grabe, si CGRS na bugbog agad dito. He's down to very little HP na lang. Fnatic taking a little bit of their sweet time. No early aggression or lurks na makikita tayo sa PaperX. Just big commitment, I think, from Jing na mag-isa lang dito outside of Hookah. While the rest of Fnatic kind of splitting up, looking for maybe an opening elsewhere on the map.
At least napigilan ng PaperX yung mga fast hits sa Fnatic, di ba? Kasi kanina, din yung Fnatic, brute force per brute force after segmenting the map, of course. But now, PaperX making Fnatic respect them just a little bit more. So, ano pa yung mga ultimate here on the Arsenal PaperX?
Pop shot dyan.
Baka lang si Mindfreak, mag-ulti baka when he hears that a plant sound. Here we go again. This deep U-hole take Asaray.
Oh, Forsaken. Okay. Kuha niya si Darka dito. Nakatag yung Thrush. Narinig natin yun. So they know that is actually happening. Pero si Leo roars. No, this is mine. Akin ang U-hole. Mindfreak coming around the corner. This Viper Spit separates him and teammate. Kaya may chance dito si Mindfreak na makakuha. Pero si Leo, tinarak yung Vandal. 2 versus 3. Kahit naman nangyari dito, akala ko the PaperX were getting positive trades. Pero no. Forsaken making some noise. Forcing na baka may mag-swing sa kanya dito. Trying to be tricky, trying to be smart. High IQ plays. Pero ang daming kalaban. Hirap na hirap siya makapaghanap. At si Boaster, napakabilis na reaction, napakabilis ng huli kay Forsaken.
Grabe naman si Boaster. Hard calling, tapos top frag pa. And I think that's a bit of a rarity, right? But I like to talk about it quite a bit. When Boaster's on top, there might be something very, very wrong or very, very right. Pero na-feel natin yung impact sa at least all the players here. Leo medyo tahimik on their first stretch of rounds. Pero ngayon, literally winning it out for Fnatic. Medyo na-stress na si Kuya Davay.
Uy, mukhang mong double satchel pati si Durka. Ano nga ba? Susugod nga ba siya? Tingnan yung minimap. Nope.
Wala lang.
CGRS. Ay!
Grabe si Asar, siya pa yung natakot para kay CGRS.
Kasi nakita ko na namatay doon si Davay kanina na nag-ano siya nag-jump pick Kasi biglang mangyayari pa ulit yun pag ano. Diba? In any case, little bit of contact para sa Dizzy. But ito yung problema para sa PaperX. No matter what happens, nahihirapan pa rin sila to find that bit of map control. Buti na lang, they put Mindfreak at si Forsaken on that anti-lurk duty. Giving themselves a good kill dito kay Alphayer.
Medyo wide din yung swing ni Alphayer dun. I feel like if he was just a little tucked in behind the box, then maybe that could have helped out. Pero yun nga, yung initial volley of utilities coming through here, Asura, mukhang default A play, or at least trying to get PaperX to overreact. But look how deep the Vi is already. He might actually catch somebody here, and it's Boaster to fall. No reaction on Fnatic though. Parang magkukumit talaga sila dito para sa A-hit.
They can if they want to. There's no spot where they can actually go for that plant na hindi sila mahuhuli. So they're waiting for the utilities to go down para may contact sila ngayon. Ang problema naman, gumagana para sa kanila. Hindi ito na push back ng PaperX. Pero teka lang, Leo's been stunned. Kailangan ng tulong ng teammate niya. Into the corner, hindi makakakuha ng kahit anong pick si Durka dito.
Well, at the very least din, yung dominance ng Fnatic sa U-Hall, it's done. You know, or, well, I don't know about done, but 9-3, it's doable. Syempre, medyo superstitious naman yung audience natin. So, all the Paper Axe fans out there, pwede pa maging 9-3 cursed.
Grabe yun, no? Talino din ang ginawa ng Fnatic. I mean, again, no pressure para mag-plant agad. They still had a couple of time. And again, gustong-gusto ng Fnatic mag-plant even if there's like 7 seconds in pa rin. Basta hindi pa 4 seconds yan, we'll still gonna try to make some plays. CZRS, taga-woo lang. The woo boy ng Paper Rex dito. Pero syempre, isa kakuha tayo ng halftime natin. Well, mukhang handa na rin ang panel na mag-discuss kung ano ba ang nangyayari dito.
Maraming salamat, casters, and 9-3 in favor of Fnatic. We're seeing, diba, na parang yung Paper Rex kasi, they are catching on to some of what Fnatic are doing. Kaso lang yung parang, okay, so nade-deal nyo na yung Fnatic siguro sa one part of A. Kamusta naman yung rest of the site? Kamusta naman yung ibang mga lugar, diba?
Hindi pa na, honestly, parang hindi lang talaga bibigyan tuon at pansin mga ibang parte ng mapa. And like you said a while ago, but it's so difficult talaga for the side ng Paper X ngayon to actually figure out kung saan ba talaga nila put into effort yung sa mga calls nila. Just like, nahihirapan na talaga. That's pretty much it.
Diba yung pinaka-concern ngayon na nakikita natin, Paper X, yung mga round na nakakuha nila, yun lang yung mga round na may impact yung utility nila. Na yung nakakuha sila ng bilong control, nang bigla na lang may nahuli sila sa may shower side. And it's such a handful of rounds na compare mo sa Fnatic, simula pa lang, na-wait out nila. I remember one instance na parang kahit na may natalo sa dulo yung Fnatic, pinanood lang, dumaan yung Gecko utility. Sige, chill lang yan. And that's what Fnatic has been doing so far. Kung hindi nila dadaanan yung utility nung Gecko o nung Harbor, linalampasan nila. You see players like nakita natin sa stats natin, si Durke at si Poster, willing to play super aggressive, willing to play towards the backside. Dahil lang Fnatic, alam nila kung saan silang makakapunta. And you mentioned kanina, Mika, this is a map Fnatic has so much history in. I'm seeing shades of 2021 here in 2023.
Wow, Nox naman. And yun talaga yung strategy ng Fnatic, diba? Yung parang naghihintay lang sila until the optimum time. Sige lang, gamit nyo yung utility nyo, Paper Rex. Maghihintay kami until the very last second. Pero tingnan nga natin kung at the very last second, mananalo ang Paper Rex dito sa bind sa inyo na casters.
Galit
3-9. Sorry.
Nasa-stress ako para sa Paper Rex pero teka lang muna, kasi Paper Rex, mukhang nasa-stress na rin sila sa sarili nila as hindi talaga nila makuha yung rhythm na gusto nilang magamit dito. They're dancing to the tune that Fnatic is playing and Paper Rex are tripping up, ladies and gentlemen.
Grabe naman ng mga teams ngayon. Yung mga first pistol sa second half, may 4K. Kanina si Com, ngayon si Chronicle. Baka sa C yung magic powers Asray. But I'm kind of hoping that Fnatic don't show those shades of malakas all the way up till Grand Finals na biglang naging second sila, di ba? Pero grabe si Chronicle. Di ba? Tuwang-tuwa pa nila nila. What?
Di nyo yung boses niya.
Sige.
Gawin natin pare. Ayun, tapos na ako. That cascade was supposed to be para hindi mahanap sila nung flash.
Guiding light.
Yeah.
Kaso, medyo malalim talaga yung bato ni Leo. And again, just the map mastery on the side of Fnatic really showing here. Durke, they've seen him, but alam ni Durke na naka-pistols lang sila. Tapos may spike down pa. Leo, naku, naubusan pa ng bala, Asoray.
Well, the problems for Paper Rex keep on rolling. Pero teka lang, Fnatic are making their own problems. Nag-aggress na sila through utilities. Attack para makakuha ng pick-off. Paper Rex, though, teka lang muna, somehow able to push through onto elbow rafting naman. Ayun lang.
Sige.
Tapos yung spike pa yun.
Ay, nako. Pero at least din na alam na merong players dito sa
full
CT.
control.
Oh no, though. Boaster's gonna spot them out. Boaster sees one. Gets a dink, but now attention divided on the side of Boaster. Sobrang low pa ng players natin dito. The side of Paper Rex, but they crawl up. Alpha still has no vision on them. He has to keep guessing. That's the first!
Oh! Alphayer has no vision on them, but they don't have vision then on Alphayer dahil dun sa smoke na binato niya para sa sarili niya. Hindi niya problema kasi akala na nag-reposition sa Alphayer. He was just standing on his own position, man. He's anchoring.
Yun nga, alam mo yung sinabi ni Dax, yung lahat ng problema sa PaperX dahil sa utility. Walang impact yung utility sa PaperX eh. Or at least very, very few that Fnatic can wait out. And it was super, super obvious sa Lotus pa lang. Sa Bind, well, supposedly a PaperX pick. But at the same time, sabi pa ni Tita Mika, Fnatic were born here. Kaya nga orange yung map eh.
That's true. They were molded by Bind.
I hate Bind. Not anymore, really.
It's more passable now. Mas gusto ko na yung rotations than before. Pero mukhang hindi gusto ng PRX yung rotations nila before. I like that repositioning from Boastar using the Steam Bigo para makatakas siya.
Nako.
And again, through the utilities na meron sa kanila, I don't think it's anymore. The kills through the smoke, the picks na ginagawa dito ng Fnatic, and I like that. PaperX, sobrang focus sila on chasing down yung nagre-retreat na hindi nila naisip or na-expect na may second layer of defense pa dito ang Fnatic.
Parang magmamadali na yung PaperX din dito. Gusto nila...
Next day na?
Ang sige, may lower bracket pa naman. Pero, yun nga, so pang pinilit na lang nila yung side hit. Oh, sige, may Forsaken wall. May, I guess, an initial flash. But when everything subsided, sobrang confident din ng retake ng Fnatic dito. I see the worry in all the fans' eyes here. Fnatic just one more from a pretty convincing round differential.
So kakalabanan ng PaperX, pag natalo sila, I think at this point, pag na lang, hindi na if eh. Edward Gaming.
Oh, kaya pa yan.
Kaya pa yan. Tiwala na lang. Pero teka lang muna. Maybe they can still make a couple of rounds work dito ngayon as they can push still back Fnatic. Nakatulad na nangyayari sa Lotus nila dito. Big little call to go for that TP play pero nakaintay naman si Boaster on the other side of B. Pero teka lang. Oh no. Nagpupush mo sila, narinig na nila yung Molly, narinig na nila lahat. May nag-TP pa dito galing sa PaperX. Sinugot talaga nila!
Grabe.
Pero handa na mag-receive ang Fnatic dito. Shotguns from Jing and the follow-ups from Davai. Sulit kung sulit nga naman. 2 versus 2 though. Durka waiting for the smoke para mag-dissipate or waiting for Chronicle to come out para makatulong sa pag-push nila. The pop shots, the plant is going to be secure. Narinig nila, there's Chronicle and there's Jing!
Dami pang utility nga ni Durka dun eh. Medyo sketchy yung dry pick niya, may bot pa siya. At the same time, good job, PaperX. Good job,
PaperX.
Well, I don't like how this is gonna look for the Conway PaperX. Kasi sobrang laki ng investment nila. Medyo forced na yun. Uy! Medyo gulat din ako dun
Okay, pinakita agad si Forsaken eh.
Sana mag-Euro sila ulit dito. Kasi
half shields at least.
Yun yung tawag dito, yung separating factor nila against other teams na yung layer of unpredictability ni PaperX mas, I guess, may enhance pa sa Europic.
Di ba yun yung isang map na, sino ba yung tumalo sa PaperX din nung ginamit nila yung Euro? Wasn't it also Fnatic?
With also another Europic,
on Bind
diba?
sa Copenhagen. I have to double check that. But in any case, yan yun nga eh.
Mga mirror sila dati eh.
Para sa akin, ang gusto ko na lang sana double duelist. Like, even if wala si CGRS is also known for playing duelist din. So, Dati. So, I don't know. Pero lang kasi, yung isa sa mga identities ng PaperX that really made them swing in that, good direction. Any case, I like na may gap ng onti yung wall doon na nakakahanap agad si Jing ng pick dito. Kala ni Chronicle, safe siya pero hindi talaga. Utilizing yung wingman para makapag-plant so makapag-position better ang PaperX dito sa ating post-plant. Yung sugod pero na-stun ng tama lang si Alphayer. Boaster with the shotgun. Pero saan siya magagaling at saan ba siya makakakuha ng impact dito gamit ang shotgun na yan?
Grabe, si Jing basta fourth quarter na, doon siya magpa-power up. Parang kanina lang, Like, on the brink of losing, Jing really wakes up. At the same time, ang hirap kasi, yun nga, isang mali lang on the side of PaperX, tapos na yung upper bracket run.
Saklap naman na lumalakas siya palagi pag 12 na.
12
rounds in na yung kalaban.
Isipin mo na lang 12 rounds sila palagi, diba? Kahit pistol.
Hypnotize si Jing, You will be playing na ang kalaban mo 12 rounds palagi.
Yan, pang hypnosis.
Kaya nga, oo. Para
Para ma-stress si Jing. Palagi ma-stress si Jing. Hala. Uy. Medyo, din yung fans natin, stressed. Pero, Fnatic fans yun eh.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like Fnatic is also another team that really or rarely gives up big leads like this. Like, ang galing nila when it comes to playing. from ahead. Kasi that's a skill that some teams just really
can't
not
find, no?
figured out.
Yeah,
Oh.
kasi nasistress ka rin na manalo ka na eh. That's actually a very good point. But again, this is why you're there, no? They're a champion caliber team, and they are a champion themselves then.
No. Well, they were lock-in, kaso EMA number 2, diba?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So,
But you can forgive them for that.
totoo,
Team
lalo na
Liquid yan.
sobrang sloppy yung Team Liquid today.
Exactly.
At the same
Oh,
time.
hindi na-trigger yung hindi na-trigger yung... Ah! Pinyata! Wala!
Ano nasunog si Jing?
Yung sariling cove ni Forsaken. Nakatulong para hindi mahuli si Jing, which is good. Plant's going to be good then, gamit yung Wingman, I believe.
Uy, takbo.
Thrash, punish,
Hala.
sunod na. Alam nyo na, you got two already. Just find it, just get it. Pero Alphair, taga-tulong, taga-push back. Roy Econing, syempre, just to supplement yung pag-push dito ng rest ng Paper X. Medyo deja vu from game number 1, but Paper X are holding on.
Totoo. And at the same time, yung conversion rate ng Paper X without using their ultimates is a little higher this time around. Now, what we're wondering is, why is Fnatic not responding to this Asoray? Kasi kanina, sobrang linis ng defensive side nila sa Lotus, diba? Tapos ngayon, actually, now I understand why. They're holding on to all these ultimates too. Once again, continue with that pressure from the utility shuffle. Diba nakita din natin, the very last round of Lotus, di na makagalaw yung Paper X kasi alam nila sobrang lamang ng Fnatic sa mga ulti.
And don't forget, Fnatic, they do love their half-shield buys.
Okay lang naman kasi bind naman eh. So,
Yeah.
yung one-tap potential ng guns.
Much better here.
Oo.
Yeah, true enough. Cove, again, being used very efficiently dito for the access. Dizzy, pushing them back into corners, pero medyo
Yun
nag-overheat na ngayon si Jing. Flashes supplement para kay Dabay. Si GRS good on the trade though, pero hindi pa rin nila make ang control dito outside of Showers. Thus settling 2 versus 2 pa rin. Hindi pa rin tapos ito. Can pick up the spike right now. Kung makapag-plan si Mindfreak, meron siyang orbital. Forsaken has to hold this while his teammate just try to get that control along the corner. Pero Mindfreak, what are you doing? You're out in the open. Get back into cover muna.
Galit
The wall finally gives them a little bit of that.
Ha? Nag-save ba yung Fnatic? Hindi. Akala nila
Shield
nag-rotate
buy.
sila sa B.
I
Pero
know.
no, they're still gonna re-aggress. Durkee still has that showstopper. So if he wants to double divvy this up, then he kinda has to. Kasi alam nila may ulti pa din si Mindfreak. So, pero medyo maaga yung ginaala. Sige lang.
I don't know what this is for. I don't know what this is for. Nag-stuck sila. Pero buti na nagkamali si Durka na hula kung nasan sila nakatago dito ngayon. Mindfreak gets a headshot. Boaster coming into the corner. They're doubled up. And he gets one. Almost, but not going to be enough. Paper Rex. Hindi pa rin mag-give up. Hindi pa rin sila mati-take down dito ng Fnatic.
Pero may signs na ng overheating si Jing kanina, Asoray. Alam niya na smoke na yung U-Haul. Kaso pinilit pa din niya yung duel na. And again, it's just those small things that really add up, right? That was such a wonderful bailout play on the side of Paper X there. Pero yun nga, medyo maaga ginamit yung ulti ni Mindfreak. Siguro just to clear up Heaven. But again, they just had so much time. Buti na lang hindi nag-line up yung Paper X sa closing moments ng round na yan.
I kind of maybe got the reason why then. It's probably because they waited a couple of seconds na. Na-read na nila na merong ang showstopper dito si Durka. And they wanted to catch off yung isang player na nasa spawn na siguro alam nila magkakaroon and didn't want Durka to flying around somewhere before they started doing that.
That is true, but at the same time, since he knows Mindfreak has ult, Mindfreak can just run away as much as he can. But at the same time, he also segments the fights into 1v1v1s.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's the dynamic of the 2v2. I believe in Mindfreak supremacy. That's
It's
true.
the cause and effect, man. It's the cause and effect. Pero this time, the effect was nanalo pa rin ang Paper Rex sa round na ito, which is the most important thing. And yung tama na sabi mo nga, na nag-save yung Fnatic na kanilang mga ultimates, it's been well used up.
Poster and Leo, pretty close though. Very, very big ults. Very impactful ults here. Nakita mo si Forsaken yung medyo gutom pa para sa upper bracket. Very, very high performance on his side. Kahit naka-backline support siya ngayon, Asoray. So, yun, parang, sana naka-double duelist na lang sila, no? But it was pretty catastrophic on Lotus, so I understand why they didn't go for it.
Again, medyo free-flowing nga ang Paper Rex dito na they throw out their utilities, hope for the best na lang, and then go for contact. So, attacking side, actually favoring Paper Rex a lot better now ngayon. Lineup para kay Forsaken on the site itself, pero there's a 3-man stack para sa Fnatic dito. What's the utility for Fnatic? Rifles all abound. Jing, sugod, no contact for the Dizzy. There's the nade, pushing it back. Pero, okay. I think that was, did Jing actually try to satchel? Tapos nahuli siya. I don't know if he actually tried to do it on the rinig. Pero this is where medyo nahihirapan na sila. And is this where Paper X just cannot force and they can't hold the line? The Vine na lang ang mag-isa. They know where he is. And as he peeks out, Chronicle happy to oblige for that last kill and winning this series 2-0 na.
Ang daming kills ng Fnatic behind utility. And what usually that means is they know the rhythm, they know when you're gonna hit. So they're so confident with their spam. Usually yung Paper X talaga mag-dictate sa mga tempo, ganyan. But Paper X, unfortunately, falling to Fnatic, who's in, I would say, championship form right now.
Wait, Simon lapit ni Boaster magkaroon ng ultimate niya, di ba? Well, how many kills did he have? Like 3, no?
No, Chronicle had 3, I think.
Boaster also needed like 3 kills para... How did Boaster get his ultimate then? Wait, my bad. I don't know kung how he was
Dalawa
able...
ko lang ni Boaster.
Boaster.
Dalawa,
Okay, there you go.
Tapos tatlo si... Sige lang. May lower bracket pa. Pacific is still alive.
Pacific is still alive. At yun ang sinasabi nga nila, the ball differential. Siyempre. Pero sa lang, si Dirk lang ba ang kalbo na si Safe, semi-kalbo.
Sino? Si Safe?
Si Safe, semi-kalbo. Pero pag nag-full kalbo ka, you get the full kalbo
yung
benefits.
Full potential niya, no?
Oo,
Ma-feel niya yung mga yung mga crosshair sa ulo niya. So parang,
Siyempre mo sensitive yung mo.
Parang,
ay, yun lang.
Yun
We
lang
want
talaga.
something. Yun ang sinasabi ng mga fans ngayon.
Na-miss nila yung firepower ni something eh. Siguro dami nilang na-prepare na strats with something in mind. Kaso all they can do at this moment is to adapt. And again, that's just the skill that although Paper X are very good at, iba pa din yung mga set play nyo.
Si something ba, buong Tokyo Masters hindi natin makakasama dito?
Baka bukas meron.
Sana. Pero the biggest issue na face ngayon ng Paper X is how do they make this work gamit si CJRS? They gotta play with the hand that they're dealt with ngaya. So, is it going to be CJRS nga na mag-i-initiator pa din? Or ano man yun? Mukhang na... Ayan. So again, yun na nga. Sabi na ni Boaster, good job guys. You guys were looking so strong. Pero wala, kami pa rin yung pinaka... sorry, I can't do the Boaster.
You can't do the Boaster.
There you go. Thank you, salamat.
You guys are very lovely
Good job. Gotta love the fellowship na meron pa rin ang mga teams natin dito.
Totoo. And yun nga, good sportsman naman Asray, syempre. I mean,
Absolutely.
kaibigan naman din sila at the end of the day.
Tropa.
Pero when you're on the server,
enemies.
You have no friends. Exactly. And Chronicle was so disgusting. He's been so good in the last 2 series or so. And dapat lang na ma-hype siya, di ba?
Si Alpha Year, this is the highlight from Alpha Year. Oh, bam!
Grabe.
Bam! And this was a 3 versus 1, mind you. Tapos si Forsaken na pa.
Na-shorty.
He got overwhelmed with that, bro.
Yun nga eh, parang yung small decisions din sa side ng Paper X, medyo na-punish din sa Fnatic. And that's another skill that people shouldn't undervalue, to notice those small flinches and changes. It's something that Fnatic have been doing so well. And again, just the callback sa previous series nila against Energy. Isipin nyo yung Energy sobrang dominant against DRX na system by system. Tapos di pa sila makagapang sa sa score ng Fnatic, di ba?
Yeah. Ito yung lack of international warm-up siguro na
ito na yung warm-up
natin para sa Paper X. Pero tama ka naman, ito nga yung warm-up. Pero syempre, yung kalaban naman nila na do or die na, very different from how Fnatic plays. It's going to be Edward Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, the series concludes. Buhay pa rin naman ang Paper X, pero Fnatic pinapakita nga nila why they are one of the world's best.
So what does this mean for Fnatic? Do they play against EG tomorrow?
May sa notes ko.
Oh, grabe si Asray. May notes doon, no? Sige.
Okay.
Uy, pero yung tuhod mo, ha? Careful, medyo.
It's Evil Genius sa kalaban ng Fnatic.
Ayun nga, EG. Sabi ko nga, EG.
Kaya sabi mo, baka EG.
Ha? EG.
Okay.
Hindi, EG panalo sila. Tapos sa lower bracket ng EG, paano yan? Baka in the grand finals, di ba?
True. Upper finals na yun para sa Fnatic. So, EMEA versus NA. Clashing heads once again. Pero tapos na kami dito, guys. Bibigay na namin sa panel to break things down for this series.
Thank you very much kay Asura and kay Raf. And that is a 2-0 in favor of Fnatic. Syempre, looking like a championship team indeed. Nakita natin lahat ng mga plays nila, di ba? On Lotus and on Bind and halos flawless. They tend to make things a little difficult for themselves. Kasi pag after ng halftime, yung parang, okay, I mean, pwede nyo nang i-close, pero sige. Parang they always choose the harder road, di ba?
I mean, they tried to fight fire with fire talaga. Parang pinag-usapan natin kanina, PaperX had that very chaotic, Agent Co, very chaotic playstyle. And parang nakikita ko talaga Fnatic tried to counter that in their own way as well. There was a lot of utility dump going on. There was a lot of, I would say, like, ultimates here and there na medyo nagkakawalaan yung mga side ng PaperX. And of course, naman din yung mga tropa natin from Fnatic, which was quite difficult. It costed them a lot of rounds. The game was stalled for the longest time ever. But, you know, sa wakas na nagawa na nila yun, they finally found their footing at hindi nila pinahayaan pa for PaperX to actually, you know, build something from there.
At gusto ko highlight nga dito sa stats natin, 8 out of 8 post-plant. Pagdating talaga sa post-plant, Fnatic has just been absolutely incredible in this series. We've seen dito sa second half mismo. First 3 rounds, Mika, pinaka-convincing na nakita natin. At ang MVP syempre natin, he was the one who started it all off nung second half and he was the one who ended it dun sa dulo. Chronicle, just amazing efforts from Fnatic all around. Kasi nga, nakita natin na umaabot talaga sila to the point na sobrang convincing ng mga plays nila, just that PaperX has no answers in certain rounds eh.
300 ACS. Yun lang,
Na
di ba?
Flat.
Flat na nice round number, di ba? Pero, di ba, we just saw on Bind again how Fnatic parang nakikita mo na inaaral talaga nila yung PaperX, di ba? Yung parang yung PaperX at first, di ba sa, I believe to sa their attacking side, di ba? They'll push a little further. Then na-try talaga nila na pumunta sa CT side, di ba? Yung ganun, they're trying to wrap around. Tapos nalaman ng Fnatic, sige, magpo-push back kami. So yung mga little adjustments na ganun, sobrang galing ng Fnatic talaga sa mga reads na yan.
Exactly. Parang with them just simply regrouping and playing for that numbers, especially na medyo nagkakaasiman na talaga yung PaperX. Wala na yung disiplina. They were just too hungry for the kills, not understanding the risk that they're putting themselves in situations sa mga post-plant na yun. I mean, I've seen them multiple times risking so much na hindi naman talaga naging productive and they ended up losing a lot of players and thus losing the rounds.
Big example talaga yung dalawang clutch moments ni Alpha, di ba? 1v3 situation, still finds it anyway. The one na may wall pa nga, tapos na-flickan pa rin niya. It's really just situational awareness na nakita natin dito sa side ng Fnatic. And they always force PaperX na mahihirapan talaga sila sa mga ginagawa nila. That last round especially, ang galing kinatanong ni Astray. Ilan ba kailangan ni Boaster doon para magawa niya yung Orbital Strike? He took the orb first, nagpa-flash lang siya courtesy of Leo, tapos may napitas siyang isa. From that point on, yung Orbital Strike na yon, pinilit yung PaperX pumasok doon sa may site, naglinis lang si Chronicle, and the rest was pretty much the story na nakita natin throughout the series. Fnatic, pinipilit yung PaperX to make it difficult for them.
Yung utility usage talaga, di ba? Fnatic is king when it comes to that. And looking at our updated brackets, no, nakikita nga natin that unfortunately, PaperX has fallen to the lower bracket. They will be up against ETG. Very interesting na face-off na makikita natin. At halos back-to-back din yung Asia Games dito, di ba? And we have Team Liquid against NRG. Uy, so may ang daming NA versus EMEA matchups dito sa Masters Tokyo.
So only one from Asia pakatapos ng bukas.
Ano?
PaperX, EDG, Pacific's Last Hope versus China's Last Hope na lang.
May dalawa sana tayo, di ba? Kaso lang, masakit to.
Ang hirap kasi sa PaperX wala yung star player nila. Wala yung MVP. In comparison to Edward Gaming, parang nandyan si Kangkang. Parang nararamdaman mo talaga siya sa loob ng server. In comparison to PaperX, that they're looking quite lost. And yeah, nobody wants to see that.
So sa alam ko, papalagan niya ng PaperX.
Bigla na lang magka-clutch. Darating si
diba?
something. Wow!
Out of nowhere.
Story, no? What a story.
Ang ganda ng script writing mo talaga, Mika.
Oo, maganda talaga yung writers ng Masters Tokyo, di ba?
Di ba ikaw yun?
Ako ba yun?
Oh, right, Mika.
Quiet.
Pero gun body,
Oy, wag! Wala pa yung tatanong lang talaga. Pero maganda din yung current script natin, 'di ba, sa Masters Tokyo na syempre yung we have NA versus EMEA ulit sa sa upper bracket natin. Meron din sa lower bracket. And then we have PRX versus EDG. It's a matchup that I would love to see. Lalong-lalo na yung yung firepower ng PaperX meets the firepower ng EDG, 'di ba? Yung parang exciting din yun.
But looking the side of things, like after watching EDG's game for the past couple of days, parang EDG does not only have firepower, just like a lot more depth into what they do in the game. It's not just Kang Kang doing his thing. It's a lot of like the rest of the team contributing and building up his success in taking out those rounds. And for PaperX naman siguro, they're known for aggression, firepower, but right now, sobrang absent yung mga ibang aspects sa team nila ngayon.
Yeah, maraming Cinderella story talaga dito sa Masters Tokyo. Ako tingin ako sa upper bracket eh. Sino ba nandun? EG nandun pa. So convincing against Team Liquid. Natitira na lang ngayon yung Fnatic kung pa-complete nila yung Grand Finals run. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yung mga teams na umabot this far, especially sa upper bracket, usually yung mga squads na lahat ng mga players nila nag-perform to the excellent level. To the level na hindi mo lang ini-expect na makita mo doon sa league, pero really ramping it up, stepping it on up. And I guess the biggest examples nga, nakita natin for Fnatic versus PaperX, nakita natin today ang EG versus Team Liquid.
The best of the best and the most unexpected din, di ba? Upper bracket, we have EG versus Fnatic. I would say na parang expected naman yung isa, tapos yung isa parang we didn't even expect to make it actually of VCT and A, di ba? So, ang surprise, ang ganda ng matchup na yan. And on the lower bracket, we have PRX versus EDG and TL versus NRG. Ang daming mga stories, ang daming mga rivalries rin na matutuloy dito sa Masters Tokyo. But that is it for today and we hope that you guys will tune in again for the rest of the days dito sa ating PH broadcast. Thank you guys for tuning in and we will see you guys tomorrow.